liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger roll, Atlantis.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Body down to feed off. Bring in, let's feed off. Off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, you know the drill. Looks like SpaceX is trying to sneak one over on NASA spaceflight this morning. Woke up and started to look at the position of the crane and that tower segment 9, tower segment HB. I don't know what we're calling it, but we're going to go with something. And the crane has actually moved it around. In fact, it's going up right now. Michael, look at the camera right there. You can see that the segment is actively rising up the side of the tower. So right on time here with some live coverage. Let me know 5x5 in chat that you can hear me. John Gallo for NASA Spaceflight, joined this morning by Jack Beyer. Jack, how are you doing, dude?
I'm doing good, and you're right. Look at that. They're lifting it right now, so we went live at the exact right time. Hooray!
Right on time. And also back in the studio, Michael Baylor. Michael, you awake?
I've been awake for about 5 minutes, but we're live, so it's going up.
Follow-up question, was that lightning somewhere?
I don't know,
Maybe
I
just
was not looking.
It looked like there was just a flash on the screen. Chat, let me know if I'm crazy or not there. Was that a flash? It was well off in the distance if it was, but I saw it on multiple cameras at the same time, so that's interesting. Oh, look at that. There you go. That's the shot from Mars Cam there as they begin to lift this 9th tower segment, a little half segment. The 8th segment was not a full-size segment. This one's even smaller, but it has a bunch of complicated machinery in it. The pulley system and stuff like that we think will be doing a sort of trolley up and down the side of the tower, potentially for catching or lifting boosters around. But it looks like they may have paused for a second there. Trying to see if it's still going up or not. You can actually see, like, the contrast this morning. You can see the lines that they used to actually stabilize it, the 2 lines coming off the bottom right-hand side of it. So it's good to hear our voices again. Daniel, welcome to the stream this morning. Thanks for saying it. We appreciate you showing up. Guys, like we said, we're live here, and we're going to be doing some commentary on the tower lift. I'm trying to watch the pixels and see if it's actively moving or if they got scared off by that lightning. The lightning had to be off in the distance because we are beginning to get a beautiful sunrise off some of the other cameras. Let's see. Can we get Mars real quick, Michael?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Nice. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. So not a lot of clouds. It's not actively raining or anything like that. There was another flash. Did y'all see the flash?
I didn't. I'm looking right at it. I didn't see it. Maybe I'm insane.
Interesting. We'll continue to watch. If it's anything, it's got to be off in one direction because right above the tower there, it looks nice, and we're going to get a beautiful sunrise here in just a couple minutes. 6:20 a.m. Central Daylight Time right now. Still dark, depending on which way you're looking. So thank y'all so much for joining us. It's paparazzis. It's people taking flash photography of the tower being lifted. Look at that. That's cool.
Nothing, well, not nothing, but few things irk me more than when you see a photo of like a stadium and you just see all the flash bulbs going off and it's like, people, the flash is doing nothing. The flash is doing nothing.
But it looks cool. It's part of the ambiance of being in a big stadium, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is absolutely fair. But the fact that they've paused right now is not a bad sign. They frequently will lift it up, and pause partway along the lift. So hopefully I'm not jinxing us here, but I don't see them being about to set it back down. Maybe if there was an issue and if the issue was lightning, a lot of times work sites like this will have a rule where it's like, if there's lightning within X number of miles, you'll get a warning. If there's lightning within, Y number of miles, you need to literally get off of the work site and go take shelter. So if it was far away enough, it's probably no factor for the lift.
Yep. And they're not putting it back down again. If they were going to stop operations, I don't know that they would leave it just suspended there at the very bottom of the crane, a huge long lever arm. If wind starts to get a hold of it or something like that,
Yep.
I imagine they would put it back down, not just leave it dangling.
Yep. Sure enough.
So as we do, y'all, like I said, we're live. We're going to be doing questions. So if you got a question for us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight, and we'll grab some questions here as soon as we wake up. I probably am not tanked up full of caffeine yet this morning. So we will get some questions in just a minute here.
I can run through some questions if you want to be go for coffee load.
I mean, one way or the other, sure.
Go for it. Okay, let's see. Matt T, just to get the shuttle question out of the way, was shuttle planned to fly from anywhere apart from Kennedy Space Center before it got canceled? Yeah, it was planned to fly from Vandenberg Space Force Base, from Space Launch Complex 6.
There's a couple of like test fit photos or something like that, aren't there?
With Enterprise, not an actual orbiter,
there
but
you go.
A wooden Enterprise, but still super cool. I'm clicking this, it's not going into the thing. I'm clicking it.
Maybe the interface hasn't caffeinated yet this morning.
I think maybe the interface is also sleepy.
There
we go.
It went.
But yeah, good question, Matt, and we got to get shuttle in as soon as possible on the stream, which makes it a good stream. People saying that there are storms to the south on the radar.
Yep.
And that lightning has been going on for about half an hour or so. And that
would
the
make
storms
sense.
Are moving south and west. So should be fine there with any luck.
Excellent. Look at those clouds in the background. We got some of those clouds over the Gulf as well. This camera is actually looking from the west to the east out to the Gulf. So sometimes we get some of that early morning humidity making clouds, and we get a really nice sunrise. And to look at this morning, that's going to be a beautiful sight when they start to get that thing up.
It's almost like a star filter has been put on this lens. It looks sweet.
Oh. Let's see how many blades the iris has, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Let's see what else we got here. Jay Blaze is asking, what do we think is rolling out today? I'm just going to be optimistic and hopeful and say orbital launch table. That'd be really cool.
Launch table?
They finally roll that thing out.
I mean, we saw Mary was reporting that they were doing work around the base of it, changing the stands it was on, and they were moving some things into position. So it's quite possible with a 2-hour rollout scheduled from, 9 a.m. till 11 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's 2.5 hours away from now before that road closure actually starts. It's perfectly possible they've got a big piece of equipment that they need to move out, and the launch table definitely counts as a big piece of equipment.
Yeah, I suppose it could be another GSE tank. They've got a couple of those now floating around the launch site, seemingly ready to transport to the... Sorry, floating around the build site, seemingly ready to transport to the launch site. So it could be a GSE tank, it could be a cryo shell, it could be the orbital launch table, who knows? That'd be really cool if it was. We've been waiting for that thing to get rolled out and installed on the pad for a while now, so...
Oh, look at that. That's the view from the river cam that we have over there on the production side of stuff, and look at that. Is that some rain in the background falling?
Kind of looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. No kidding. This camera position wasn't intended to see the launch itself, like the launch mount itself, I guess, from where we have the camera right now. But you can see just poking over the mesquite brush there, the tower and the smaller crane, the larger crane, and then the tower. So that's just a crazy shot with the sunrise and the rain falling. I'm going to say that that's rain. It literally looks like moisture falling out of the sky. Probably way off in the distance, not like right over the launch site or anything, it doesn't seem. Wow. Thanks, Michael. Good catch on that one. That's cool. You can see that... yeah, go ahead.
Some questions. If you have any questions, at NASASpaceflight, and I'll see them and add them to our queue. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, you can see Hopper is still there in the lower right-hand corner of this view. Hopper is still standing guard. It's crazy that Hopper used to be the most massive structure out there, and now it looks like it's completely dwarfed by all the other infrastructure that SpaceX has put in, basically in the last year, year and a half maybe, but Hopper is just continuing to stand its watch.
I went back and was looking at some cell phone photos from Starhopper before it flew. It's 150-meter hop, and it's just wild. It's absolutely wild how different it was back then. There was like a single like ragged chain link fence. There's no walls. It was just a Starhopper on the pad, just right there. Man, what a great time. I miss those days. Let's see. SpaceX Gamer asking, how might the lightning rod look on top of the orbital launch tower? Is it going to look like the existing one in Florida?
39A has that one
Yeah.
rod on top of it, right?
It wouldn't shock me if it looked similar, right? And sort of what we were talking about yesterday a little bit with Chris G was that SpaceX has a very aesthetic um, inclination, and they will make things look the same, and they will make things look good. And
Yeah.
so I don't think that's a bad bet to think that it's going to look similar to the one that already exists at 39A.
Yeah. I'm interesting if they're actually going to do any cladding on the side of the tower. I know we talked about that yesterday because, yesterday we sat around for, what, 3 or 4 hours while they did not stack it. They were doing all the fit tests and balance checks, and I'm not even sure what the technical terms were for it. But while we were hanging out yesterday, we were talking about cladding or not cladding. I wonder if they're going to enclose the size of that or not. What do you think?
I think it's kind of a no-brainer for them to do that. So that,
Yeah?
I mean, even if it's just birds, like, so it's not a giant bird roost. But who knows what they actually plan to do? Maybe that would increase wind loading too much. And I'm doing the old A/B test here. Uh, it looks like the crane itself is tracking forward right now. It is very slowly tracking forward, getting closer to the base of the tower, ahead of lifting it even higher.
Gotcha. Sometimes it's really hard to see that crane moving in real time, and then when we come back and speed up the video, you like that, Jack? I didn't say time lapse. I said speed up the video. You can see that the crawler crane.
Give you that. I mostly do that for fun, right? Like it's a time lapse. Let's sped up video is a time lapse. Fine, you got me admitting it. I'm on tape. You can just play.
No.
You can just play that back whenever I get grumpy about it. I just, we have fun.
Wait, are we taping this?
Is
that a thing? Is there tape involved?
With actual magnetic tape, yeah.
Actual tape.
But yeah, going back about 2 minutes, you can see, if you go back 2 minutes and then come back live, you can see how much forward the crane has tracked, and it is currently moving forward closer and closer towards the tower as we speak.
Gotcha. And doing that while the load is down low, you can see down at the bottom of the crane, a little bit tough to see on the left-hand view. That's from the beach. It's sort of like right there with the tower. You can see it if you look down near the bottom. And then a little bit more obvious on the right-hand side, that sunrise silhouette from the camera we call Mars Cam, just a different angle. That one's looking out to the east. The one on the left is actually looking to the south towards Mexico is what's in the background of that non-Mars looking shot. But you can really see the tower section obvious there with the sun rising behind it down near the bottom of the crane. So we'll watch for that to start moving up. But right now, if you sort of scroll back and then scroll forward, you should be able to see the tower moving a little bit.
Well, Das, on Mars, sunrise is actually blue, so the left-hand shot is technically more of a Mars. All right, I'll stop.
Too early in the morning, Jack. It's too early in the morning. I actually sort of suddenly woke up. I had my alarm set, and we said, all right, we're going to check it this time. And I woke up probably 15 minutes beforehand, and I looked at the cameras, and I'm like, well, they already stacked it, because I saw the crane was turned, and I saw the little part sticking off the top, and I was still too asleep to realize that it was not stacked. They had just turned it around and they put it on the ground. So I went from being completely asleep to, oh my gosh, all awake this morning when I turned on the cameras and thought that they had already finished the stacking. I'm like, really? How do they stack this at 5 a.m.? It's still dark, but nope, they're still getting ready to pull it up here, it looks like.
Yeah, I threw my hands up a bit when I saw you post that. I was just like, oh, geez, like we missed it, darn it. And then like a minute later, you're like, wait, it's still there, it's still there.
I had to rub the sleep out of my eyes and squint down to 2020 in the camera so I could see what the heck was going on.
Let's see. Comic Man asking any plans for Starship to go to the ISS. I don't know how real world possible that would be, but that is something that SpaceX has posted on their website about. And that's something I think Elon has talked about or something like that. So it's
Yeah.
it's not impossible. I'm not going to say never. I'm not going to say it's not ever going to happen. It might happen. It also might not, because Starship is utterly massive. And, I mean, we saw how precautionary NASA was with just allowing Dragon to get even close to the station, let alone dock. Uh, I imagine, I imagine a Starship doing the same thing is going to be that much more. You know, they're going to be very careful allowing something like that to get close to the station. Not saying it's impossible, but yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Das?
I don't think you'll ever see a Starship docked to this station in its current form. Maybe a different type of station, surely a different type of station, or something along those lines. But I really don't think that Starship will ever dock to the ISS. I don't want to be a downer so early in the morning, but it's just the mass of Starship and the mass of the station. It's like, really, what's docking to what here? Is the station docking to the Starship, or is the Starship docking to the station? I just think that the size of the docking ports and the mass differentials between the two, I just don't think they're designed for that. Like if you had to rotate the station or spin down gyros or something like that, what do you do? Do you use Starship's thrusters to actually move the station around? Do you have to coordinate the Starship thrusters and the station at the same time? I don't know that we'll ever see that, just because I don't think when they put together the International Space Station they ever envisioned anything as big as Starship coming anywhere near it, you know?
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
We'll see, though. Stranger things have happened. I mean, for all we know, Elon could buy the space station when NASA's going to shut it down and just dock to it for the memes. I wouldn't put it past him.
I mean, that would be a wild, wild sight. And you know, people always are imaging the International Space Station as it flies in front of the sun or as it flies
Jeez.
overhead. Imagine one of those types of images with a Starship attached would just be absolutely wild.
Yeah. We'll see what they do. But remember, if you put a Starship in orbit, you've doubled the amount of usable interior space that we have in orbit, because the cargo area of the Starship is somewhere around the interior volume of the entire International Space Station. So why do you really need to dock to the station? Like, it's not like you're going to resupply the station with a Starship. You couldn't fit everything in a Starship inside the station. There's no way to actually physically fit the supplies that you could put in a Starship up in the station. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they'll take a module off the station and return it in Starship or something. I don't know.
Kel Verbalin asking, will Super Heavy have a flight termination system? I think yes. That's pretty much a foregone conclusion. Is yes.
Yeah. Probably see the same sorts of. Oh. Is it moving, Jack? Or did they just rotate it? Or did the lighting change that made me really recognize the pulleys right now? Look at that.
I think lighting just changed. I haven't seen it get rotated here. It continually is. It's tracking more forward and more forward and more forward. So now that front of the piece is now off to the side of the tower from the.
Yep. That's what it is. The crane is crawling forward, and so now the tower segment is not sort of hidden in the bottom structure of the tower. It's sticking off the side. You can really see those three pulleys at the base of the tower, the black pulleys sticking off the left-hand side of the tower there. That got my attention all of a sudden, but you're exactly right. It's still crawling forward. It's just not sort of lost in the background now.
Yep, exactly. Let's see. Larry
I like
Brown.
that one.
Go for it. No, go for it.
They could bring back the space station piece by piece in starships and then reassemble it in a museum at some point. I'd hate to see the International Space Station get deorbited. Not the plan anytime soon, but eventually the plan, right? One day it's going to be at the end of its usable life, and they're going to have to do something with it, and most likely it's going to end up burning up. But we've heard people talk about, push it out to a graveyard orbit and preserve it, or what if they send a Starship up and actually retrieve the entire thing and then bring it back and assemble it in a museum? Can you imagine something like that?
It'd be super cool, but also just thinking about the time and expense involved in doing that. I mean, people want to see a Starship on display at a museum, and there's Starships sitting around in Texas, and there's not a museum that's going to come and pay for that to be transported to that. You know, it's like it's a whole thing, and those are vehicles that are on the ground on Earth right now. Not something that's in space. And so, also, isn't the ISS supposed to be stinky? Like, do we really want to bring it back and assemble it? It's just gonna be stinky.
We could have like Febreze it or something. Hang some of those little car air fresheners around the cupola and stuff. I mean, we can deal with the smell, I think.
Space Febreze. Oh, look at that! Well, this looks like a shot from Mary, who was rolled out and set up roadside there. And this piece has a flag on it, which, if I'm not mistaken, is commonly a thing when you're a lifting crew or a crane crew or whatever you want to call it. You put a flag on the final piece because it's you're topping it off. It's like I don't know, a crane tradition, or I'm not sure even what to call that, but I think that's a pretty cool indicator that this is the last piece, given that there's a flag on it. How neat is that? And thanks to Mary for rolling out and getting us this superb shot.
Yep. I know she was getting some of those sunrise views that she's famous for. There's so many different cool angles she gets all over Starbase when the sun is coming up. Mary gets up early in the morning, y'all. I mean, make no mistake, I was out there and I'm like, oh, I got to get up early tomorrow. And Mary was already out in the field, ready to go. She's already recorded an hour worth of footage by the time I put on pants.
Yep.
So, absolutely. She is already out there. I know she was out looking around, and it looks like she's gotten up close to her close-in position to bring us those up-close views of the shot. Massive thanks to Mary there for rolling out once again this morning. You can set your clock to her diligence there.
Indeed. And it looks like, in addition to being joined by Mary, we are also being joined by none other than Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight Actual. Do we have you on comms, Chris?
We do, Jack. There's a bit of a more disappointment, isn't it? We got Mary. Yeah, everyone cheers Mary in chat. And I go, we've got Chris B. And I go, oh,
okay, Chris is
that's
here
a shame.
You're
You're doing so well.
What, did we lose a bet? How do we get Chris?
I tell you what, you were talking about the ISS. You know the plan is for the ISS, they're going to dock 2 Progress vehicles to it and push it into a deorbit burn.
Oh.
So it'd be like Mir, but 10 times bigger, because it's just a massive event. It's going to be over the Indian Ocean, apparently. But they've been working on this plan for about 5 years, and the current plan is 2 Progress vehicles dock, and they both fire their engines at the same time and deorbit it.
I mean,
I hope they come up with a better plan.
It's sad to imagine us throwing away literally the most expensive thing humanity's ever built. But but as someone who wants to see a large object re-enter, I'm not sad about it.
Oh, jeez. What, are you going to go out to the Indian Ocean, Jack?
Yes. 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 I wish I could have seen Mir re-enter. I wish I could have seen even just a shuttle re-enter. That would have been really, really cool. Because I know when you're in the right spot, that it was possible to see. In the same way that you can see dragons re-enter now, if you're in the right spot in like the Florida Panhandle. So.
How about we bargain with you, Jack? How about instead of the International Space Station re-entering, how about you get a couple starships re-entering?
Sure.
Does that sound better?
Yes, I'll take it.
Okay.
Well, we can segue it, you know. We can segue this back to Starship, because the 2 key things we're all interested in is ISS and Hubble, for things that, you know, will eventually have to come back down, which are historic and got massive amount of public support. And Elon finally kind of like caught on to the Hubble question, because everybody keeps asking, why could Starship go up there, grab Hubble, and bring it back down? We've already ruled out the servicing mission. One, because it's not really worth it now. Hubble's at the end of its life. Another servicing mission will probably extend it a few years at best, and it's a lot of work. You need both the Starship for what's called Mule, which is the payload payload adapter, which takes all the spare and replacement hardware up there. Then you need a Crew Dragon with an airlock for 5 EVAs. It really was a shuttle idea for servicing it. It really can't be done by anything else, not even robotic. But the other thing was bringing it back down for a museum, because I guarantee you there's enough astronomy people out there who would really love it back in a museum and would fund such a mission. And I asked Elon when Mary got those pictures and videos of the payload, the Pathfinder nose cone with the payload door opening kind of area, could you bring Hubble back? And he goes, sure. We finally got a reply from Elon. He did a response which is like Jim on our forum, a 1-word response.
Yeah,
and he was like, sure.
It reminded me of Tori. A lot of times when people ask Tori Bruno questions, he'll just be like, yes, or
Yeah.
something like that on Twitter. And a lot of times when you ask Elon a question on Twitter, if you get an answer, frequently the answer to the question you asked is not what you get, but you get like a related blurb from him that is still interesting and still informative in one way or the other. But this time we just got a sure.
The fun thing about Tory Bruno on Twitter, he's brilliant. He replies to everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, he even replies to people who are like, he even likes posts. He liked the Daily Hopper post about Starliner being late for launch. And like,
Yeah.
He's like, but he used the German version of it, so it didn't look too bad when he retweeted. So you could tell he liked it, but he didn't want to upset his Boeing friends or anything like that, you know. So, but he does reply to everything he gets. I mean, the guy, I think he's addicted to Twitter. He's also on Reddit and things like that. He literally replies to all the questions. You've got to like him for that because. I mean, for ULA especially, they're more kind of insular. So he's really changed it from the olden days of Mr. Glass, he was called, who would never, ever reply to anybody.
If Jeff was that responsive on Twitter, and you could be like, "Hey Jeff, where the heck are Tory's engines?" and Jeff would be like, "They're coming. They're on their way."
Yeah, if Jeff, I mean, obviously he never will be because he's a multi-billionaire who never has been active on social media. But if he did reply to people, you'd get a lot more sort of like support for Blue Origin, like more rooting for them. Yeah. People saying, well, we hope your new Glenn works out and things like that. Now he's basically just he's very controlled on the message. There's a few people like that who are very controlled on the message, and it's not working out. People see through that. You can't put flashy videos of like, oh, an astronaut, no. No, the FAA says you're not. So
Did they actually? Did the FAA actually say that?
Yeah. They're saying, well, they've given them an out. They've given them a kind of caveat saying, you can have your own distinctions and things like that. But I think they were saying that an astronaut is basically someone who does the training for it and does all the kind of like astronaut stuff before they get. It's not just a question of riding to the Kármán line or above the Kármán line or the Jonathan McDowell line, should we call it now, because he's lower than the Kármán. But it's something where the FAA has been kind of like cautious, saying, look, you can't just put someone on a suborbital spaceship, go up for 2 minutes and call yourself an astronaut. And I fully agree with that. I'm sorry, I do.
I read that totally differently. I read that was the FAA saying they can call him an astronaut because they have full discretion. Regardless of where you go and what you do and how you're trained, the FAA has discretion to call anybody they want an astronaut. I read that in a totally different direction.
That was my read as well, and I've been seeing all the headlines. And
BBC was saying it. Yeah, BBC was saying no. Yeah.
Jeff Bezos not an astronaut because the FAA changed the thing on the same day he flew. And is that really what happened, or is it the FAA just sort of clarifying, like saying, we sort of have discretion here?
I think the FAA were firing a warning shot across the bow of these space tourism companies who are basically saying, if we get over a certain altitude, you get astronaut wings. Which I've never agreed with. I've never agreed with that personally. I mean, I would fly on Virgin Galactic. I'd fly on Blue Origin like a shot if it was offered me, but I wouldn't then go around wafting around with an astronaut, in a fake flight suit and an astronaut wing saying, I'm an astronaut now. Yeah, I've never liked that. I've never liked that. So, I mean... Maybe I'm reading maybe I'm selective reading with the FAA documentation, but as far as I'm concerned, they fired a warning shot across the bow of these companies saying, look, you got to be careful about this. Whereas Axiom and Inspiration 4, now they are astronauts because they are going to orbit and they've done all the training. Look at the training Inspiration 4 crew have done. It's so different. It really is. That's more of the tradition of what an astronaut is. So they have every right to be called an astronaut.
See, I think that's an interesting line to draw. Like, Inspiration is still a bit of a stretch for me. Like, it really is. I know they're going through training, but a lot of it is almost like adventure training, right? And they're not training to do, I don't know. It's almost like the training you'd get at space camp, plus a real Dragon operation manual sort of deal. They're definitely, something? They're definitely way, way, way closer to what I think the proper traditional definition of an astronaut is than somebody who just hopped over the line for 2 minutes. I completely agree with that. 100%.
Captain Torin Chat makes a very good question about very good point. Now he says, if you travel on a train, you don't become a train engineer. You've got to train to be a train engineer.
But see, that falls down. The pilot analogy, the train engineer analogy, I don't think that is a valid analogy because astronauts are the same way. Astronauts do not fly their spacecraft. except for shuttle, when they're coming in for landing, astronauts do not fly their rockets. Astronauts
don't
are
start-
passengers along for the ride.
Don't start me off. The shuttle flew the shuttle.
I know
Yeah.
exactly. The shuttle.
Oh
flew
my
the
goodness,
shuttle,
yeah.
exactly.
The shuttle could fly itself. There was no need for a pilot. Well, there was a need for a pilot and commander, but there was no like rudder. There was no stick.
Yeah.
They were not
Yeah.
fighting a stick on the way to orbit. The shuttle flew itself. Oh my goodness, we're going down a rabbit hole now, aren't we?
We could. Well, they're not moving the tower segment, so we got to fill the time, and I'm okay with it.
Okay, well,
It's just,
let's have 3 hours of how to fly a shuttle.
yeah, right. How to fly a shuttle. But I just, that's one of the things, like, oh, well, the astronauts fly their spacecraft. No, they didn't. The astronauts were self-loading payload. They would get inside, and the rocket would take them to orbit, and then they would unstrap, and they would do their job. They were not there like, oh, well, gosh, turn left. We have to do a turn to get into orbit. Like, that's not how rockets work.
Yeah.
So,
I'll
anyways,
tell you what. A lot of it is my personal bias. I'll put
Yeah.
my hands up in the air and say, look, I've been brought up on astronauts who've flown shuttle, and I remember people like John Young. There's a photograph of John Young. Search on Google, John
Yes.
Young, when he was back before shuttle, and there's a picture of him pre-flight before he flew on Gemini, and I don't know what it is, but that picture strikes. I'm going to find it and
It's
put it into
going
chat
up.
because it's going up.
it's moving.
While it's going up, I'm going to find this picture, and it'll explain a lot of what my methodology is on this.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, look at the two bags that are hanging from the left-hand side of the tower there. I wonder if that's some sort of ballast or weighting, or is that tools or equipment that they're taking up?
It's those tools that we've seen them. Mary mentioned before that they attach
Yeah.
like toolkits, and it could just be a bunch of rivets in a bag. You know what I mean? Because they are
Yeah.
bolts or whatever. Because when they get
Bag
it
of
up there,
bolts.
exactly, they're gonna need to bolt it all together. And I don't imagine you want to lug that stuff by hand up the elevator there.
Yeah.
So
just the mass as well, like the mass that you put in the elevator versus the crane can probably carry a little bit more than the elevator can, you know?
bags look like tiny little bags that are hung there, but then you
Yeah.
realize the size of the piece we're looking at, and those are extremely large
Yep.
equipment bags. So FAA added a new criteria to its short list of what makes you an astronaut. And the new criteria is you need to have demonstrated activities during flight that were essential to public safety or contributed to human space flight safety. So that is sort of, there's multiple different criteria that they use to judge if you
Huh.
are a commercial space astronaut under the Commercial Space Astronaut Wings program, which launched in 2004.
Yeah.
And so they can also as part of this change, they can bestow honorary commercial space astronaut wings to people. So I don't see really anywhere where the FAA has straight up said, you know, Jeff Bezos, you're not an astronaut. But I get why people are saying that.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people want that to be true. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like you were
Yeah.
saying, Chris, you throwing your hands up. But one way or the other, there's definitely a long way between hopping over the line and declaring victory and the years and years worth of training, or in the case of Inspiration 4, months and months worth of training that it takes to go to be in space any amount of time and do things that are useful while you're there. There's a huge difference between the two. So
I will say though, conversely, the folks on a Virgin Galactic flight, at least the pilot and co-pilot, are absolutely astronauts because hey, if you're an X-15 pilot and you're an astronaut and you hand fly Unity or
Yep.
Spaceship 2 into space, I'm sorry, you're an astronaut. That's just the way that goes.
If your definition is you need to be flying the spacecraft, they are more astronauts than the people on the International Space Station right now. Like if that's your definition, that's like an out there sort of comment, right? Clearly that's not true, but because they are actually by the stick pressing the button to light the engines and then flying the space plane into, well, space, I guess is the right way to say it. Anyways, tower's lifting.
Look at it go! It's going fast.
Is there a
Always-
secondary flag?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's gonna be like a Jolly
SpaceX.
Roger or
A
something.
Jolly Roger. Maybe it's a SpaceX flag. I don't know if I've
Yeah.
ever seen a
Might be.
black SpaceX flag.
Yeah, I'm real curious what that flag is. I guess we might get a look at it as they rotate everything into place.
That's a construction thing as well, isn't it? To put a flag on when topping out.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this
We
is
saw
this'll
that
be
with the mobile launcher for their SLS.
Yep. So this will be the top piece. You know, we already kind of thought it was the top piece given the lack of attach points up there, but with that flag on there, I think that's basically confirmed, right?
Yep. It's maybe still little equipment like the lightning tower or whatever, but we do not envision a huge, massive crane arm or anything like that on the top of the tower. We think that SpaceX has sort of pivoted towards this grabby arm system with these big pulleys. You can see the 2 big pulleys there just above the American flag. 3 big pulleys, actually. 2 on top, 1 on the bottom. And I don't know if there's some side by side, so maybe it's actually 6 pulleys.
Yeah,
but
there's one in the back too, I think.
Back in the middle. Yeah, you're right. They're a little bit harder to see, but you're absolutely right. So they've pivoted away from this, big crane, like the original renderings, remember, where this tower crane looking arm would go off and then Starship or the booster would land next to it, and then the tower crane would go over and grab the booster and put it back on the pad. And they've gone away from that design in favor of this, it seems like a trolley system sort of design, where there'll be almost like a train car that goes up and down the side of the tower on rails, lifted up and down by these massive winches that are at the bottom, the drawworks, and then the pulleys at the top changing the direction of the force, right?
Drawworks sounds so cool and official. Way to go.
That's why I said it, actually, because it sounded cool. It's like, damn, that guy knows what he's talking about. Drawworks? Trust me, I don't know what I'm talking about. But they've sort of pivoted away from that big crane design that we saw towards this sort of trolley system, catching arm, etc., etc. Ah, finally. The tower segment is about to clear. Hopper, we didn't have a great shot
Look at
of
that.
the tower segment because it was hidden behind Hopper from Danger Cam here. And now
Hopper's
it's
got
just
a new steampunk hat. They're just going to put it right on top of Starhopper. It'll have a lovely hat, and we'll call it a day.
Yep.
Hey, how about I run through some super chats real quick? We're way behind. Let's see. Jens, thank you for the new membership. Alan Prala, also thank you for the new membership. If I can get your names to show up here on screen. And Kevin Cohagen. I'm getting what is that? Total Recall vibes?
There you go.
Thank you for the memberships, you guys. The members, you really enable us to do what we do, and enable us to sort of come up with a roadmap, if you will, and do things like the 24/7 stream. And members are super awesome. So thank you to all of our members. Thank you to our new members today, and thank you to our existing members. Vlex, thank you for the Australian dollars there. They say coffee money, if I can read that emoji right. CJ Howell, thanks for the support. They say woohoo, live in the morning in all caps. I wish I was that enthusiastic right now. John Silva, thank you for the support. Things should be called Of Course I Still Love You because it gives the boosters a hug when it comes back. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
And hey, Jack, let me jump in real quick. I've got a little bit of a news about some of our cameras out there. The camera we're seeing right now, this is what we refer to as Danger Cam. And I want to tell everybody really quickly, Danger Cam will be going offline for a while. Like we said, we've always working with SpaceX, and SpaceX is going to be doing some construction around the ground, like literally on the ground where Danger Cam is. So they've asked us to temporarily retrieve it to make room for some construction. And I've seen questions like, oh, is this stacking goal attainable? Are they going to be able to do it? And we know that SpaceX has a huge influx of additional workers. We know that they're making all sorts of rapid preparations to try and get the booster and the ship out there. Hopefully we see the table roll out as well, and they have asked us to temporarily bring our Danger Cam back in. We're going to move it to a different position, but that is something we're working with SpaceX on, and later today we're actually going to be packing up this camera and moving it to a different spot. Like I said, working with SpaceX there. Not a surprise, not anybody running away with our camera or anything like that, but do expect that over the next couple days, Danger Cam will have a different view as we work with SpaceX so they can clear out and do some construction around the ground where Danger Cam is actually. Don't want to surprise anybody on that, but that is expected. We've got that scheduled later today, and we'll have yet another angle coming at you from the camera formerly known as Danger Cam. We'll have to call it Safer Cam or something like that. So.
Safety cam, you can.
Yeah,
cam.
safety cam. Yeah.
Cam.
I wanted to toss that in real quick because we had that view from Danger there, and that reminded me. We're going to see the rollout, and then after the rollout on our schedule, we do have the moving of Danger Cam to a new position to make way for SpaceX doing some construction right there where it's sitting.
Yeah, and it should be back, right? So no big deal.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go into a new home for a little bit. Danger Cam's getting a vacation. Let's put it that way.
It's the same thing.
It's been living the high stress life. It's gonna get a little bit of a break.
It's like, we're not kidding. Like, when we say we work with SpaceX, and massively appreciative for SpaceX working with us and giving us permission to put that camera there. When they say, hey, we need to do some construction there, no problem. We will get that camera to another spot. Continue to bring you really cool views, and it is a temporary move. When the construction is done, we hope to have an even cleaner sort of area to place it so that we can get right back in action. Not exactly sure how long that's going to take, but I do think that's a SpaceX flag.
Yeah.
It really looks like a SpaceX logo.
Looks like it.
Neat. Yeah, Mary confirming in our Discord that it is a SpaceX flag.
So again, y'all, if you're just joining us, you can see actively underway right now the lift of the 9th tower segment. It is the 8th lift, because the first tower segment was built in situ right there on the base. And this is the section number 9. Sort of odd, because section 8 was a sort of half section. It wasn't the full-size section like we've seen before. And this is almost like the topper. So between section 8 and this section, section 9, it's almost like 8, 8.5, 8A and 8B. Any way you slice it, this seems to be the last segment that will go, last major segment that will go up on the tower. You can see the flags hanging from it there, and that is an indication that they're sort of saying, hey, this is our last thing. This is the last big piece we need to put up on top.
What a cool shot. I love this shot so much.
Yeah, it really is.
Just the whole enchilada.
Yep. A lot of times it's tough, like during the day, we get some heat turbulence. It's a little bit tough if we try to zoom in too much. Definitely working on some mitigation for that. I've got plans. But when you get the wide shot like this and you see the entire site, you have to realize this camera is here because at some point that super heavy is going to be stacked next to that tower, Starship on top of it, almost the entire height of the tower, and you're going to have to zoom out to fit the whole thing. So that's why this camera is here. It's just such a fantastic angle.
It's from being a long shot to being practically a close-up.
Yep.
When a vehicle that big.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. Cool. So as this tower section lifts, let's answer some more questions. How about? Or you know what? We're still 30 minutes behind on Super Chats. Let me read through some more of these. How about?
Sounds good.
Harfurry, thank you for the support. They say, when Texas Booster watching merch, we need it. That's a good idea. We'll have to tell our store guy. Thank you for the support there. Vignesh, thank you for the support. They say, is the August 5th stacking goal that is rumored, to be clear, a rumored stacking goal for the 5th, achievable? I'd say it's plausible. It's achievable. I don't know that they will achieve it. There's a million things that could hit a snag and cause them to need to take longer. But yeah, I'd say it's, in general, probably achievable. Although they need to finish Ship 20 and Booster 4 first, kind of a big deal.
Or you can stack them, you know?
Yeah, and it's Wednesday, so... let's see, what is the 5th? Like a week from today? Yeah, a week from tomorrow. So
Wow.
in a week they would need to get the orbital launch table installed. They would need to finish the booster, finish the ship, transport them both to the launch site, and then stack them. So that's a lot to do in a week. Do I think they could do that in a week? Yes. Do I think they will do that in a week? I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah. And like I said, it looks like they're going for it, you know?
Certainly does. They're going to try and make that goal. If it's not the 5th, it'll be the 7th or the 8th, or you know what I mean? Just a matter of time. Jessica, thank you for the support there. They say, any truth to the internal rumors, or to the rumors of internal date of August 5th? Again, with the August 5th, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's truth or not to it. It is a rumor as far as I'm concerned, but I have heard similar, I will say. And, yeah, seems plausible. Thank you for the support there, Jessica. Ian.
I'll believe the August 5th date when it's August 5th and there's something rolling down the road. Like, or no. It has to be at the pad already.
It should already be there, yeah. It would need to have already been there by the 5th.
Right,
So
Chris? I said rolling down the road. Yeah. I think we still have Chris, right?
Yes, we do. Sorry, did you ask me a question?
Oh, no. We were just talking about the August 5th date, and I said, something rolling down the road. But before August 5th, they have to have the table, and they have to have the booster, 4, not 3, and they have to have the ship at the launch site to stack them. Like
again, it's just an Elon target, which is what they use, and that's if they achieve what he's asking for, say on August the 20th, That's after his date, but it's still amazing, and it will all go, wow, that's fast. So that's why he's not tweeted or anything like that. If he tweeted it August the 5th, and then it got to August the 6th, you'd get people, the usual suspects on Twitter going, oh, Elon, you said August the 5th. And it's like, so it's something where we know they've got a very push target. We know that's happening. We know there's a surge going on.
Yep.
We know that's happening. It's a lot to achieve there, and I think that anything we see in the next month or so, where we end up with an integrated Starship and Super Heavy stack, we can all go, way, because that'd be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that in the middle of the crane? Is that the sun reflecting off the crane structure? I think
yeah. I think that's the interior of the crane structure getting illuminated by sunlight. That's amazing.
Yeah. Because
Positively beautiful.
I'm not touching this camera, like I don't want to look over to the side, but the sun is up. If you look at the other angles, you can see there's shadows now. You see the sharper shadows, so the sun has actually gone above the horizon, and it has to be like the sun reflecting off some of those angles on the crane, I guess. That's going to be a cool time lapse.
Franken Crane is alive. Let's see.
I'm busy taking screenshots because these are amazing. I'm going to put them on Twitter.
Yeah, no kidding.
Cool, as long as we're not just running roughshod over you. And by we, I mean I. Ian Glennon, thank you for the 50 curly L's there. That's super awesome of you. They say you guys are amazing, but Mary is absolutely awesome out there at 6:30 a.m. We are in your debt. This is a little repayment. And afternoon to Chris B. Thank you so much, Ian. Very kind words and very true.
Afternoon, Ian.
Celadon Hair Extraordinaire, one of those names that pops up a lot with the New Zealand currency there. I would only be happy with them deorbiting the ISS if there was an immediate replacement. Yeah, that's fair. I wish Bigelow hadn't folded, and I hope Bigelow comes back, because expandable space station modules seems like just such a no-brainer. Rockwell Tory, thanks for the support. They say, love a lift in the morning, Godspeed 9. Thanks to Mary and the NSF team for the live broadcast and commentary. Thank you, Rockwell. Cool name. Christian Lilly, thanks for the support. One of the starships launching from the United Kingdom should bear the name Queen Mary. No disagreements here. Philip Whitehouse with the 5 curly L's says, the FAA says we can call anyone an astronaut, but automatically to be an astronaut, you need training plus flight plus your activities need to be needed for crew safety. So yeah, that makes sense. They can technically call anyone an astronaut, but to automatically be given the distinction, you need to fulfill those 3 categories. Let's see. And I don't know if that's retroactive or what. That's one thing I was not able to discern. RS, thank you for the support. They say, why is the tower leaning? It's not. It's just how lenses work.
Especially with such a massive structure. Like a massive structure in a lens, like sometimes you get a little bit of a bend there. And a lot of the cameras we use are really wide field of view so that they can see a lot. And when you have a super wide field of view like that, sometimes you get a little, what's the right terminology, Jack?
Like a fisheye.
Yeah,
sort
fisheye,
of distortion.
Artifact, aberration. There's some word I'm looking for there that I don't know what it is because I still need more coffee.
It's like barrel distortion or something. I don't know. I also need more coffee. Let's see. Ghost Rider says, wait, isn't Chris B supposed to be at work?
I am. I am. I'll tell you a funny story, by the way. I'm in Leeds in the office, and we've got studio, like little cupboard studios where you can do like voiceovers and things like that. And I've just borrowed one of those rooms, and I couldn't get Discord to work. So I was basically like, the scene out of Zoolander where they're just running around the computer, banging on it, hoping for the best. That was me for about 5 minutes, and luckily I'm in an office full of people who work on studios and stuff like that. So I said, help, and they got it working for me.
Nice.
Oh, jeez.
Michael, thanks for the new membership. Joseph, thanks for the new membership. Don't forget, if you guys want Discord access, that's Capcom level and above on the membership program. If you just want the chat emojis and the preview videos and all that other good stuff, it's Padrat and up. But thank you to all of our members, and we hope you enjoy the sweet perks that you have already and that we are working on adding to. Because, we're constantly trying to up our game here, so... Mike Smith, thanks for the $20. They say, if I fly in a plane, does it make me eligible for pilot wings? If I'm a passenger, that does not make me a pilot. The same is true for people who ride in cars and trains. All right, I mean that's...
Astronauts don't fly their spacecraft. I'm just going to keep tossing that out there. They don't fly their spacecraft.
That's a good thing to underscore, and a lot of people going back and forth on on the whole astronaut thing. I think we opened up worms there. Nimble Fox,
Yeah.
saying Wally Funk did become an astronaut. Um, thank you for the support there. And let's see, yeah, Chris Roberts talking about the Carmen line. So yeah, a little bit of a can of worms there, but thank you to everybody for all the support. David
Yeah.
asking
Remember, they both crossed the Kármán line. Remember, they both crossed the mathematical equation calculated Kármán line, which was originally 83.4, 84.3, one of those two. All the flights crossed that, so careful with the Kármán line there.
No one has any problem calling Bill Nelson ballast, and he went into orbit.
Yes, I love that. I honestly love that so much.
Moving right along.
Oh, sorry, Administrator Senator Bill Nelson. Sorry,
Yeah,
I got his title right. Oops, nearly.
Say both of those. It's important that you say both of those. Ballast is the best call sign or whatever for anyways. Let's see. David L asking, what do we think of the super high bay? I think it's cool. We should call it the wide bay. Yeah, the wide bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a name for it, though, because we've got the windbreak, the mid bay, the high bay, and now this second high bay, a higher bay.
Second
Michael Bay.
What about second high bay? The Hobbits.
Yeah. High bay 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, no.
I mean, wide bay might work because it's meant to be wider, isn't it? So, thick bay. Yeah, thick bay is the one that people keep springing up.
I think we've got to see it. We got to see a rendering. We've got to see what it's going to look like.
Yeah.
And then once we see it, we can then name it. You know.
Yeah.
I'm going for a wide bay though.
Who can tell me what moved?
Booster 4.
GSC.
Yep.
There's a GSC tank to the left side of the mid bay.
Yep, that's correct. So that's
Yep.
one. At least that might be the only thing rolling out. It might also be the. Well, it's definitely rolling out. I don't know if something else is going to join it. We were wondering if maybe the orbital launch table might be rolling out today. There's a road closure between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. CDT, but clearly that GSU tank is among the items being rolled to the pad today.
Yep. It's the shiny silver tank. The high bay's in the middle. The smaller building to the left-hand side of the high bay, that's the mid bay. You can see the 2 or 3 actually now white cryo shells or water tanks. I got to hedge my bets on those because I haven't looked at them closely. In the shiny silver tank between the white tanks, the yellow crane, and then the mid bay, that has moved. That's up near the exit of the build site over there. So that is potentially one thing that's moving out this morning. Hopefully we get a parade. We've seen them do parades before, like much to our surprise, where they move multiple things at the same time. So hopefully there is a parade of equipment moving out this morning, and we get a show here between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Central Time. That's when the road closure is scheduled, right, Michael?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I don't think
Good eye.
I don't think this stream will still be live. Maybe it will be, but Starbase Live, or 24/7 stream, will definitely have that rollout for you.
Yep. That's GSE 5, it looks like, right? Is that GSE 5? Okay.
Of course, they're not going to roll them out in sequence.
I just love the idea of a parade.
Yeah. Oh, I love the parades.
Yeah.
I love the parades.
With music and flags and balloons.
It's a rocket parade. Hooray.
It's carnival.
Yeah.
Space Day.
Elon should be walking down the front with like a baton or something like that.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Oh my
God. There's a launch
brilliant.
table and there's a Starship thing, and then there's a cryo shell, and he's just like walking down Highway 4, like marking time.
Oh, that'd be amazing. I'm sorry, I want that to happen now.
He sort of is out there marking time. I mean, things get kicked into overdrive when the boss shows up.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, to be fair to him, he does work hard. I mean, there's a lot of people in his position where they're CEOs of major companies, and he's got several. But he's always hands-on. He really does. He does get about, and he's always busy. I don't think he really takes many days off. He's got family. So, I mean, it's not easy. But the guy does work, so you got to credit him for it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that alone is probably a pretty good reason why, in a similar amount of time, SpaceX and Blue Origin have seemingly accomplished such a separate amount of things. Not to say that Blue Origin hasn't accomplished a lot. They have, but I mean, look, SpaceX is on track to launch 40-something orbital customer paying missions this year. Is landing Falcon 9s left and right, and
Yeah.
I think part of that is just the sheer drive from Elon and him being hands on and not taking no for an answer and not letting things go at a glacial pace and literally sleeping on the floor and getting things done. I think it shows with with where things are at right now. Let's see. Bum bum bum. Alex Marshall saying it's an insult to real astronauts to just buy a ticket and call yourself an astronaut. That's fair, Alex. Martin, again, with more comments about the whole astronaut, non-astronaut thing.
We went down a rabbit hole with that, didn't we?
Of course. That's okay. We're not scared of it.
General Urge, thank you for the support. They say to be called an astronaut equals 1 orbit around the Earth. I mean, that's a definition.
No, I mean, to be fair, it's not about the orbit. It was about the FAA thing was about the training, so it was just about that.
Mike Kells, thank you for the support. They say good morning from New Zealand. It is 11:55 p.m. Wednesday night, so it's technically the future there right now. Is what you're telling me you're from the future. Thanks for the support there, buddy. Mr. X asking about a rusty metal bar being temporary. Did we see a rusty bar somewhere?
Rusty metal bar?
I saw somebody else ask about that too. I didn't catch what they were talking about though. I'm sorry about
maybe
that.
Maybe the differently colored beams underneath it. I don't think I see anything temporary in the shot right now except the tool bags and that sort of stuff. But I don't
tool bags and flags.
Crazy rusty bar or anything like that.
Fedil, thank you for the new membership. Tyler Soden, thank you for the support. They're not going to have a flame diverter from Super Heavy. It's just going to blast the ground. It's going to make like rocket trinitite, basically.
I like it. Rocket trinitite.
Yes, but Starshipitite. I'm sorry. Gopal, thank you for the support. They say you guys are doing an amazing job broadcasting this story to the world. Also, is this the last section looks smaller than the others? Yes, it's the last section, as evidenced by the flag on there. There's going to be a lightning rod on top, but this is the last tower segment. Jack Moore, thanks for the support. They say, do you think we could see a SpaceX launch site in the UK? If so, how many years could it be? Thank you for the great content and early stream. I'm going to say 5 years, just because that stuff takes a long time. And they've been building what we're looking at right now. I remember they were putting in the foundation for this tower like a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
So, it takes time. And unfortunately, I would love to have the future be tomorrow, but it's going to take some years. But you never know. I could see them putting a launch site in the UK, even just an oil rig off the coast there, and doing point-to-point eventually. That's what we all want, right? A couple more, and then we'll go to your questions. Philip, thank you for the support. JD Powell, thank you for the support, asking, aren't NASA astronauts trained to fly the Dragon spacecraft manually in an emergency situation? Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Panda Man says Inspiration 4 will be doing experiments equals astronauts. And Marcine says, can you guys help me find a SpaceX-related name for a sailboat? SpaceX-related. I would say maybe go to the Culture series and look at some of the names in the Culture series, because that's what the drone ships are named after. Is ships in that Ian Banks is a writer of the Culture series, and I know the ships in that universe sort of all have personalities, right? And they all have different wacky names. So maybe that might be a good place to look. Otherwise, like Starboat. I mean, can't go wrong with Starboat.
Starboat. Look at the shot there this morning. Thanks, Michael. I was trying to get that in. The haze on the ground, like that low-hanging mist, sort of gives you the sense of distance between the camera and that tower. When you get a little mist on the ground like that, it makes whatever you're looking at look big. Or you can tell that it's big. It's not going to change the actual physical size of it. It's obvious that that's big because it's far away. It's got that atmosphere between you and it. That's just a crazy shot this morning. Look at that.
Absolutely crazy. And the cars in the foreground looking like little miniature Matchbox type deals are kind of a nice added touch too. And
just driving back and forth.
Just look at the booster. The booster is just like absolutely utterly massive, and it's dwarfed by the tower. and
Yeah.
the sun in the cloud in the upper left corner, and it's just
Oh yeah.
what a shot. Gotta love this camera angle. Good stuff.
Look at that. You made it to the end of the super chat queue.
Hey, Jerwa, thanks for the $5. Remember to point right, thumbs up. I don't get it.
Like
But
the video.
Oh, remember to like
Yeah.
the okay, wow. Okay. I was like right point up, right hand up point. Oh god.
Right hand up point. Nice.
Apparently I need more I need more coffee. Oh man. Okay, so let's answer some of your questions here. Thank you to everyone that super chatted. Thanks to all the new memberships.
This is crazy because it keeps the tower is so tall and Mary is so close to it. She keeps having to adjust the camera up and then up and up again. So what a problem to have that you're so close to such a huge structure that you're constantly moving the camera. Not a big deal there.
Yeah, I mean it's a challenging thing to capture, and if you want a close up, you're gonna have to be adjusting that shot repeatedly, especially when you're sitting right next to it. So that's how
Of
we
course
get
we
the
want the Of course we want the close-ups.
Yeah.
We have lots of wide shots, but you can't beat Mary's shot like almost from right underneath it there, just off literally across the road from the base.
I mean, we wouldn't know even probably if there was a second flag on there without that shot. So, very cool stuff. I mean, gotta love seeing all the bits and bobs and the details, like the little baskets they hang on it with who knows what in there. Snacks. It's snacks, really. Let's be real. It's snacks. Larry Brown asking when booster hop. I don't think we think the booster's gonna hop, so never. Sorry, bud. I wish that wasn't the case.
That one's not, at least. Booster 3 is definitely not. Booster 4 is supposed to be for the astronaut flight test.
Yep.
But I imagine we're going to see more boosters, and I wonder if we're not going to see a booster fly without a Starship on top. Not sure.
Doesn't seem like it, but gosh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Kimberly H asks, will there be a 10th tower section? No, don't think so. Let's see. CD saying, hi from the UK. Have you ever thought of posting a behind the scenes video? Jack's travels, robot building, setting up for a launch, etc. Would love to see something like that. That's not a bad idea. Add it to the list. Thanks, buddy. I know I would. We've talked about DOS doing the robot build videos. I would love to see that. I mean, if you want to see me driving around for 12 hours in my Land Rover, I don't know what's wrong with you, but maybe we'll put that up for members or something. Oh, man. But thanks. Saying, is there any Frankencrane merch? Some of those pics would be awesome. That'd be not a bad idea. Again, we'll have to tell our store guy. I do like Frankencrane. That's super cool. So here's something we were talking about yesterday. Jackson Pitwell asks, if Starship is supposed to lift 150 tons, would they load payloads before stacking on the boosters or after stacking on the boosters? And yesterday we were kind of thinking before, right?
I think so. That's what would make sense to me. You know, who knows what's happening in the mind of SpaceX, but it seems like putting the payload in the Starship while it's down near the ground and then lifting the Starship plus the payload up to integrate with the booster, that seems like a more reasonable thing than carrying the entire Starship up to the top and then trying to stack the payload into the Starship while it's on top of the booster. That's way up there.
Yep.
That would be my guess, though.
No, I would agree with that. Let's see. Stargazer Girl 79 asking, general question, if plans were put into effect to build an observatory and education center in that area, do you think it would go over well? Yes, I think that'd be a great idea. A lot of people and families especially are, you know, whenever I'm there, I see families roll up in their car, get out, take some photos, take some selfies, take a family photo, get back in the car, maybe go hang out at the beach, maybe not. But it's a popular destination for people of all ages. So, yeah, I think that would be a great idea. Do a little science outreach, maybe put in another sea turtle ink type facility for all the little sea turtles. That'd be awesome. Learn about space and sea creatures. Let's see. looking for some questions.
Yeah. I see that. I see that. What people are talking about with the rusty bars now, like the slightly, like it's a different color. I don't know that I'd call it a rusty bar. It's a slightly different color, and it's definitely not near the same level as the transport stands that they put it on. Those things they're like completely brown. Are they going to have to remove stuff like that after they put it into position? Like maybe this segment is not 100% stable whenever it doesn't have the bottom connected to it, like it's not stacked on something else. Maybe so. We'll have to see if they actually disconnect those. I do see what you're talking about. I just don't know. I don't know that I'd call it a rusty bar. It's like a slightly different color. Nowhere near the transport stand level of rust.
Hasn't been painted yet.
Yeah.
You know,
Or-
maybe they wanted to get it out there and stacked before they even finished painting it. But that's just me throwing water at the wall. Who knows?
Yeah. I think all these are, well, I don't know. Are they galvanized or what? I don't know if they're actually painted.
Oh yeah.
How they actually weatherproof? Because you know, painting, you start to get nicks and scratches and stuff like that. You're there on the beach, you start to get rust. We know that it's not stainless steel. Yeah.
Bare material. You would want to cover it in some kind of corrosion paint, like
Some
you know,
sort of
bridge.
corrosion control. Yeah. I don't even know if galvanized is like. Can you galvanize something this big? I don't know.
Oh, it'd be a big tub, I assume.
Yeah.
How do you? Yeah, you galvanize things in a tub? I don't know.
A
It's like
vat.
yeah, in my head it's like anodization or something, whereas you're gonna submerge it and have an electrode and something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Science happens. Let's see. Hayden asks, do you think Booster 4 and Ship 20 will be stacked by Frankencrane or by the launch tower? I say Frankencrane. What do you guys think?
Frankencrane for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Frankencrane. If they want to hit that early date, I think Frankencrane.
Concur.
Yep.
Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. Good question there from Hayden. AZDG asking, any news on the FAA's warning about the orbital launch tower? SpaceX built it at its own risk, but do they really run in danger to build it back? This is absurd, in my opinion. Anyone want to take that?
I mean, you mean that news that's like months old that just recently bubbled up to the top to get some clicks?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't think that there's really too much to report there. That letter has been sitting out there for months, so that's not anything new. I'm sure that SpaceX has run the math. I'm sure that they know what they're doing. I think that was just a you still got to follow the rules. You need to update your paperwork, SpaceX, and I'm sure they have it under control. Yep. I think that was a clickbait. Oh, you got some clicks. Everybody's talking about it, and I think it's sort of a nothing burger there.
Burger. Let's see, what else we got? Fireworking asking, where will the lifting arm attach to the tower? There's pulleys on the 9th segment, but there's no arm to swing around. Maybe that's something we'll see them add.
Well, yeah, that's the trolley sort of thing we were talking about. Like, look at the tower. You see the left-hand leg in Mary's shot there? You see how it's underneath the triangle pieces, like the platform already on the tower, and there's almost like a rail going down the side. And we've seen some speculation that rail may be part of something that goes up and down the side of the tower that mounts on those rails. So we know there's a bunch of big pieces sitting around that are painted various colors, and we're waiting to see if we can see something with a bunch of trolley wheels or something like that on it. But we think that, or we've seen some speculation that those are rails that are actually going to carry some sort of trolley up and down, and then the arms will be mounted on this trolley or this other moving piece. I don't know if trolley is really the right term, but it's the best one I can come up with to describe what that might look like.
So what I'm thinking is, you can't drive a modular transporter directly under where these pulleys are going to be hanging. You know, the ropes from the top of the tower are going to be hanging down because there's a launch mount in the way, right? So how do they get a ship or a booster from off to the side of the tower, hooked up and then lifted without some sort of swiveling or rotating arm? Or does that make sense?
Yeah, something that can reach out the side of the tower.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I'm super curious what's going to happen in that respect. I think that's kind of what what fireworking is asking here. There's no arm to swing around and grab something. So how is that all going to work? It's a good question. Maybe we'll see
Yep.
something. Maybe that's what the big black pipe structure or the big yellow tube structure, all those big things that they've started to assemble near the launch tower at the launch site. Maybe that's what one of those is some kind of rotatey type deal. That's a very scientific term, I know.
Rotatey deal, nice.
Yeah, rotatey type deal. Let's see. Courtney Thatcher asking, when are we going to see an orbital launch happen? Go, go, Starship. I'm going to say March 2022.
Like
What do you,
actual Starship in orbit.
yeah, what do you think?
Show me a Starship that has some solar panels on it, and then I'll begin to wonder when it's going to be in orbit. I don't know that you're going to have a Starship in orbit until it has more systems on board. Perhaps it's possible, like you just give it enough battery power that it doesn't need to go power positive, and it can make an orbit or two and then deorbit itself. But the super important thing about putting a Starship into orbit is being able to get the Starship back out of orbit in a controlled manner. If you're burning up like the Piers module or a little satellite or a Starlink or something small, you don't have to know exactly where that's going to come down because it's small. It's going to completely burn up, right? But something massive like a Starship, you cannot just roll the dice and let it come down wherever it's going to come down. You have to maintain control of it so that you can put that Starship down exactly where you want it to go. You don't want it to come down over New York or something like that. So I think a big limiting factor there is the ability to maintain control of a Starship for the period of time that it's in orbit. And is that just chuck enough batteries in it? Is that solar panels? Like, what's the deal there? I think that's the critical system that we would need to see. We need to keep that Starship under control the entire time. And that's probably why the first test is suborbital, right? Like,
Yep.
technically, it's going to get really close to orbit, but even if everything just hits the fan and they lose control of it, it's still on that suborbital trajectory so that it comes down off the coast of Hawaii in a controlled fashion. They know where it's going, not like, oops, it's actually going to land in Montana or something like that. You do not want something the size of a Starship coming down in any sort of unpredictable, uncontrolled manner. You got to put it down where you want it, and that means you got to stay in charge.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Sort of in the same vein, when Hubble comes back, they're going to really need to, I know sad topic, but they're going to really need to figure out deorbiting that thing in the right place, right? Because I can't imagine the big hunk of glass that is its primary mirror being the sort of thing you want to risk actually being able to hit anywhere on the ground, right? You're gonna want that to go over the Indian Ocean or something.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they try to deorbit it in a known place. I still have hopes that it will stay up long enough that someone can go service it or boost it or something like that.
That'd be amazing.
You know, replace
Yeah.
that computer. I know it's not really designed to do all that thing, but if you could put it in a shirt sleeve environment inside the chomper bay of a Starship and you can have astronauts up there fixing it, hey, why not?
Looks like Chris B had to head out. Thank you for joining us, Chris B. Sorry I didn't get to outro you before you had to go. But yeah, I agree with you, Das. I hope that would be really great to see it brought back or boosted or fixed. Any of those things would be really great. I mean, I keep thinking about the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico, and I'm just so sad that iconic piece of science observation equipment, got destroyed. And I would be super bummed if it happened to the Hubble too. It's just like, no, let it live, please. Let it live on. Let's see, do some super chats really quick. Mr. X talking about the rusty bars. Thank you for the support. Duke in green, thank you for the new membership. Ted S, thank you for the super chat there. Ghost Rider Ryan says it's now time to do an eagle look and jump into a pile of hay, AC style. I do not follow this. What is an eagle look? Let's see. Ted S, thanks for the support there. Dominic saying, do you think they will park Frankencrane out of the way or dismantle it while conducting an orbital launch? Good question. Probably just park it out of the way. Didn't they do that with with Tankzilla, the LR 1600/2. They like parked it
Yeah.
out of the way for one launch attempt. They ended up not launching, and then so they transported it back.
Yeah, I think they'll just get it out of the way.
Let's see. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Although, if I was the owner and operator of that crane, I'd probably be sweating. But you gotta imagine SpaceX is insured for stuff like that. And they also say when Orbital Launch Tower 2, after they build the first one. Art Hepler
Nice.
says, I realized, well, something about the pulleys on top or the cable motor at the base. Yeah, so there's that sort of shack at the bottom, the lifting shack, as I like to call it. What did you call it, Das? There's something way more official. The wind
Drawworks?
Drawworks. Yeah, that sounds.
Drawworks.
Yeah, way cooler. Yeah, good eye there, Bart. And Paul Yoles, thanks for the support. A little something to change Jack's Range Rover. It's a Land Rover, thank you. Not a Range Rover. I'm not fancy. Um, to a Cybertruck. I hope to someday get a Cybertruck. I would really can't wait. Everyone knows this. I'm very excited. I love my Land Rover. I love it. I do not love 13, 14 miles a gallon. So yeah, Cybertruck, please.
That's definitely tough.
It's not great. I do love it though. It's an absolute beast of a vehicle. I can drive over anything as long as it's not mud.
It looks like you're starting to rotate.
Excellent. Yeah, good eye, Michael. Sam Baston asking, any news on Phobos and Deimos construction? I think Phobos is almost a clean deck. Deimos seems to be mostly the same, sort of on hold. I'm not sure what's going on with Deimos. Phobos, progress is continuing though. Check out the NASA Spaceflight forums for occasional updates on Phobos from one of our forum members. I'm just going through and trying to pick out some questions. If you guys have anything that tickle your fancy, go for it. Let's see, what else we got?
Jack, I'm being quiet. I'm staring at the screen trying to figure out the difference between Mary's shot looking almost straight up and the beach angle. Like it's obviously moving towards the tower, but from the beach angle, it looks like it hasn't cleared the top of the tower yet.
It's wild. What's going on there?
I'm trying to figure out the difference between those two angles. I guess we're about to find out because look how close to the edge the one leg is, and is that going to go behind it?
Huh.
No, it's in front of it. See that?
So it is lower.
Yeah, it is still lower in that the bottom, it looks like the bottom. It's sort of the far leg on the left-hand side of the segment that they're lifting. That's actually in front of the part of the tower that's already installed, those triangle wing-shaped platforms that they've got there. So, okay, I was like, can they actually get it there yet? I mean, just look how close. There you go. That's the angle right there. You can really see it's just almost to the top, and they have not been able to clear the tower yet. Look, it is definitely getting closer, though. Look at that.
Really cool shot. I love Mars Cam.
Gosh, we should call it like sunrise filter cam or something.
Sepia Cam.
Sepia cam, nice.
Old timey. Like, oh brother, where art thou?
Yep. There's Danger. Yeah, I was about to say Danger's got an angle too. You can sort of see the difference there. The two pieces are so close together, though. Look at that.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's hard with all the angles we have. It's hard for us to find an angle that you can actually see a gap between them.
It almost looks, from this angle, it almost looks like the two pieces are touching, but I don't think you would want to do that. Is it slowly creeping higher? I think it is. Maybe I'm just insane. No, it looks about the same.
Yeah. There's a worker on the stairs there. You see the stairs?
Yep.
Somebody's up there guiding it in. Because he's on a platform near the back, what do I call it? The back leg of the tower. Just watching clearances and all that stuff, I think.
Stephen Cook says, please say an American hello to Henry. Thanks. Well,
Hello?
howdy, Henry. Welcome,
Howdy.
welcome
Yeehaw.
to, yeah, yeehaw, Tower Stream, horse whinny, whip crack. I don't know. Anthony Trant, 49.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I say after the top portion lands, a Wookiee whale is in order. I don't think any of us is going to be doing a Wookiee whale, but we're still super appreciative of your super generous super chat.
That's true.
I do not have a good Wookiee whale. I'm not even going to try. Yeah, there's people at the top of the tower waiting. Look at that guy. There's a guy on high-vis right there, just waiting. Casually at the top of a massive frickin' tower.
Still slow and steady. They're figuring out what they're doing, checking the clearances and stuff like that. But remember, a lot of the angles, they can sort of play with your vision, your perception of things, because it's a lens and it sort of flattens things out, especially when we start to zoom in. It compresses the distances between things. So they certainly are keeping an eye on things. Even for us, it's like, oh, it looks like it's almost touching. Certainly they're keeping an eye on that. They just have, that's why they have the human being up there at the top to watch it with old Mark I eyeballs instead of watching everything through a flat screen. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yep. 100%. I imagine as they lift it to this height, it's relatively steady state in that you're just sort of going up and down on the cable. Whereas once they're at this point, I think that jib extension is going to happen, if that's even what it's called. The second part of the boom there, after it bends, they're going to have to start manipulating that part of the crane in order to get it higher.
They're going to have to luff it.
There you go, thank you. And so maybe that takes, a little bit more care when you're doing something like that versus just lifting it up and down. Are you making up words again?
No, I mean, isn't that called a luffing jib? And I don't know that luff is a verb, but I think the important thing is that the top bit of the crane can move independently of the main boom a little bit. So I don't know if you say that you're luffing it because whenever you do that, but I know that it's a luffing jib.
It's a verb. To luff means to move the jib of a crane to vertically lift a load.
No kidding.
Luffing jib moves under power with a load into a working angle to lift a load.
There you go.
Luff the load on Cranes Today. Cranes Today magazine. Yeah, so they are currently luffing. I'm just gonna say it.
Look at the people standing up on those beams. You can actually see their safety harness tied off on the beam, but look at the people up there.
What a shot.
Oh, wow.
Super cool.
That's sort of in terms of the distance between the tower and the segment, that's sort of the best angle we've got right there. You can see that there still is a little bit of separation, but God, it looks like they're cutting it close.
Yeah, they sure are. I just imagine the people on those taglines you can see going all the way down to the ground. I mean, that much rope, if you ever flown a kite really high, that much rope, it gets affected by the wind. You're fighting against the wind pulling the rope and the tower, the tower piece's own inertia as well. So just imagine a team of folks on that rope just like, hold it steady! Don't let it touch the tower!
It's going up really slowly right now.
It is,
like
yeah.
if you watch, they're just being super careful. Imagine the control, this massive structure, this huge crane. It's got, I'm going to say hundreds of tons. It's got tons and tons of mass on it up at the top, or tons and tons of weight. And imagine the control to be able to move this up and down inches at a time. Yep. Left and right inches at a time, like that massive crane. It's not just brute force. It has to be finessed to get these huge structures into position. That's such an impressive piece of engineering.
Yeah, the amount of precision required, and yet the scale on which that precision is achieved is absolutely mind-boggling and super cool to see. I mean, it's like some modern Marvel stuff. I grew up watching modern Marvels on the History Channel, among other TV shows, and this is just totally one of those things where it's like I could see an entire episode being like, "This tower is the biggest tower ever built in a month," or what you know. I don't know. I can't do a good. I need more coffee to do a good impression, but you get it.
Nice.
This is absolutely one of those. This is an engineering marvel that we were watching just casually this morning and over again, and it's. I mean, the weights involved. This is seriously a dangerous. It's a dangerous lifting operation, and just we're just watching it casually occur like it's no big deal. It's pretty neat.
Yep.
It just goes to show the skill with which these crews are able to do their jobs.
They are not playing around, that's for sure. I mean, it's
Nah.
serious business. We can sit here and we have fun. We tell jokes and stuff like that, but the people on that tower and the people on that crane are not telling jokes. This is super serious, very, very dangerous business here, y'all. Make no mistake about that.
Indeed. I mean, that's a mark of doing your job well, right? Is when you make something really hard look easy. Somebody in chat says Jenga, which no, we don't want to. We scream Jenga when the tower falls, right? Don't scream Jenga.
Well, look, if somebody tries to take a segment out of the middle of this tower when it's assembled, that's a problem. Like, I hope that is not something that we see.
Elon just comes up and starts poking at various parts to find a loose beam that he can take out.
You tap it a little bit to see if
Yeah.
it...
Using another tower segment as like a tool, and then someone complains that's against the rules. You have to use your finger. All right, Jenga jokes all night, all morning. Let's see.
We're getting a little bit of grief here on the side because we were talking about how the work is no joke, and then we apparently equate it to Jenga. Again, we're here in the studio, not operating the crane, not in charge of any of this stuff, and they can't hear us right now. So,
I hope not. Crane
let's
crew, if you
see.
can hear us, honk an air horn 2 times.
Honk and air. Swing it back and forth a little bit if you can hear us. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Actually, safely and successfully stack it on top of the tower if you can hear us right now.
Bam, there you go.
Anyways, folks, if you're just joining us, you may wonder what's going on. That massive crane is putting the last segment, Section 9, up on top of the Orbital Launch Integration Tower. Is that what we're calling it, the Orbital Launch Integration Tower?
I mostly just call it launch tower for short,
Launch
but
Tower.
launch integration tower I think is a good, accurate term. I don't know that you need to say orbital launch integration. I think that's sort of a given. It's like saying www.nasaspaceflight.com. You can just say nasaspaceflight.com.
Just say NASASpaceflight. Nice.
Yeah.
Any way you slice it, you can see that a big tower segment is just about going to clear the edge. That crane has been crawling all over this morning, just trying to finesse that into position. And this will be the last segment. It's actually got flags hanging from it. You can see it in some of our different camera views here. Still from here, this fantastic sunrise happening in the background. This view we've got that's out over the Gulf of Mexico with the sun having risen. But they've been at it here for over an hour, trying to get the last segment stacked so that they can, well, get on with other work. Doesn't mean they're done. They've got a lot of work left to do to get this ready to actually support a full Starship Super Heavy stack.
Indeed. And we're getting to the point where that rollout is going to happen around in an hour or so, right? So.
Yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes. We have a road closure that's coming up, and we know that we've seen some of the a GSE tank actually roll out to seemingly near the exit. There you go. It's that shiny tank to the left of the mid-bay. High bay's in the middle, mid-bay's to the left just a little bit, and then you see the shiny tank right there next to it.
It's ready to go.
Yeah, that was not there earlier. That actually scooted on over. So we're thinking that may be one of multiple pieces in a parade, hopefully. I do hope that we see some other pieces go out, and I hope that one of those pieces is the launch table.
That would be great. Look at this. I just love the shot from Mary here of the guy just standing on that little thin-looking beam waiting for this massive piece to be lowered on top of him. It's absolutely wild stuff. I'm gonna add some questions to the queue here.
All right, while you do that, I'll run some more super chats, y'all. We're able to do this because y'all support. You show up, you do the super chats, you like the stream, even if, you know, not financially or anything. You're retweeting stuff we're doing, you're participating in chat, however you participate, however you're a part of the community here that is apparently a crane watching community these days. We really appreciate y'all hanging out with us here. Let's go with Ronnie. With the question, are the tower builders going to fill the legs with concrete later? We know some conflicting information on that. We know that the inside of some of the legs seem to have little concrete reinforcement studs, and we know that it's possible to pump concrete this high. Are they actually going to pump concrete into those legs that are hollow? You can see right there that they're actually open, but I haven't seen any official confirmation that that is going to happen. I wonder if what we see isn't going to be sort of lifting it up from other filling it up from other angles. Like, do you have to put a hose all the way to the top, or are there service ports in the legs of the tower where you can start low and then go to the next one and go to the next one? I don't even know. I don't know that there's any confirmation that they are going to plan to fill that or need to fill that with concrete, but I am aware that they have those studs in there. We'll have to see. We'll see what the plan for SpaceX is. That's part of the charm of watching this, I think. You never know what SpaceX is going to do. We've got Stephen Cook saying, my son and I are building a Lego launch site. That is fantastic. That's one of the memories I have as a kid. I used to have so many Legos, and I'm putting the S on the end of it, don't at me. And I built rocket launch towers, and I built cities and transport to move the rocket around. Like, I had this, I think it's still under a bed somewhere, all the base plates and stuff. So Stephen Cook, that is a fantastic thing to be sharing. Y'all have fun with it. And if you're on Twitter or something like that, maybe post up a picture of your work afterwards. Tag us at NASASpaceflight. I'd love to see it if that's something you're cool with. Let's see here. Bart Hepler says, where the cables come up from the cable motor. So we know the drawworks is down at the bottom and actually off to one side. And it's a complicated system of pulleys, I think. I don't know that we've even seen all of the pulleys yet, but you can reroute the force of that massive winch, the big drawworks, by using pulleys to change directions. And I imagine it's going to be pulleys coming off the side over to the center or one edge of the tower, then up the length of the tower, then back over again through another pulley, then down again. I think it's all pulleys all the way down. Let's see here. Dan Iwanski, if SpaceX asked you to go on top of the orbital launch tower like the workers, would you? Absolutely. Can I bring a live stream camera? I think I'd have really good signal up there, and without hesitation, I would go to Boca Chica, not tell my wife that I'm going to be crawling on the tower, because otherwise she would not let me get on the plane to go to Boca Chica. I would not have a ride to the airport if I told her that I was going to go on top of the tower, but they're up on the tower. They are safe. They know how to be safe doing so, tying off, making sure there's all sorts of safety harnesses and stuff like that. I would go up there in a heartbeat. I've been up on top of a launch tower before. United Launch Alliance actually let us tour Pad 37 when the Parker Solar Probe was stacked on the tower. They let us actually go up on structure, and I've got some really cool video on my YouTube channel, K-Space Academy, of that tour of the tower while the Parker Solar Probe was in the building, like there at Pad 37 down at the Cape. So absolutely, positively, I would go and I would live stream it. We would have a live NASA spaceflight stream of me or whoever up on top of the tower. Sign me the heck up. Just don't tell my wife.
I always wanted to climb something like that. Be at the top of an extremely tall, like, antenna tower or something, and sort of just feel it sway in the wind and not panic. Try not to panic.
Yeah, I would do it. I would absolutely do it. I used to do rappelling and rock climbing, not really mountain climbing, but more rappelling. And I actually went through some training for like high ropes rescue.
Oh, nice.
Long ago. Not like actual certification stuff, but sort of an example training with the scouts. And I love it. That's absolutely fantastic. I have a box downstairs that has climbing gear that hasn't been used in the longest time. So I would absolutely positively love to go up there.
Yeah, that'd be such a hoot. Even just the high bay would be awesome.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey, high bay cam, bar cam, sign me up. Let me know if I need to go out on the ledge and install a robot camera. I will do it without hesitation. Absolutely, positively.
So cool.
Paul Tompkins saying some curly L's here. Safety harness tie-offs are universally called cowtails. Nice. We're in your cowtail, I guess. And the rusty beams support sag from above to avoid the pointers kicking out temporary parts. I see what you're talking about, especially in the back now. You can see that sort of skinnier horizontal part, and that looks like it goes down to one of the triangular bits at the bottom of the base. So, anyways, thank you for the support there, Paul. We appreciate you. We've also got Ticonderoga, says some cash for you guys, supporting also Elon's Lift Army of Voltron. Nice. Apparently, this is forming the head. Wow. Crickets. Tough crowd. I guess chat can't actually laugh because there's a little bit of a delay. But anyways, appreciate you there, Ticonderoga. Rockwell Tory as well. Let's see. Maybe a question for Mary. Is the Prancing Pony restaurant open to the public? Highway 4 could use public facilities. There are no public facilities out there, Rockwell Tory. Until NASA Spaceflight opens the Flip and Burn. Working on it. Like, working on it.
That would be amazing.
There's not like a... Go ahead, Jack.
I know we joke, but that would honestly be amazing because, like you said, there are no public facilities out there. If you need a drink, if you need some gasoline, if you need a snack, you got to go all the way back into Brownsville.
Yep. Absolutely.
And
So, go ahead.
the rotation has started this time to rotate it fully over the launch tower.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So the tower segment has cleared the top of the tower. You can see the worker up there standing by to help guide this thing in, but they're getting closer to actually capping off this massive tower they've been working on for months.
Herb Richter asking if that's an American flag flying on the bottom. Yes, it is. That's, I think, a common practice when they are topping out a structure is they fly a flag on the top piece.
Yeah, they've got the American flag. They've got a SpaceX flag hanging next to it. The darker flag there has a SpaceX logo on it. We could see that one earlier. I mean, I can't get over this. This segment that they're lifting up is the size of my house almost. Like comparing the scale of the worker to the scale of that segment.
Yeah.
It's just they're basically just lifting a house and putting on top of this massive tower.
Yeah, I'm trying to scale those equipment bags that we see hanging there, and they're just massive. Super cool to see the launch tower get its final piece. Its big metal hat. Hashtag big metal hat.
Big metal hat, nice.
Let's see. Questions from our viewers. Retro Man asking if Booster 3 is going to do an 150-meter hop. No, we do not think Booster 3 is going to do a hop. I wish it was, but it does not seem like it's going to.
Yeah, look at
Nick
that.
T saying the taglines are attached to telehandlers. Okay, that makes way more sense than a group of people on each line or something. Yeah, that makes way more sense. How high is the tower now with this ninth section? Do we know?
Oh, why you have to ask me that?
Because someone asked me it in chat here.
Well,
Good
I don't.
question.
Like exactly how tall is it at the end of this segment? We know that there's supposed to be some like the what was it? The FAA or whichever assessment included some other pieces. So exactly how tall is it with this segment? I can't tell you exactly how tall. It's got to be nearing its final form, but it'll probably be a meter off. It's 140. What is the total height of it supposed to be?
469 feet with a 10-foot lightning rod. So I'm not sure if it's 479 feet or if
Exactly.
the 469 feet includes the lightning rod.
Yeah, the way it was worded, it wasn't exactly clear.
That makes sense. I bet it's 469 for the structure, and the lightning rod is an additional 10
That
feet.
would make the most sense to me.
I think that's
based on that
typically
wording.
how that goes, right? There's
Yeah.
like the height of the structure, then there's like the vanity height. When like you build a skyscraper and you want to beat the other skyscraper being built, and you just throw a really tall spire on top.
469 feet tall is probably pretty close to how tall the structure will be. once this section is attached.
Yep. That's crazy. That's utterly massive. See a lot of people in chat saying the launch table is moving. You better believe when we get a camera on it, we will put a camera on it whenever we get a camera with a view of it going by. But yes, we know. We are well aware. Thank you
That's
for
what we were
letting us
saying.
know.
The beginning of the stream, that road closure doesn't start for another hour. We know. They're just staging this stuff. This is a normal thing for them to do. This is exciting because it shows us that they are, in fact, rolling out a parade this morning, staging one thing, that GSE tank at the entrance to the high base site, and the other one over at the assembly site, that launch table. We are well aware, and remember, it's going to drive right past all of our cameras. Right now, topping the tower is the big news, and later when that road closure starts, an hour from now, this is all normal process. I know everybody's excited about it, but we are absolutely going to have views of that rolling right past us. And like we said, going to get a parade this morning, multiple pieces looking like they're being staged. But remember, road closure, another hour, 9 a.m. Central Daylight Time is when that closure happens, and it's currently 7:58.
Yeah, it was staged. It is not currently moving.
Yes, I do. People keep saying, "Oh my gosh, it's rolling, it's rolling." It's not rolling. It's being staged at the entrance so that as soon as the road closes, they can get it moving. But we're still an hour away from that. Believe us, we're on top of it.
Yep. Chuck in chat says this would make one heck of a cell phone tower. And I lost their name. Darn it! Where did that go? Somebody said this would make one heck of a, or this tower is a base jumper's dream. Which, imagine if SpaceX was just like, hey, base jumpers, come out every other Tuesday. And we'll have base jump Sunday or Tuesday. Oh my God, I can't talk. That would be wild, right? I mean, it does seem like a pretty perfect structure for it, but I guess you don't want splattered base jumper on your GSE farm. Anyways.
NASASpaceflight not responsible for you being dumb.
Yeah. Hey, I would base jump, but that's neither here nor there.
Not off this tower, please, Jack. Not off this tower.
Okay, yes, I would not. Yes, okay. Let's see. Justin asking any further ideas as to what the black pipe structures we've seen delivered are or will be. I have no idea. It's got to be some kind of fueling arm, or maybe the catch arms, or maybe part of the lifting apparatus. I wish I knew, but I do not know, and I wouldn't really just guessing here.
I know there's lots of speculation on it. The way we work, we want to get a little bit closer to an actual answer before we say, oh, yes, it's this. Like, we'll get a little bit more evidence before we just start making wild claims. Tons of people are going to make claims, right? Tons of people say, I have a brother whose sister's uncle works at SpaceX and welded the third pin down from the left-hand side, and they said that it's supposed to be a... And there's all sorts of unofficial information. And you know something? Some of them's going to turn out to be right. There's so many guesses out there. I guarantee you one of them is going to be right. But before we try to officially report it as, yes, it's been confirmed that it's going to be a whatever, we're going to be a little bit more responsible with our reporting there. Fun to guess. It's definitely fun to guess, but we'll wait till we get some evidence as to exactly what it's going to be.
Indeed.
I know. What a downer. Oh, geez, DOS, really? You need evidence? Just guess for us. Just tell us. You know what it is. Like, come on.
I mean, there was a time where people thought the orbital launch mount was a water tower.
Oh,
so,
yes. Water tower gate.
We try to avoid such things.
Yeah.
Johan asking, fueling the Starship went to the booster, so no need for a fueling arm, right? You'd think so, but there is a... We've seen quick disconnects on the side, on the leeward side of Ship 20. So it does seem like at least the ship part of it will have a fueling arm, and maybe it's possible to fuel it from the bottom, but probably maybe faster to have a fueling arm, or maybe it's like a stabilization type deal, and hey, if you're going to have an arm to stabilize it, might as well fuel through it as well. I don't know. Maybe they won't have a fueling arm. Maybe I'm just completely wrong here, and I'm pulling a mistake on my own part. But, that's our current understanding, at least mine. I think maybe that yellow structure is a fueling thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just a thing to hold it, like a beanie cap on Space Shuttle. But the yellow structure and the black structure, we'll just have to wait and see what those end up being.
I know we saw the big what seems to be a quick disconnect panel, like a GSE disconnect panel on the side of the Starship. Were any of the holes actually big enough to pump any significant amount of fuel through?
That is a good question.
That's my one question on people citing that. I mean, I know that there's a big panel there that looks like it's for that. I don't know if it's. I need to measure it. I need to go back and actually look at it. I need like a person standing next to it and compare that to the size of the GSE lines that have come through the bottom of pad A and B, and say, could you really actually fuel a Starship in any significant manner through those tiny holes? You know what I mean?
I mean, the
Or
holes
I don't know that they're tiny. I'm just saying,
pipes on
are
the
they big enough?
booster, though, are not that big.
Yeah.
The GSC connections on the booster that we had a pretty good view of on pad A for booster 3 are pretty small. So I think the holes on ship 20 were probably big enough to be the quick disconnect panel.
The fuel and oxidizer. That was the one question I had, like comparing it size-wise to actually be able to pump any sort of volume of fuel through there.
It will be interesting to see how long it takes to fully fuel a super heavy booster with a Starship on top. That will be interesting.
Yep.
But the tower has been holding in this position for quite a while. I believe the furthest leg from Mary's camera right now, if we look from this angle or the other angle, is over the tower slightly, perhaps. You can see it maybe better from Mars cam.
It really does look like one edge is over. I mean, from all the different angles, like comparing Beach and Mars and Mary's angle, it really does look like they've got it over the edge now.
Sure does. It looks like it's creeping ever so slightly and slowly into place. Tower has cleared the tower. It's never going to get old. I guess this is our last opportunity to say that joke. Ian asking, any idea where the second launch tower will be? There are plans that I think were part of the environmental assessment or some FAA documents.
There was
engineers, I think.
Yeah, Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's the site plan.
It's basically just further south, right?
Yeah.
Same lot, further south.
Yeah, offset a little bit.
It's very easy to put a second launch complex in, or a second launch pad into plans. It's good to do that, so you don't have to go through all the paperwork again. When you're filing plans for one launch pad, it's easy to just include a second pad, but actually spending the money and the resources to build it is a whole nother ordeal. So will SpaceX actually build the second pad is to be confirmed, but we know they are at least thinking about it.
I wonder if they have enough room to do it as is, or if they would have to like do a whole bunch more soil surcharging or whatever, because that takes years. It takes years to have all that soil just sit there and the weight of it do the job of compressing the Earth.
I don't think you have the soil surcharge if you just build the launch table in the swamp like they did with the current. I mean, basically what they did with the current launch table is they just bored holes all the way to bedrock and filled them with concrete. So I think that kind of gets around the surcharging problem.
That makes sense. Good question there from Ian. Different Ian saying, unless the booster fuel tanks are rated for over 10 bar, you cannot fuel a Starship through the booster tanks. It's basic physics, hydraulic head pressure. I guess that makes sense, right? I don't know if that's true or not, but it makes sense.
You have to talk to Elon about that one.
Well, not through the booster tanks though. You would have pipes running up the booster.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can get propellant up pipes that are inside the tower to that level, by definition, physically you have to be able to get propellant up through pipes that would be inside of the booster, right? You can't tell me, oh, it's impossible to pump propellant that high. Like, wait, what? Because it's got to either go up the tower or it's got to go up the booster. So I have a feeling that SpaceX has done the math on that one. And there's all sorts of other things, like boosters and stuff like that. How does that work with cryogenics, et cetera, et cetera? It doesn't have to. It's not like they fill up the fuel tanks and then there's a hole in the top of the fuel tanks and it continues to go into the Starship from a hole in the top of the tanks. I don't believe that that's how they were talking about doing it.
No.
Yeah. Anyways.
Let's see.
I'm really interested to see this when we speed it up, like the time lapse. Like, are they crawling the crane right now? Are they
Trying to do some scrubbing around and trying to see what
Yeah.
exactly is going on. I have not really been able to discern much. But yeah, this one will look extra interesting in time lapse.
Yep.
It looks like it's kind of been sitting in the same position for at least a few minutes.
Yeah, that's just at this rate, we may be live when the road closes, and then we'll just continue on to watch the parade come out. Originally, we thought, oh, they're going to get that thing stacked, and then we'll just go on, but it may be that we just stay live the entire time, it looks like. We will see. Grab a couple more. Been doing some questions there. Let's grab some super chats as well. A lot of people talking about the crane swinging out. Remember, some of the original renders had this crane that would actually pivot all the way around on top of the tower. We haven't seen that sort of structure. I don't really think we see the supports for a structure like that in this shot either. You don't see like a big massive pin or pillar or something like that at the top of this tower. That I can really identify here. So are they going to have a big crane on top or anything? Valens and Jay Fwisting, I think. I see your questions there. I think we will see exactly how they're going to use that lifting arm and trolley and stuff like that to grab a booster in a Starship that is near the tower, like in a staging area or something. James Powers, we got that one. Dad wants to know how tall the tower is. It's supposed to be 469 feet, and it's going to be really close to that when they get this segment here. So thank you for the support there. Chris K, the tower is not complete without the lightning rod. Of course, the tower still needs all the bells and whistles. Yep, there's definitely going to be a lot more work. This is the primary structure of the tower, but there's still all sorts of wiring and cables are going to have to be run. It's going to be really interesting to see how they run those cables up through the pulleys and stuff, because cables weigh a lot. Going to have to lift those with the crane, I would think. But we appreciate the support there, Chris K. Thank you so much. We've got Michael Tens saying, without rebar filling the columns with concrete, we just add weight, rather pointless. Again, we're going to see exactly what the plan is on that. Are they going to fill it with concrete? Are they not? What are the internal studs for? Are they just for show? You wouldn't think that they put something on there just for show. So we'll see what the fate of the concrete is. Michael Malley, thank you for the support as well. Douglas Richardson says, love and support you guys. Thank you so much for that one. We appreciate the support. We've got Ryan Croft as well. Ryan, thanks for stopping through. Ron Morris asking the same question. I don't get it. How are they going to lift stuff, rotate it, and then lower them into the launch deck with no crane at the top? We're going to have to see exactly what they put on the top of that trolley or track system or whatever it is. Is it an arm that can actually swing to one side and pick up something that's right next to the tower and then swing back over? There is definitely a lot of structure that's being put together, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out. Ryan Croft, could they design the base of the tower to rotate similar to cranes, slewing platform? I don't believe that they've designed the base of this tower to rotate in any way. Jack, we haven't seen anything.
Imagine the kind of bearing that would need to exist for that kind of weight, and then the kind of what I don't even know what sort of stresses it would be appropriately, like shearing or torsion, or I don't even know what to call that, but like you'd need some kind of massive counterweight. Like it would be a lot. So yeah, no, I don't think the tower is meant to rotate.
Well, you know it's moving again.
Yep,
there it goes. You know they have the big massive mining equipment. That's the huge thing that stays in the middle, and it's got the big digger. Yeah. So we've got bearings like that. I mean, it turns out to be like a train track or something like that more than than a bearing, but we've got technology like that. Certainly it could be engineered, but we haven't seen any equipment like that at the base of the tower before they started building it. Did they put it underground and we just didn't see it? I don't know, but I don't think that we've seen anything that would be a clue that that entire tower could actually rotate. Let's see here. How will they install the lightning tower if the crane is nearly maxed out? Will they have to extend the crane or assemble it on the tower? I think the crane could still have a little bit if it's not as wide. So a lightning tower may be like a stick sort of structure that just goes straight up and down. And you don't have this wide base that is really, really, really approaching the jib of the crane there. You can see the right-hand side is really close. A tower, like a lightning tower would just be a little stick that goes on top. And so you have a little bit more room. Also, on the crane, they have the lightweight system. Wow, I just blanked on the name of it. What is the block, I guess? There's the big heavy-duty block that the tower segment's on right now, and there's a lightweight block that they can use for flying smaller objects, and that actually looks like it can be drawn up a little bit tighter, higher than the other one. You can see it in that shot as well. So I think they've got room between the footprint, just the width of whatever they're lifting up, and the fact that they may not have to use the main boom for it. Maybe it's light enough to attach to the smaller crane there, I guess, the smaller block. Certainly they've thought it through. I don't know that we'll see them take the entire crane apart and then make it even taller just to lift the lightning rod up there. I think they've probably got a plan for that.
I wonder if it's the kind of thing where they can assemble it in pieces. I don't know. It's like, you know, cart up a piece in the elevator, stick it up there, use the crane to stabilize it or lift it into the right place. So maybe you don't have to, you know, the crane can kind of be stationary and vertical directly above the lift, and maybe that might eliminate some issues. You know, you don't have to ever lift it up higher than the tower. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
I think if the crane can put a little piece on the very top of the lightning rod, the crane can put the lightning rod on top of the tower. You know what I mean? Like, the crane, if it's going to be used to lift the piece up, has to be X height.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have a feeling that I have a feeling they're going to be able to fly it up there without a problem.
Yeah, I think they'll probably. I mean, it's only a 10-foot lightning rod, so they'll probably just plop the lightning rod on top horizontal, and then maybe the crews can just lift it vertical on top of the tower.
Yeah, that would make sense too. Something like
there's definitely a lot more than 10 feet between the smaller block and the top of the tower right now. Like, you could easily put a 10-foot lightning rod on that smaller block.
True.
We need, like, we'll start placing wagers on this. Like, how are they going to get the lightning rod on top? I'm almost positive that they're going to use the smaller block there to just lift the tower up.
And like TJB in chat says, I hope the lightning rod looks like a mini Starship stack.
A mini Starship.
That would be appropriate, right?
Yep. And look at this. You can really see it moving there. Just over to one side. They really have to watch the clearance between the jib of the crane and the back of the load there. So that you don't want those things two things to impact. You don't want them to bounce off of each other. So I imagine they are watching that like a hawk. That's why they're taking this very slowly, because they're near the limit of the crane, and they need to keep that clearance. They don't want to get that so close. And then watch. Once it swings past, you're going to be like, oh, there's like 10 feet of clearance between that. It's not close. But right now it does look like it's really close. Not just the tower leg itself, but also the load spreader up at the top. That may be the closest point. But slow and steady wins the race here, stacking the tower up.
I'm just checking a thing here.
The flag's not going to make it past. Is the flag like going to drag across the beam?
It's a metaphor.
Because the flag is going to hang down the little hole in the tower segment below it, the two winged, the triangular platforms. Isn't the flag going to hang down in that hole?
It should, yeah. That would be where that bottom winch kind of sticks down, right? Or sorry, pulley.
Yeah, the pulley there, yeah.
I don't know why I called it a winch.
You know, it looks, winches have pulleys on them, I think, don't they? Yeah, they'd have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a motor with a pulley on it is a winch. That's how you make a winch. It's like the tool chain.
Now I want to watch a Smarter Everyday video on winches.
On winches, yeah. How do block and tackles work?
Cool, so they're getting close to being able to lower this thing down into place. Look how close it is. Hooray. And
Just
not a moment to spare. 8:16, that road closure's coming up. They're going to be moving some heavy stuff over to the launch site here shortly. So everything is moving along like clockwork if they're really trying to get a booster and ship stacked here in the next 7 to number of days.
This is a great angle as well. This I think is coming over from Danger Cam, if I'm not mistaken. And from the other angle, it looks like one of the legs is really close to the tower, right? The crane. And in this angle, you can see that the crane is actually going up the flat side of the tower, so there's more clearance than it looks like from that other angle. It looked like that leg was just barely clearing, but that's the combination of the telephoto compression and the angle that we're looking at. Here you can really see that that crane goes up between the flat side there, so it's more clearance than we think there is from some of those other angles. Still, they're definitely just right at the limit of what the crane in its current configuration can do.
Yeah, it's quite extreme to see this thing working right on the edge of the envelope there.
Yep.
Wow. That's sort of our first look at a complete orbital launch tower and what that's going to look like. At least complete in height. Not in accoutrements and all the associated doodads they're going to fit it out with, but...
Missing the LEDs.
Again with the LEDs. I'm
You know
mad
they
I
can be
wasn't
turned
on the
on and off,
stream
right?
where you guys got super... I know you went down... I need to listen to that one. I know you guys went down an LED... load-bearing LED light rabbit hole of some kind, but...
No. So the first idea that I had was, you know, they've got those big LED strips that they have on the horizontal walls, right? And the idea was to put them up the beams of the tower, so it was like 4 tall things that sort of wireframe the tower. And then while we were talking about the LEDs, we came up with the idea of LEDs on panels on the side that identify the fueling levels during fueling operations. So
okay,
imagine the tower is a massive progress bar that shows the level of fuel in the booster in the Starship. And that's sort of where we left it. There were some jokes about Turtle Las Vegas or whatever, but we were like sort of what I was looking at was the LEDs either on the columns or on panels on the side indicating the fueling level during fueling operations. That's what I wanted to see.
I'm into that. It's like those... I think I said this before. It's like those batteries where you press on the side of the batteries to see the charge level.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So I completely read you on being a bright bit of light pollution. I would be fine if it had the safety lights and stuff, but it wasn't like a big, massive Las Vegas skyscraper or anything like that most of the time. But when there's a Starship there and they're going for launch, I'd love to see a countdown on the tower. Like, you know the little, what is it, the multifunction display at the Cape? They replaced the old countdown clock? And wouldn't it be so SpaceX, or I guess, wouldn't it be so Elon, for Elon to say, hey, that's a nice little multifunction display you've got at Kennedy there, NASA. Here's our tower that shows the entire fueling level and countdown clock and information about the rocket, and it's 469 feet tall.
Yeah, just do like projection mapping on the entire tower so you can turn the entire thing into a screen.
Oh, jeez. That's sort of the idea, but I completely read you. Like, I wouldn't want that tower flashing 24/7, just sort of disgruntling. Like, I can see the sea turtles out on the shore, like trying to shield their eyes with their little flipper, and they can't find a mate or a place to nest because the tower is just too bright. I completely read you on that. Don't want that to be the case.
Yep. Look at this though. We're getting there. Almost. I mean, it's lined up. It doesn't need to be rotated or anything. It is ready to go. It just be rotated slightly into place. And I say that knowing full well that there's a crane operator with his hand on, or his or her hand on the stick right now. Like, maybe not sweating because it's their job and they're used to doing such things, but certainly paying full attention to the task at hand.
Yeah. They've got a little bit more rotation to go there. I don't know if the crane's going to have to crawl any. This is interesting because on the previous lifts, didn't we see the crane crawl to the tower into position, but here it's more of a rotate the tower. Am I crazy on that? I thought previously we saw the segment go up to lifted height, and then the crane crawl forward to put it into position.
Yeah.
And this was up to lifted height, and then the crane rotated it into position.
On
Yeah,
previous
interesting.
lifts, it's gone straight up behind the back of the tower from this angle. So danger cam was actually not a great view because the tower segment being lifted was directly in front of the existing tower, so kind of camouflaged. But today, they lifted it off of the left-hand side from danger cam's perspective, and as a result, they have to turn the crane to rotate it over.
Yep. So that may be why this is a little bit more complicated here than not just crawling the crane forward, but actually rotating this entire thing, watching all the clearances. I don't know if it's true, but it looks like that human. You can see the person, and it almost looks like they're waving, like they're giving hand signals or something like that. I don't know if maybe they're just fanning themselves because it's hot, but I see the person's hand sort of moving in a controlled fashion. I don't know. Of course, as soon as I start talking about it, they stopped. Watch, they were just a little bit warm up there, and they were fanning themselves with a tower, how to operate cranes brochure or something, and they're just trying to cool off a little bit.
Cranes and you.
Yeah,
A
cranes
guide.
and you. Load lifting for dummies. Like, I don't think the guy on top of that tower, the person on top of that tower has a Cranes for Dummies manual in his hand right now.
To luff your jib.
Cranes and you.
It's like a guy like shrugging with a question mark over his head, over his hard hat, and like there's a crane in the background.
Let's grab Jack. Could you grab a couple more super chats there?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to do that. Ross McNutt, thank you for the support there. They say, would NASA Spaceflight consider branding a Starship launch cruise, organize a cruise ship in Brownsville for 5,000? Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hotel and cruise for watching launch and recovery, buses for tours of Starbase. I don't think that is, I don't want to immediately shoot down your idea, but I just don't, we have so much on all of our plates, and organizing a massive undertaking like that would be quite a lot, but that sounds fun. I mean, we'll certainly see things like that as the whole entire launch site gets built out, and if they start actually launching on a regular basis, you better believe that's going to become a destination for people who want to go and watch big rockets take off. I mean, people love going to Kennedy Space Center, and there's all manner of tours of Kennedy. So I don't never say never, but I don't think that's really on our radar though, right?
Guarantee you, I don't know that a cruise ship, like a full-on cruise ship, is going to happen. I guarantee you, people are going to be out there trying to make some profit offering tours of Starbase.
Yep.
Like renting a tour bus, and everybody meets in Brownsville, and then we get on the tour bus, and now we're driving up historic Highway 4, the home of the, you know what I mean? Somebody standing up at the front of the bus narrating things. I certainly see value in that. I know that some people would like to have a guided tour out there. A little bit weird when it's just a public highway, but it happens other places. You can go on a guided tour of Yellowstone or whatever. You know what I mean? So certainly all sorts of industries and opportunities will be popping up there to help people experience this. Not really our core competency to operate a tour bus or anything. We like to use our video and our robots to bring it to people all over the world, more for the people who can't ever make it to Starbase themselves, so you can still be a part of what's going on. But I guarantee you there's going to be a tour ship that you can get on at South Padre Island, and there'll be a person on a quacky microphone like telling you, and now we're driving past the orbital launch tower that was built in 2021. Like, I guarantee you stuff like that is going to be happening. Tourism where you can go out on a boat to see a launch out on the safe side.
Like that's already a thing. Remember the pirate ship from whatever SN9 or SN10? There was that pirate ship, and there's also every other Starship launch. There's been a couple different boats, because there's already dolphin watching. Like dolphin watching boats where you get on a boat and they go, go see dolphins or what have you. And there's already fishing boats, and it's not a big stretch for them to just convert over, and instead of bring out a bunch of people fishing, bring out a bunch of people to watch a rocket, and heck, maybe fish and watch a rocket. Bonus.
Yeah, you're definitely going to see, especially some of the existing boats and stuff like that, pivot towards Starship tourism. Like, go on our Sunset Starship tour, and we'll take you out so the sun is setting behind the tower and stuff like that. I mean, I guarantee you that that's going to be a thing. If not, well, hey, there's a good idea. Somebody go out there and do it,
Yeah, I mean, I do, and like you said, I do see there's value in that idea, because there's people, there's all kinds of different things on Highway 4. The last battle of the Civil War was fought off Highway 4. on the way to
Oh,
both
yeah.
there. There's like all, you see the historical marker signs, and
Yeah.
it's not just like for nothing. Like there's history that happened on Highway 4. You could do a whole history tour. But anyways, good idea, Ross. Not something like Das said is really our core competency, but certainly a good idea. And thanks for the support there. Jacob, thank you for the support. They say, any estimate how heavy the orbital launch table is?
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
I wish
No,
It's like
sorry.
asking how many jelly beans are in the jar, right? Like I have no idea. I want to say like 300, but I know that I'm probably not correct at all. It certainly looks like an extremely massive piece of equipment and super heavy, befitting of the rocket that it will be, holding up. Let's see, Jared, thank you for the support. They say, do you think the rumor of a full snack, which I think they mean stack, full stack by August 5th is a possibility? Yes, it's possible. Amnos 0405, thank you, buddy. They say, love the stream and y'all's commentary. Looking forward to the parade today, but we'll kind of miss work continues on the orbital launch table. Oh, gosh.
Well, hey, no, just because the orbital launch table has moved to a new position, work
can
will
continue on it.
continue. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're not getting out from under that anytime soon.
Now it's going to be work continues on the orbital launch mount, which already is a thing, but it will intensify.
Yeah.
CANP Railroad, thanks for the $5. They say, hey crew, checking in to say hi. Always good to see your name pop up, CANP. Here's a question to think about. How much steel cable do you think it will take to string it all together? I assume you mean in the orbital launch tower? And the cabling from the draw works, as I guess we're going to call it. I mean, lift and check. Lift and check has a ring to it too. You gotta give me that at least. Less technical sounding though. How much cable? I mean, what is it? The thing is 469 feet tall, and you're gonna need multiple loops of it. So thousands of feet of cable.
Easily.
A couple thousand feet. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go
to
with.
Go up the table, up to the top of the tower, down to the bottom of the tower again, on the side that it's going to lift from, and then back up that side, over across the top, and down again, at least once. Probably with multiple cables.
Yep.
So I would say thousands of feet of cable.
Yep, I would agree with that. Let's see. McDuff says Snatch Block, which is a Smarter Everyday reference. What a great video. Dallas Howard, wow, thank you for the $49. That is awesome of you, Dallas Howard. Super, super appreciate when people vote with their dollars and or currency of locale, and allow us to keep doing what we're doing.
They just tied up the flag, by the way.
They did, look.
Yep.
They didn't want it to drag across.
Nice. Very classy. Dennis Kunzel, thank you for the new membership. Tola Garf, thank you for the new membership. John Dopeker, thank you for the super chat there. Ood Bruin, thank you for the super chat. They say, do you think they will put Booster 3 on the launch table as a test? I mean, if the rumors that we're hearing are true, it would seem that Booster 4 will be out of the launch site, and they'll want to do stuff with that versus doing anything more with Booster 3. I think Booster 3's job, honestly, sad as that is, might be done. We might see Booster 3 scrapped relatively soon, or at least rolled back to the production site.
They did disconnect the GSE pipes or the GSE connections to Booster 3 yesterday, so at least on the current test stand, it seems to indicate it's likely done testing. And of course, with Booster 4 about to head out to the orbital launch pad, it does appear that Booster 3 might be set for retirement or potential scrapping.
Yeah, I mean, that's how fast things are moving here. Booster 4 nearly done stacking in the high bay, and that'll be rolled out here probably, as soon as they can get it done. So there's no waiting around for Booster 3 anymore. It's already obsolete. Let's see. Laura Emerson, thank you so much for the super chat there. They say, great coverage as always, guys. Can't wait for tomorrow's launch. What's launching tomorrow?
There's a Electron launch, the return to flight, I believe. What's tomorrow in our time zone, Jack? But I think it is. Yeah, for most of the world, it is. Actually, it's today for our time zone. Yeah, so it is tomorrow for most of the world. Electron is launching. It's a little chilly up here, but chilly is like the
Chili, like the
yeah,
food
yeah,
article.
it's supposed to be like a spicy launch, I guess.
And well, thank you there, Laura, and thank you for the donation towards my gas, because it's not fun not having an electric vehicle. I can't wait to have an electric vehicle. Didn't you guys see the news that Cybertruck's delayed till 2022 or whatever from the Tesla earnings call? It's like,
And the semi truck.
and semi. Yeah, it's just like, darn it, darn it.
And where's
Let's
the
see.
Roadster? Come on.
When Cybertruck? How about that? That's where I'm at right now with it. Gavin Kemp, thank you for the support. They say, don't they still need to put a crane that can rotate on the top of the towers so they can put Super Heavy on top of Starship, on top of the mount? That's the rotating tower question. I mean, I know what the render showed. I don't know how to square that with what we're looking at right now. There must have been a change, or we don't see the rotating hardware yet. I don't know how it would rotate. It doesn't seem like there's a big bearing installed anywhere on this thing. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, here's an interesting question.
Go.
Austin just asked, could Booster 3 be used as part of the tank farm if retired? Well, first of all, if that's not part of the plans, they are building GSE tanks that are designated specifically to be used as GSE tanks at the orbital launch site. But the reason I say it's an interesting question is, from what I've heard, part of the problem with the current GSE tanks is that they built them originally just like a Starship, kind of, in a rush.
Yep.
So, the thing is, when you have a tank that's supposed to go through dozens and dozens of loading and unloading, what they call cryocycles, the expanding and contracting of the metal means that you have to have a more robust design. You have to have better welds. So long story short, you cannot build a GSE tank like you build a Starship, or like how you build a super heavy prototype. So the answer is no. The GSE tanks have to be specifically built to be a GSE tank. That's why you now see SpaceX making modifications to the GSE tanks that they built to make them more robust.
Yep, sure enough. That would be cool to just have one giant honking tank in the form of Super Heavy. But no, it doesn't seem like that's what they're going to do with Booster 3. Unfortunately, Booster 3's job could very well be done. Let's see, dum dum dum. UFO000 asks, I guess both Ship 20 and Booster 4 need cryoproof and static fire before stacking. Can they do simultaneous test of both? Like Booster 4 on the orbital pad and Ship on the suborbital pad?
Well, they're building. So we have seen from RGV aerials imagery, there are two kind of foundations for a future stand, for two stands right next to the current launch tower. They had kind of speculated they were staging grounds, but I can say they are not just staging grounds, they are new proof stands. So I think part of what we've seen, there's been that mystery structure at the production site, and that is the base for the super heavy proof stand. And there will also be an equivalent Starship proof stand at the orbital launch site. So they will have separate stands for each of the vehicles. There'll be a super heavy stand and a Starship stand for proof tests in addition to the orbital launch stand. So I think on the operational flow, they will first put each vehicle on its respective proof stand, and then they will put them onto the launch stand once they're ready to go. But clearly with the B4 Ship 20 stack, it sounds like Elon just wants them to stack it, so I don't think they're going to do a proof test first. Perhaps they'll stack the full stack together, and then they will do proof tests after they've demonstrated that stacking capability.
Yeah, that would make sense. It seems like the goal right now is stacking before all else. But yeah, I mean, I wonder if they would stack and proof the Starship on top of a super heavy, or if they would wait. Because that would really stink to lose a ship because the booster failed proof, or ruin a booster because the ship on top of it popped, or something like that, you know?
For sure.
But that's interesting about the proof stands that you mentioned. Like, I sort of in my head thought maybe at a certain point they wouldn't need to proof every single vehicle, and maybe they would still static fire them all, sort of like they do with Falcon 9. But I mean, I guess we don't really know 100% what they do with a Falcon 9 when they take it from the build facility in Hawthorne to McGregor, the test facility there. Like, they might proof every Falcon 9 at some point in the process, and we just don't know that, I guess. But it's interesting that they're going to build dedicated stands for that proofing. That's not the suborbital pads. I mean, that means that's a fairly big part of the operational flow, right?
I'm not sure how. I mean, I imagine they're going to static fire the ships, but clearly they can static fire a booster with a Starship on top. They cannot static fire a Starship on top of a booster. So I don't know if the orbital launch pad is going to be capable of handling just a Starship for a static fire. It doesn't really seem like it would make sense to static fire. Like, if you were going to static fire the Starship on a suborbital stand, why would you not just proof test the Starship there? Because they already have the suborbital stands are already capable of proof testing a Starship.
Yeah, and it looks
So,
like on suborbital pad B, they've installed the thrust ram, and not only that, it's been modified to, it looks like it has 3 additional pushers for the Raptor vacuum mounts. So that to me says it's an orbital ship thrust ram on pad B there. So if I had to guess, they would put ship 20 on there and do a proof test, but maybe they'll want to stack it first and then they'll do a proof, but who
we
knows?
haven't really seen a equivalent Starship proof test kind of foundation like we've seen for the Super Heavy one, other than the Starship proof thing that Jack just mentioned at suborbital pad B. So maybe it'll be that the Super Heavies get proof tests at that staging area, but the Starships still get tested at the suborbital stands, so they can static fire them there as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would make sense. This thing is getting closer and closer to in position here. I wonder if they're going to keep Frank and Crane around after this, or if they're just going to, once the tower is done, they're going to get rid of it. Or maybe they need it to stack ship on top of booster.
Yeah, I think the plan is to start off with stacking the ship on the booster with the crane, and then once they have the arms, the lifting arms, and the trolley installed on the tower, they will switch over to that without having to have the crane. But in the intermittent future, they will be using that crane to stack the vehicles. And it's already 8:40, Jack, so we are 20 minutes from that road closure.
Excellent. More action is more better. James Woodman, thank you for the support there. They say, do we expect the crane to stack Starship to be mounted on top of Section 9? I don't think so. I think it's part of Section 9 in the form of those pulleys and stuff. David Lawless, thank you for the support. They say, hey, Michael, had a good tweet about the public mood shifting against billionaires in space after the Bezos hop. I'm finding myself in more difficult conversations on the validity of it all. Thoughts? I mean, I couldn't really put it any better. I just think, I mean, we've talked about it. There's points in the evolution of all technology where it's a luxury or something that only the super wealthy can afford. Computers, cars, planes, books, television. I mean, all of these things have a point where they start off expensive and then eventually become cheap. And so I mean, even cell phones. So it's just a matter of we're at the phase where it's expensive. So, I mean, it's still valid. I think it's indisputable that we need to go into space, and I think a lot of people think we're trying to escape Earth, or we're trying to just leave the problems here, and it's like, no, no, no. Going into space helps us solve the problems here in a variety of ways, and that's important to underscore. It's not about bailing on this planet; it's about keeping this planet pristine.
But I do think, I mean, in Blue Origin's case, the technology that they are building, which is a reusable rocket, is fundamentally good. You can use reusable rockets to launch lots of satellites that monitor the climate, that monitor resources on Earth, and that provide connectivity for the entire planet. The problem I have, in particular with Blue Origin, is the way they communicate that. For example, they spent a lot of time hyping up Jeff Bezos flying to space, and not a lot of time hyping up the what their projects are going to do to benefit the average person on their webcast. It was basically a sales pitch for rich people that want to fly to space. It was not a sales pitch for this is how Blue Origin is going to help the average person. And I think they really missed that messaging on their webcast and on all their communications leading up to and after the event with that, as Eric Berger said, a sham of a press conference. So I really hope that Blue Origin will kind of refocus their communications in the future. I certainly understand they're a business and they need to sell tickets, but you can sell tickets while still communicating your message better.
Sure. Good question, David. Marcus, thank you for the support. They say they could roll second stage into place, lift it, then roll the booster underneath it while the second stage is hanging. No rotation needed. Names am curious. Oh, am curious. Not Marcus. Let's see. Roll the second stage into place, lift it, then roll booster underneath while the second stage is hanging. But then how do they lift the booster onto the mount? But yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see how that all works. Bum bum bum. Charles Baxter, thank you so much for the support. Say, I wonder if what we're seeing at the top of the tower controls vertical positioning of another assembly with extension and rotational elements. That's entirely possible. Good call.
We're coming up on 15 minutes until the rollout. Come on, I need to hurry up. I have so many camera views to show right now. I don't need more.
It's a good problem to have.
I guess the one thing is we'll see the GSC tank because that's tall immediately when it starts rolling, but it'll take a bit for the launch mount to get to a point where we can see it. But once the launch mount starts getting closer to our highway cameras, it's going to roll past about 50 feet away. So we're going to get an awesome shot of that the launch table rolling past our cameras.
I'm really excited to get a good look at that. It's going to be awesome. And I'm even more excited to see it installed on the orbital launch mount. Let's see. Bing, bong, boom. If you guys have any questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat. It'll help us see those questions and answer them. Ben's Life says, last time I said more better, SN4 blew up. I say more better more than that. I say it a lot. Let's see. Aaron asking, do you think SpaceX will ever try to recover Raptors on orbit from ships they know will never come home?
I mean, the cost of a Raptor, they've said they've pretty much gotten it under $1 million now, so I'm not sure Raptor is expensive enough to warrant that kind of complicated maneuver where you try to unmount a Raptor in space and bring it back. It's not like an RS-25 or something.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, doesn't really make sense to go through all the effort, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that will happen. I think it's not worth the money given that a Raptor does not cost that much.
I also just don't see them having a lot of starships in orbit that don't ever come back. I mean, I can see them chucking starships out into the solar system that don't come back as like probes or, you know, carrying a payload or what have you. But, I mean, I think any starship that's in low Earth orbit in a position where you could go up and recover those Raptors or have them, you know, come back into the atmosphere or what have you, just going to land the starship in those cases. Yeah. Lithium, thanks for the super chat, asking, do you think Starship could replace Falcon Heavy for the 2024 Europa launch? No. Too soon.
And Jack, look at this. It looks like the 9th section is now pretty much directly over the tower.
Excellent. That's what we want to see. They rotated it slightly into place just right.
Maybe still another foot to go, perhaps, but getting very close.
Notlock asking, do you think the yellow structure is going to be mounted on top of Tower Section 9? Nope. I think it's going to be on the side, if anything. I don't think anything's going on top of this except for a lightning rod. Philip Reed, thanks for the support. They said, get Mary a scanner to listen in on crane traffic. You say
Who would
that.
ever do that?
Yeah, I was going to say, who would ever do that? Except for me every time I'm there. And I've only ever caught stuff once when they were stacking serial number 1. So maybe I'm just bad at radios.
Yeah, I think they have moved to encrypted radio traffic with all of the Jack-like people who they know are out on the side of the road.
Oh, man. But thanks for the support there, Philip. We'll put that money to good use. And Charlie, thank you for the support. They say, is a boom extension at the top of the tower facing toward or away from the pad? I think toward. Right. The pulleys and all of this is facing towards the orbital launch mount, right?
Yeah. The bottom left, you can see that hole for the pulley goes directly down towards the launch mount.
Lowering it into place now. I just love how there's crews up here guiding it into place because it really helps give you a sense of scale for the operations involved, and it's just mind-blowing that people can manipulate by hand something this large just because it's so perfectly balanced by the crane. Slowly but surely getting lowered into place. Gregory asking, any update on the thickness of stainless steel that is currently being used, 3 millimeters or 4? I think we're still in the realm of 4 millimeter. I don't think they've moved down to 3 millimeter yet, but I don't think we've heard anything official about that. That's just my inkling. Any thoughts there, Michael?
I think you said it right. And I don't know if they're going to go to 3 millimeter steel on the entire vehicle. I think there was more of a, in certain places we might be able to use 3 millimeter instead of 4 millimeter, but we'll see how it goes.
Makes sense. We will see how it goes. Simon, asking how far are we covering SN20, Ship 20 really now, S20, with heat tiles? It seems like it's going to be completely covered, like basically completely covered on all the places that it would normally be, which would be all the windward side, all the side that faces reentry. The leeward side, I think, is going to remain bare stainless. But I mean, we've seen flaps with thermal protection. We've seen barrel sections for Ship 20 with a whole bunch of thermal protection. We've even seen a nose cone barrel with full thermal protection and a nose cone with a whole bunch of mounting points. And I think they started adding tiles to that too. So, yeah, on those daily videos from Mary that we get out every day, there's definitely a lot of progress in the thermal protection system for Ship 20. So it seems like it's just going to have a full heat shield, which is wild. If you don't already, be sure to check out those daily videos because you see stuff like that. Yeah, and see, here we go. Glenn Pearson saying Mary's close-up of a recent stainless steel roll delivery showed it was still 4 millimeters. So that's a pretty darn good indication. Gotta love those label shots. See, we talked about Charlie. Thank you, Charlie, for the support. The boom extension at the top of the tower is facing towards the launch mount. Stuart Beckett, thank you for the support there, buddy. They said there would have to be a boom or something, or else the current pulleys would be in the way of a liftoff. Yeah, they're definitely not in the way, because the tower is the right distance away. So, yeah, maybe there'll be some kind of boom situation that goes up and down, and maybe that situation can rotate. Plausible. Sharik, thank you for the support. If something happens to Elon, as we are all humans, which he was not, what will be SpaceX's future? Is Elon taking any precautions, like covering himself with airbags? I think any major company has a emergency set of secession plans in case of any kind of horrible accident. So,
I would imagine at SpaceX that might involve somebody named Gwyn.
yep, concur. Did I just hear someone jump in Discord?
You did indeed. Good morning, folks. How's it going?
Morning, Chris. You sounds like you're somewhere.
I am actually sitting in my car at the press site of the Kennedy Space Center waiting for the Atlas V to roll out with Starliner. So, yeah, and we just heard that that's actually been delayed an hour from 10 until 11. So I figured since I had some time, I would hop in and help you guys out, or relieve people, or at least join the conversation if I could.
Cool. Let's see really quickly here. Geraldine, thank you for the support. They say I wouldn't to be there. Thanks for your coverage from Perth, West Australia.
Nice.
And Ross McNutt, thank you again for the even more support. They say, what do you think of pulling B4 to shore with a tug, picking it up with Frankencrane from the beach? I don't think Frankencrane can reach the beach. Rinsing it off and putting it on the launch mount. I mean, I wouldn't, at this point, all the crazy stuff that SpaceX has done, who knows? But no, I don't think that's going to happen, but who knows? They are doing that with fairings, basically. So, Chris, to catch you up.
Yeah.
The launch tower has been, the last piece here, piece 9 has been lifted up and lowered into place, and it's nearly done. So I'm going to go through some more viewer questions here. I don't know if you need to go do anything, but I'll keep reading.
No, I'm good for an hour. So, yeah.
Let's see here. Eric Meyer asking, Could the new hot gas RCS thrusters provide enough impulse that a ring of them facing down could land a Starship on the moon? Yeah, I think that's the exact point of them. Not the hot gas thrusters that we've seen on Booster, but a similar sort of setup, I think, is the thought there. Right, Michael, or whoever I've got with me right now? I just heard
Yeah.
a bleep bloop in Discord.
Yeah, and we have heard that for Booster 4, it sounds like, and perhaps Booster 5 and 6, they're going to be using the cold gas thrusters, but the hot gas thrusters remain on the long-term plans for sure. So it does seem like on that render we saw of the lunar Starship for the Artemis program, there were a bunch of thrusters about 2/3 of the way up the vehicle, and most likely that is for that landing on the moon without kicking up all that lunar regolith. So for sure, I think they're going to use those hot gas thrusters rather than blasting all those lunar rocks up into Starship as they land.
Sure enough. Yep, good question there from Eric. Tyson Glasgow, thank you for the new membership. I see you came in at Capcom. You get Discord access. Enjoy our cursed rocket emojis and our hilarious Kerbal Space Program creations in that Kerbal channel. And the insanity that is Party Chat. And the informative place that is Starship. Thank you for becoming a member, especially at Capcom level. Hope you enjoy the Discord access. And all the other perks. Let's see. Road closure is imminent, right? I mean, we're minutes away from the road being closed. Is that correct?
For sure. And it does not seem like I'm seeing action right now, but if I see something move, I will show it. But it is also just a GSE tank that we're going to be seeing at first until the launch table clears the bushes. So I think for now we're probably going to focus on the final few feet of the launch tower because we will see more GSE tanks roll out, but there's only going to be one final stacking of a launch tower, at least until they build a second tower.
Until and if they build a second tower. All right. Chris, do we have you back?
You do indeed, yes.
Yay. Cool. So you're waiting there at Kennedy?
Yeah, I'm literally in my car in the air conditioning waiting at Kennedy for the Atlas to roll out. Yeah.
Got it. And that's for the Starliner OFT-2 flight, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah, if you remember our stream from a couple of weeks ago at like 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern, when it rolled out of its assembly building, it was rolling over to the vertical integration facility to get mated up to the Atlas, and now it's going to head out to the pad here around 11 a.m. Eastern time, so about an hour from now.
Very cool. Let's see. So yeah, the tower is the ninth piece is basically in position. I don't know. You can see what we're looking at, right? Or do you have good enough signal?
I do, yeah. I'm looking at it right now. Like it's so. It was weird yesterday when it was on the ground. I was having trouble like just in the visual reference of understanding how different it was from the other segments. But it's so clear when it's up on the top of that tower how different it was and everything we were talking about yesterday in terms of center of mass and balancing that beast, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I don't even want to think about the math and the work that goes into a job like that. Sorry, excuse me. Got choked up into a job like that. It looks like, look at the back right corner from this view. It looks like it's getting basically slotted into place there. So it's just getting lower and lower and getting slotted right into place. Tab A is going right into slot B.
This timing could not be any better. I think we will definitely stay live through to the rollout. So another hour or two from us coming up.
Yeah, we have 15,000 people watching this tower build right now, which is insane to me, but also awesome. It's heartening. Is heartening a word? It's heartening, because the opposite of disheartening, whatever that is, and a lot of people care about the future of spaceflight. I will note though, we don't have even 4,000 likes right now. There's 15,000 people nearly watching, but we have 3,000 likes. So hit the like button if you haven't already. don't have to super chat to help us out. Just hit that like button, hit subscribe.
Indeed, anything you do help. Anything you do helps. I know. We've said it a lot. You know, like those ads, especially at the beginning of live streams and at the beginning of videos. You know, I understand. I always can't wait to hit that skip button to myself. But even just sitting through that little 5-second ad before you can hit skip, that's a tremendous help to us as well. So definitely, there are many different ways to help us, and just watching that advertisement is one of them. So truly, thank you for everyone. And and you know what? On just like a personal note, like I'm really glad that people are also excited about a tower segment being stacked, because what's really cool about this to me, Jack, is, you know, you look at all the structures. I mean, like I'm sitting here at Kennedy and I'm looking around at all of the structures and the launch pads and everything, and I'm going, you know, like, these were built back in the 60s, you know, these were built back in the 70s, you know, it's been, no one really has gotten to see a space center being built before, and this is just fascinating on so many levels to watch SpaceX do it, and to have the kind of access that they allow people to have. It's really interesting, and I hope, you know, people are interested in for that, and I hope, you know, later on that people are really appreciative of all the documentary work that went into really showcasing what has gone on to building out the Boca Chica and Starbase areas.
Yeah, good point. Couldn't agree more. Let's see, Don Henderson, thanks for the support. They say, can you imagine this being built on the moon or Mars? That's the end game, right? I mean,
I think
fair point.
Yeah. I mean, fair point. You know, it was one of those interesting things when you think about rocketry too, and it always gets me, Jack, because they build these things just out in the open, and you're so used to being, you know,
look,
in these
hang on.
Ooh,
Sorry.
what is that?
Yeah, it looks like GSC 5 is rolling out.
It is. It's 9:03, and they're busy. That thing is already on the move. And I think we've got 2 cameras on it right now. This angle is from River, and we've also got the highway cam. I'm going to do a little bit of a time lapse of it going past the production site. And at some point, we're going to have to commandeer Mars Cam. Michael, are we commandeering Mars Cam for this? Time lapse is basically done.
Yeah, I think so, but it's not that close to Mars Cam yet.
Yeah, not yet. Just trying to make the decision up front. But we've got so many cameras out there. Of course, we've got Mary's fantastic angle. We're going to have Danger Cam out there. We've got all the cameras brought to bear to cover both of these things for you. So we'll be switching back and forth here. Focusing on the tower. I'd love to see this tower finish down, but Michael, you want me to handle the track on Mars?
Yeah, whatever you want. Go for it.
Okay. All right, got it. I've got like video game ping right now, so.
Yeah, and River and Highway. Well, I can help Highway when it gets closer, but right now, if you could do that, that would be great.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, I'll handle on them.
It's like you have your headset on and you're a camera person at a live event, and the director's like, give me two, give me a tight shot on the coach. It's like you guys can hear the behind the scenes action when Michael and Das do that. I love it.
We just like talk out loud though, like on the live channel.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Chris K, thanks for the new membership. Jan Hendrick Knott, thank you for the support there. Lucy, thank you for the support. They say, I've been wondering how much does a Starship flex in strong winds? I'd imagine a couple of inches at the top, but more knowledgeable people may be able to put that right. I don't think it very much. I mean, to me, it's got to be a fairly rigid structure, especially as they keep them pressurized mostly, but it is a tall thing that's got to flex at least some, right?
Yeah, it's definitely going to flex some. You know, at the risk of talking about another swing arm that does or doesn't exist, following my stuff yesterday, you know, we haven't seen anything from SpaceX. I don't believe, at least I have not seen anything on the exterior of the vehicles that would look like an attachment point for like a vehicle stabilization arm or something like that. So I think I'm with you on this one, Jack, that I think the design, even in wind, it's not going to move enough for them to be concerned with. Not like the SLS rocket, which has this gigantic thing that reaches out from the tower to grab hold of it, not to keep it anchored to the pad, but to keep it from moving from side to side in the wind a lot. But I haven't seen anything like that for Starship.
Real quick, y'all, you can see 2 pieces of things in the parade here. Michael switched back to the River angle. River's going to get a little bit taller in the future, but you can see the GSE tank, and right behind it, you can actually see the railings that are on the top of the table. going behind it. So shortly, those will be coming into view on the other cameras, but I just noticed that I recentered that camera because we can also see that launch table right there, number 2 in the parade. So we are going to get a bit of a parade as we expected.
Who
Excellent.
doesn't like a parade?
Yeah. Chris, earlier we were saying that Elon should be in front of them with like a baton or something and walk out. You know what I mean?
Yes, I love it.
Want to see it happen, Elon, like a marching band, a SpaceX marching band, and like Elon in front, and then the Starships or GSE or whatever rolling behind it. I'd love to see it.
It looks like they're also about to hook up or they have hooked up a barrel section for potential flip at the production site. So we need more cameras, DOS.
I have more cameras. I just have to get them to Boca Chica. I've got a backlog of cameras here, but you're right. At the tent there, they've got something rigged up to flip. Busy, busy. It's the crane to the right of the high bay, and you can see the 2 GSE tanks in the background. It's right there in front of that middle tent. And just on the other side of the grass, you can see that there is something on. I call it a flipping jig. I don't know if that's the right term, a flipping rig or a flipping jig. To flip that barrel or dome. I'm not sure what's in the middle of them. We've been seeing them flip just a couple barrels, but busy day at Starbase. You can even see back in the high bay on this shot, there are lifts up around the top of the booster or Starship. Which one is that? That's 4, isn't it?
Booster 4, yeah.
Yeah, that's booster 4 that's in the high bay right now. So
Yeah,
busy times. Gotcha. And back to the tower.
What's the Simpsons episode where Homer like convinces everyone at Moe's bar to stare at the wall, and and Moe is just like, and back to the wall.
Probably in one of their episodes where they predicted like 18 billion things that would actually come to pass in the future.
Yeah, that is oddly true. Let's see. Good question there from Lucy. Thanks for the support. David Eglin, thanks for the new membership. Greg Dietz, thanks for the support. They say they will have to have 4 lightning rods at the top of the tower so you can still get that question at every launch. That's hilarious. Chris K, thanks for the support. They say we haven't seen the hot gas thrusters being used on B3. That's correct. I don't think we've seen those tested. At least not yet.
They've not put methane or liquid oxygen into B3, so without those in the vehicle, they cannot use the hot gas thrusters.
They static fired with it.
Oh my god.
Correct. What are you talking about?
I forgot about that. Good point.
For a second there, I was like, I had to check myself because I was like, Michael surely is not saying this because they have static fired booster 3, right? Is that the one? 1, 2, 3.
This is what happens, Jack, when I wake up at 3:50 a.m. my time for a crane lift, not even a static fire stream or something big. But yeah, you are correct. They have static fired booster 3. So there was one day where it had methane and liquid oxygen in the tanks, and we did not see them do any thruster firings during that time.
Sure enough. Let's see. Desmo Bluefire says, hype of the orbital launch mount. Of course, they do it while I'm at work. Well, that's the thing about videos on YouTube, Desmo, is you can rewind it later and watch it at your leisure. Sorry you're at work. Hopefully you get off soon. Geraldine, thank you for the support. They meant that they would love to be there from Australia. Sorry for the typo. It's late here in Perth. No worries. Don't worry about no typos. Thanks for the support. Crazed Bullet. Asking, well, thanks for the support. For first off, asking, what do we think about the Blue Origin offer to NASA, the $2 billion offer? All I really think about that is, holy cow, Jeff Bezos has a lot of money.
Yeah. A lot of money.
I don't know about government contracts or whatever, but like, is that even a proper thing to offer?
Well, SpaceX did it. I mean, that's exactly what SpaceX did. They just did it in a timely manner as part of the original offering. They said that they were
going to do our own development and eat the cost of that.
Well, wait a minute though, because SpaceX asked the government for a specific amount and said we will cover above that. This is Blue Origin saying we bid this amount, so now just don't give us 2 billion of that in order to secure the contract. I think that's a very different thing based on how I'm reading the contracts, right?
Didn't they also say that they would do it for a fixed cost and they wouldn't charge any more? I mean, they seem like the same things to me. Now, the timing of it, I think, is the big deal. Like, they should have done that in the original, not, oh, we lost, now we're going to offer that. Like, if it was
Right.
I think if it was properly done, they would have said that out of the gate, not tried to get Congress to pay for it and then try to use that to get the contract after the fact. I think that's the big salient point for me. It seems really similar to what SpaceX was doing for, because remember, SpaceX got to modify their bid. They actually went back and talked with them, and they changed the payment plan, the timing that the money came in.
They changed the payment plan, but they were not allowed to change anything about the contract, just, okay, you said you wanted, I'm picking a number out of my head here, like, okay, you said your first milestone payment was 400 million, now it's 200 million, but you still get that extra 200 million later on down the road for the contract. Like, SpaceX didn't say don't pay us for part of the contract, they just said you can pay us at different times, whereas, I don't know, to me that's different, Das. Like, I hear what you're saying, but to me it's different in a contract world to do that versus to say, okay, well, we submitted a contract and you rejected it, so we complained to the government and they're going to give us 10 billion, but now we don't want the 10 billion that we asked for. Now we only take 8 billion and we'll pay for 2 ourselves. Like, it just seems really sketchy to me and not the same, but maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, it's definitely two different things, and I think the big thing is they needed to time it differently, not wait until they lost and then tried to backpedal and change it. But SpaceX said, well, we still need that amount of money, we just need it later, versus Blue Origin said, hey, we need less money. Like, which one of those do I like better for the taxpayers? They should have done it in a timely manner up front and not waited until they lost. That's my big beef with it.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem to me like at least, and I mean, they asked for our opinion, so here it comes.
Yep.
I mean, because this doesn't seem to me like a good faith thing, which sounds weird, right? Like, I mean, like a good faith thing of NASA saying, look, we know this is what you need based on what you asked for. We just can't give it all to you in the timeline we said, so we just need you to change the timeline of the payments versus, like, that seems to me like a good faith work with the contract that you've got versus, oh, okay, well, now to sweeten the deal even more, now we'll say we'll cover 2 billion of it. So now we're incentivizing you to give us, like, I don't know, like, it just seems like, it seems to me, because I keep going back, and this is what I can't reconcile in my head, is I keep going back to the whole Boeing lunar landing part of this, right? Where Boeing submitted a bid, and then NASA went and told them, well, you're not going to win it for this reason. So then Boeing came back and changed their bid, right? And that's what threw up all the red flags that got people to realize, wait, something's not right here, and sort of revealed the little nefarious things that were going on there. And it's not the same, but it's like I can't reconcile the whole, like, why is this suddenly being offered now?
Yeah,
it seems fishy to me.
It's such a gosh, like I appreciate the fact that Jeff Bezos is willing to put up his personal money to get the thing going, but it should have been done in a timely manner. It does. The timing of it makes it seem like, well, now that I lost, I guess I'll pay for it.
Kind of bribey. It just feels like bribey to me. I don't know if it's not the right word, because
it's not the right word.
It's implying impropriety, which I'm not trying to imply.
Yeah, but this is not a bribe. I can't stand by and let anybody use the word bribe, because this is not Bezos saying, hey, NASA administrator, want $2 billion, give me this contract. That's a bribe.
Yes.
Saying, I'm going to pay my own workers, I'm going to pay this portion of the cost to get this project done, that's not a bribe. It's really bothering me when people say bribe. It's still super fishy because of the timing. That's what makes me feel bad. I wish I could do this on my taxes. I wish on my taxes I could check a box and say, all right, 50% of my taxes go to public programs and 50% of my taxes go to NASA. I wish that I could check that box.
Yeah.
And there's a big thing, oh, Jeff Bezos not paying taxes, yada, yada, yada. I wish that I could do this, and I wish that I just had so much money I could say, hey, I'm going to put my money towards the moon landing. Like, I wish that that was a thing I could do, but that's not an option for me as a normal person. I have some opinions on this, as you may notice.
Well,
No, but I think your point. Yeah, but I like the points. Yeah.
well, look at this. We've got. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm
Oh, no,
watching.
you're
I'm watching the
good.
rollout too. Yeah.
Yeah, GSE-5 is cooking down Highway 4 there, with the launch table in tow. Although, can we see the launch table yet?
No, it's still behind the bushes.
The grasses and the berm are a big deal there. Okay, we can move on from that though. I know I have some very pointed opinions on that. Like,
No, I mean they asked us for our opinions. We gave them.
Thus,
'cause
you can
you're-
flip Mars around and start tracking.
thank you.
Yeah, no, because I think you're exactly right, Das. I mean, it's something we should all want to be happy about, but it's just fishy.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I gotta make a choice here. Like, how do I feel? But I can be happy for $2 billion towards a moon landing, and also be like, oh man, really? That's how you had to do it? That's where I'm at.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Henrik, thank you for the new membership. And Radu, thank you for the new membership. Zachary J, thanks for the support there. They say, morning, I thought my notification was from yesterday, lol. Yeah, we did think this lift was going to happen yesterday. Sorry about
Sorry,
the...
that's my fault.
It happens.
I am boosting the exposure live.
Wow, you are.
Right.
Woo!
All right. Welcome to the sun.
Yeah, but I feel like my face has been x-rayed.
Oh my gosh, I had a momentary panic attack too when I got here this morning for the Atlas roll, because I set the camera up, I aim it at the launch pad, and I turn it on, and it's just white, and I totally forgot that we were here last at night, so it was totally exposed for night, and yeah, understand that.
Let's see.
That
Terry
is not
Heaton.
me. That is the signal. Sorry about that.
Terry Heaton, thanks for the support. They say, you've become an NSF tank watcher when you get all the inside jokes. That's true.
Here you go.
Thrust is 3. KD80, thank you for the support there. They say, I nominate parade to be the term used for a group of starships, like a parliament of owls or a pride of lions. That's a fair suggestion. I'm going to have to deliberate on... I kind of like a pod of starships.
Ooh, I like that too.
Also fleet. I mean, a
Fleet.
ship,
Definitely
fleet.
fleet. Yeah.
It's a fleet of starships. I think that might be... Parade isn't bad, though. For a series of rollouts, I mean, I think Parade is absolutely adequate. John
You know
Byrne,
something?
What's up?
The table is in front of the GSE, Michael, on Mars.
Oh yeah. Huh.
The table is actually leading the parade here.
Switch over to it. Switch over to it. Awesome.
I thought maybe it was just because we were seeing the silhouette, but there goes the launch table, and the GSE-5 tank is behind it.
Which large chunk of metal did you order? Did you order the flat fat cylinder, or the tall skinny cylinder?
Wow.
Oh man, this is cool. We finally get to see that launch table rolled out after months and months and months of fabrication on that thing. We're gonna get to see it rolled out and lifted onto the pad finally.
It's been 84 years.
Will Evans in chat says, question, will there be a bar in the launch table? There's a bar in the high bay. Wouldn't put it past them. But
What
no.
would you call a bar in the launch table?
The crispy one? I don't know.
Ah.
So yeah, if you guys are wondering what that thing is in front of the GSE tank, that is the launch table that is going to get put up top of the launch mount and form the orbital launch pad. It's a sort of a big deal that we're seeing this thing rolled out finally. It's been months. Look at that. Just a guy casually walking on his cell phone in front of it.
So I wonder what percentage of it is actually complete, and what percentage of it still needs to be worked on because Elon is rushing it out to the pad in time to do an initial stacking. Because you don't need everything on the table to be able to stack the vehicle. You just need to hold down mounts, but I'm sure there's a bunch of other systems that might still need work.
I mean, it looks like there's a fair amount of plumbing and piping and conduits, whatever all that is. I mean, it looks like there's a good amount installed in there. So, I mean, that's just me eyeballing it, right? But hopefully it's fairly complete and they can get a full stack here really soon. That'd be really cool. Man, modular self-propelled transporters. Or self-propelled modular transport, whatever I always mess that up. Either way, these things are so utilitarian. If you had told me a year or two ago that I would know all about them now, and I would love the sight of them, I would be like, what? Huh? What a shot. Look at that.
It's too big to fit in the frame.
I mean, it gives you a good sense of scale for it. And it's cooking. They're really moving it down the highway at full speed.
Try
when it's
this.
low and flat to the ground, you can go fast, right?
Look at the internal mechanisms there, like those clamp-looking things. Oh, so cool.
Yeah, that really is cool.
Wow.
We've been waiting for this for a long time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kind of speechless here. Like I'm just so excited to finally see this.
We've all seen GSE tanks before. I'm focused on the launch table.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The man knows what's up.
It's like, and a GSE tank.
Which is hilarious, given, I mean, that's how things go. There's so many different milestones that suddenly the thing that was novel has become old news and you're already waiting for the next thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they painted it. People in chat asking if they painted it. It does look like it's gotten a nice fresh coat of paint.
The clouds in the background and everything.
What a shot.
All right. Bear with me here. I'm going to do a thing here.
All right, do your thing, chicken wing. Ooh, look at that. Nice. Nice work.
No context, though. Like, what's even going on? What am I looking at? Oh, there's a ladder strapped in there, apparently.
Ladder and a work light just wrapped around a pipe.
Yep.
Gotta love it. Look at the internals there.
Almost
That
looks
is super
like a
cool.
ship.
It really does look like a frickin' battleship, right?
Yeah.
It really does.
Like batten down the hatches. We're going to space.
And all the scaffolding. They just left the scaffolding on the side of it. Like.
Gotta love it, right?
Yeah. Back that off a little bit. It's like, what am I even seeing? A battleship go by?
One thing that isn't is a battleship for ants.
Yeah. There we go. Get a little bit of context.
It big. I mean, this thing's going to have to endure the force of a super heavy launching off of it. It's got to be built like a battleship, probably, and then some.
That's a good point. What if it has a citadel?
Let's see here. Workmo, thanks for the 555 and the chat that says 555. Thanks for all the fives. Rockwell Tory, thank you for the support there. Remembering when the launch table was a mystery structure. Godspeed, orbital launch table. It's true. Many things start out as a mystery structure until we find out what they are. We don't want to just make stuff up, right?
It's fun to make stuff up.
I mean, that's fun, but we try not to.
Yeah, that's true.
John, thank you for the support. They say great show and thank you all. Is it hard to get good accommodation at a good price around Boca Chica as I'm calling to go there for Starship launch? I mean, it depends on where you want to stay.
Around Boca Chica is
Yeah.
a thing. You could stay at South Padre Island, which is only a couple miles to the north, but to get from South Padre Island to Boca Chica, you have to drive all the way to Brownsville and all the way back out again. It's like a 45-minute plus drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've stayed in Brownsville a bunch of times. I've stayed on South Padre Island a bunch of times. They're both reasonable options, and there's reasonable options in both places. Celadon Hair Extraordinaire. It's one of those names we see a lot. Thanks for the new membership, pal. John Sweet, thanks for the support. They say the table looks like a giant Roomba. I couldn't agree more. Space Roomba. Let's see. Looking for a question. You can see the tower the tower piece is still being lowered into place.
Yeah, and we've left Danger Cam on that right now as we get the parade up the road from the other position.
I'm watching the 24/7 stream on my other monitor, and yeah, it's nice to have both options to be able to see what the tower's doing and what the 24/7 stream. All the cameras can see everything scooting down the highway. I love it. Folks, if you have more than one monitor, I mean, come on. There's no reason to not have the 24/7 stream up also. You get to see all the other cameras.
Yeah, that is
Even
what
if
we
you don't
normally
have
do.
another-
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, even if you don't have another monitor, I'm sitting here with one computer and two tabs open on the browser.
There you go. So yeah, if you're wondering what's going on today, it looks like, well, it doesn't look like it. It is what happened. The 9th tower section was lifted into place. They're lowering it down right now. They're rolling out GSC Tank 5 and orbital launch table. That's currently in progress. And busy day at Starbase.
Yeah, so we're just juggling all the different cameras. This is one of the times where it gets to be a lot of work running the cameras and doing the commentary and reading the super chats and choosing what goes where and all of everything that's happening. But we still have the tower segment not quite touched down yet over there at the top of the tower, and the parade of equipment continues over by, I guess, over past the highway spot there. I'm going to reframe that right now. I'm letting, those clouds in the background and the tank and the table sort of marching out to the launch site. We'll get some tighter shots with Mars again as soon as those approach the edge of the frame. But also, Michael, I tried. I got so close to accounting for the lower third, and I should have gone like a hair lower, but I don't want to touch it now that I set it for the time lapse, so we can speed this up and put it in the daily video. Because we do that. We usually take all these videos from all the different angles, even when we don't show it on the live stream, and we'll do like a recap video that has all the different angles of things going past. So we appreciate y'all understanding. That is, yeah, that's actually going to be in silhouette, it looks like. That should be highway cam pointed out that way. And I'm noticing that our highway cam has settled a little bit, so it will get a leavening soon. There we go. Thanks, Michael. Just sort of the outline of the tower and the booster in the background, and we'll see the equipment go there in front of it. So
I like the way you said that. It will get a leveling. Like,
a
we're going to
leveling.
take it out back and have a talking to.
Yes, we're going to have a firm talking to with the highway cam. So, Chris, you're still good on time, right? You're still hanging out waiting for the roll.
I am. Yep, I just confirmed it's still tracking to about 11, so I think in about 15 I'll just go start the recording just to be safe. But I'm still good to stay with y'all. Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, you're juggling the cameras. Are there any questions? Like, can you throw me any questions you can throw me that I can talk about while y'all do that?
Yes, absolutely. I've got one here for you. This is actually a super chat from Anthony
Yeah.
Trowick. NASA spaceflight. Will online coverage continue once Starbase is completed? We gonna get bored and pack up our stuff and go home? You think that's likely?
Bored. We're gonna fold our arms and go, oh well, they're not building anything. No, no, not at all, not at all. No. Our coverage of Starbase, our coverage of the Starship system will not end just because Starbase is complete. And I don't really think Starbase will ever be complete because I don't think SpaceX ever really stops iterating.
Yeah,
on their
I think that's a good point.
and stuff. They're definitely a company that has like, okay, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What's the next thing in mind? How do we keep improving this? So yeah, no, our coverage ain't gonna stop at Starbase just because the orbital launch site gets completed, or you know they start transitioning into more steady builds or anything like that. And part of it is we also know that Starbase ain't the only place they're looking to launch these things from. So yeah, definitely won't be stopping our coverage of that. No.
Yeah, see, I mean, SpaceX is clearly investing long-term in Starbase, and you know something, so are we. Our camera spots and our robots and the solar power infrastructure that we've put out there, we are not going to let that go to waste. And as long as there's something interesting going on, which isn't going to stop anytime soon, NASA Spaceflight will be out there bringing it to you live and daily videos and all sorts of stuff. So it is a good time. We're not going anywhere, y'all.
No, indeed.
Let's see here. Here's a good one, Chris. So this is from Paul Millar from 10 Canadian there. It says, 1 year ago, you were all covering the attempts to static fire SN5. What do you predict we'll be covering 1 year from now?
Oh my gosh, I love that question. Wow, it was only a year ago? Dang, that doesn't seem, dang, it seems like it seems like it should be more than that. But, yeah, definitely. You know, man, a year from now, I hope we are covering a year from now, like the 6th or 7th full up test of Starship. Maybe if we're optimistic, it'll have a payload. I won't hold out hope for that, but I'd hope we'd be well into the orbital test campaign a year from now. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. I hope that we've gotten more than one a year from now, so all the way into July. I'm hoping that we've got more than one full stack launch attempt from Boca Chica by this time next year. I mean, they want to stack something soon, TM. And so I do sincerely hope that we start to see those things fly, because that's gonna be crazy. That's all I gotta say.
I'm totally with you. It's gonna be insane when it happens. Yeah.
Let's see. We've also got here's one. This is Colin Cleveland saying, SpaceX is the only money I want to give my money to without getting a product or service. They should have a donation webpage, like the SpaceX nonprofit. And you can just give them donations to, well, I guess it would be for profit, but whatever. You tip SpaceX, like, hey, SpaceX, good launch, here's $100. Can you imagine?
I mean, it would be a way to ingratiate themselves with their fans. But yeah, that would be a weird change in spaceflight, yeah.
Yep. Don't quite get this one, but Charlie Anderson saying, no faith in the launch table. Hope I'm wrong. Charlie, I think what you might be saying is you don't know that it's going to be the launch table. I hope you're not saying that the launch table is going to get destroyed because it can't handle this magnitude of firepower coming out the bottom of a booster. But appreciate the support any way you slice it. Thank you there. We've got Ollie 10305. What time, or how long actually, does a tower take to be completed? God, Michael, they start. Whoa. I think Jack just said months, if I heard that correctly. It's been since, I think, the end of April, and now we're at the end of July. So March, April. Then we got May, June, July. So they've taken about 3 months to fully stack this. Of course, that's not including the groundwork, the foundations, assembling things off-site. Pieces were probably in construction long before that off-site, and then they got the big bars or tower segments and pillars and stuff like that dialed in or transported over is the word I'm looking for. That is what we are looking at. It takes a long time to build one of these. A year ago, they were working on the foundations. So what we see sort of up above the ground, that's sort of the tip of the iceberg. You don't just throw this on the ground and expect it's going to stay stable. You got to do the groundwork well in advance. So I'd say that it takes a year plus to complete the tower. And it's still not done. Just because they stacked the top doesn't mean that it's done. John Pitts, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. And then Yaroslav says, surprise launch table for the win. Appreciate you, Yaroslav. And let's see here. Trying to get some more questions. There's some specific Starship questions, like how much fuel it holds and stuff like that. I'm going to hold on to those for a little while. And let me see if I got something I can... Chris, are you good or are you getting ready to step out? Chris is actually getting ready to step out because he's got some camera work that he has to do. So I'm going to be talking, and I'm going to be trying to drive Mars Cam. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I was going to say, can you all not hear me? Yeah, I was sorry. I was answering you there. I didn't know if the connection glitched.
Yeah, gotcha. I think we lost the connection there for a second.
Gotcha. No, I'm still good for about 10 more minutes. Then I just need to step out, hit record, and then I can keep going with y'all. Yep.
Okay, good deal. I'm trying to see if I can't grab a question real quick.
Well, I was just going to say I'm finally in a position to be able to pull up the question queue, so I'm looking for myself as well.
Gotcha. Let's do this. Chris, do you think that they're going to put panels on the side? We get this a lot, and I think we talked about it earlier, but you weren't quite on yet. Do you think they're going to put panels on the side like they have at 39A?
Oh, of the tower. Yes, I kind of think they will. This is, SpaceX likes to make things not just functional, but aesthetically pleasing. And in some cases, drop dead gorgeous looking. I mean, I've been a fan of 39A in all of its iterations, but I gotta say, the cladding they did at 39A just makes that pad look so good. Yeah. And SpaceX does like to balance that form, functionality, and aesthetic. So I can't imagine they would want to just leave a gigantic steel bear tower there. Steel bear tower there. That's a tongue twister, apparently. So no, I expect at some point they'll make it look pretty, and they'll get it to look exactly what they want it to aesthetically. Not sure that'll be the thing they do right out of the gate, though. This tower is going to be used a lot for testing. They might not want to spend the money to make it look nice, if there's a risk that things could go wrong with it right early on in a test program. But that does kind of remain to be seen, right? Like we'll wait to see exactly what they do. But I would expect that there is a plan to make it look like the one at 39A. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Bare metal tower there? Is that what the tongue twister was?
Yeah. Welcome back, Jack.
Steel bare metal tower, something like that. I forget what it was. Yeah.
And I'm back.
Here's a good one, I think, related to Starship in particular, and particularly what's going to be one of their first contracts. Justice was asking, really wondering what you guys think that NASA will land on the moon in 2024, since it seems to be quite a short amount of time to get the SLS and Starship all up and working together. And that is a good question, right? 2024 is aspirational in many ways. It always was from the date that was announced. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if this moved into 2025 for the first lunar landing, right? I mean, they've obviously got to get Artemis 1 up and off the ground here. I know that's still tracking tentatively toward the end of next year. Wouldn't be surprised if that did move into January, though, just to sort of deconflict with the end of year holidays that are coming up here when SLS looks like it's going to be more or less ready to go. So wouldn't be surprised if they slip to January. Starship could make it to orbit by the end of the year if this one goes, if Ship 20 and Booster 3 do their thing. Booster 4, isn't it? 20 and 4 now? I'm blanking. I think
Ship
so.
20 booster 4.
Yes, ship 20 booster 4. I should know that. But yeah, I do think 2024 is a bit aspirational. I don't think it's a bad goal to aim for. I don't think it's a bad goal to shoot for. And if you can do it safely and successfully, by all means, proceed into 2024. But I wouldn't be surprised if that moved around a little bit. And one thing we can certainly say is that with Kathy Leaders in charge of NASA's human spaceflight program, Artemis 3, the lunar landing, will not happen until they are absolutely ready for it. She is not someone that will bend to a date will or anything like that, and rightfully so. Russell White, thanks so much for the new membership. Really, really appreciate that. Al with a super chat as well, asking if SpaceX has public affairs officers or a historian to document the progress that they're making, basically for posterity. Not that I know of. I don't know of SpaceX having a historian on their public affairs team. But in some ways, that's a lot of what we're doing, is documenting a lot of this for the historical record. And hopefully one day, just like we sort of look back now at the early 60s at pictures of the vehicle assembly building being constructed pillar by pillar out of the ground here in Florida, hopefully that's what some of these pictures and these videos and this channel will serve as for Starbase and everything. And I think that's really, really cool.
Yeah, that's the hope, right?
Indeed. Here's a good question from MT. I'm not sure if we know the answer to this, though. Throw it out to any of you who might know. Do we know how thick the steel is in the launch table?
Ooh, good question.
I don't think I've seen. It doesn't sound like any of us know it, but MT, we'll make a note of that, and we'll try to get. If you're on Twitter, can you DM me? My DMs are open. Can you DM me that, and we'll try and find you the answer to that. But we don't know it off the top of our heads. Not sure we've actually seen it yet. But if you can DM me, I'd be happy to try to find that for you.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen any like labels or indications on how thick it is, but it certainly looks like very robust structural. I mean, it looks like a battleship. If you've ever been on a battleship at like a museum display or whatever, it just looks extremely thick and robust.
Yeah, indeed. And Jack, are you good to take a couple of questions so I can go out and get our stuff ready for the? Yeah, perfect, cool. I'll be back shortly.
Let's see. Looking for some questions. Here's kind of a morbid one. In case of a re-entry disaster, what kind of debris would... Oh, it disappeared. Just said no, don't show that one. Oh, here we go. In case of a run on re-entry, what kind of debris would fall to the ground? Like, let's say for this suborbital, orbital, whatever you want to call it, hop. And what could make it actually to the ocean? I mean, I guess COPVs have been known to make it all the way to the ground. That's a possibility. I don't know, maybe some heat shield tiles. It's the kind of thing where you'd have to go back and read like the Columbia report, accident investigation, to see what kind of stuff made it to the ground in that case. And it would probably be similar, but that's not something I care to read too much into. Let's see. Someone asking if Starship beats SLS to orbit. I don't know. SLS is giving it a run for its money. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting question, Jack. I just got back in the car. Yeah, which one makes it first? It's definitely seeming like neck and neck right now. I know Elon definitely has the, like within a month for Starship, but we'll see. I think end of the year is probably a bit more realistic on that.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. Let's see. How tall is the tower at 39A?
Ooh, the tower at 39A is just over 70 meters tall. I think the tower is 75 meters at 39A. Yeah.
What's that in America units?
Oh, hang on. Meters to feet. That would be roughly 250 feet, which sounds about right. Yep.
And the tower we're looking at right now is 469 feet, or is supposed to be 469 feet. So this is a significantly taller tower.
Yes, indeed. About double, in fact. Yeah.
And we switched over back to the flip yard outside of the tent there. And we're trying to figure out if they've already flipped that barrel section, but you can see that big flipping rig. And that is something they can use with that crane to lift those barrel segments up and then flip them over. Sometimes they have domes. I don't know if this one has a dome in it or not. I didn't see it because all our cameras were the other way. So we just need more cameras, apparently, so that we can see all the stuff. And the crazy thing about this shot is there's a little lift working on the flip there, and then in the background, they're working on the GSE tank. So imagine the number of people, the different teams that are working on various projects at Starbase right now. You've got all the work at the OLP that has the booster out there. You've got the GSE, you've got the tower, you've got the table and the orbital launch platform. You've got groundwork happening around everywhere. They're just preparing the ground and parking for new employees and that sort of stuff. Back at the production yard, work doesn't stop. You know they're working on Ship 20. Those GSE tanks they're working on modifying. The flip for whatever that's going to, I don't actually know which barrel section that is. But it's obvious how much work is happening out there at Starbase because they just never stop.
That is so true, right?
Yeah.
I don't think the flip has happened yet because after it flips, the jig that goes around the barrel is up near the top of the barrel. So right now we can't see the thing holding the barrel to the crane, which leads me to believe it's lower down, which leads me to believe that it has not been flipped yet. That's my guess.
Yeah. The highway cam is going to grow a little bit taller, but Elon needs to get out there and mow that grass. I mean, we saw him spraying for mosquitoes. No, I'm flabbergasted.
No.
They're out there spraying for the mosquitoes with the plane and the truck that goes around, but one of the number one ways to control the mosquitoes is get rid of standing water and get rid of high grass. And there's so much standing water and so much high grass around base. It's almost like spraying is trying to play catch up. And what you need to do is remove the environment that the mosquitoes can live in first. I grew up in South Texas. This is a huge thing. Everybody knows that this is a thing unless you're not from South Texas. They got to get rid of the standing water. And we've seen a lot of culverts being installed, but they also need to get rid of all that high grass. There's just empty lots that SpaceX owed that's just 3-4 foot of grass. Get in there and mow that stuff down and get rid of the habitat for those mosquitoes. Anyways, me armchair mosquito controlling over here.
No, you're right, but I just worry that it's essentially impossible to get rid of all of the standing water in the area because South Bay is, in a lot of cases, just a big chunk of standing water.
Yep.
Although it's salty, I guess. I don't know how that works with mosquito eggs.
There are breeds of mosquitoes that live just fine in salt water.
Of course there are.
Of course there are.
Of course. Florida, yes there are.
Yeah.
Like
God. Depth is a thing for them, like the depth of the water for a mosquito. So you really don't want shallow water. They don't do as well in deeper water. So just that shallow standing water from rain and improper drainage is literally mosquito heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. No good. Let's see, what else do we have?
If the whole camera thing doesn't work out, I'll go down and be Elon's mosquito control officer.
Fun fact, one of my many past jobs was a mosquito spray technician.
No kidding?
Yeah, I rode on one of those little ATVs. I rode it around and sprayed who knows what all over Disneyland.
I did that with sunflowers. I rode a gator around and I sprayed sunflowers to kill off the sunflower weeds. And then I went back to my, where I grew up. I used to do that as a summer job, literally riding a gator around in the fields, spraying stuff. And I went back, and the farmer I used to work for had intentionally planted his entire field with sunflowers. And I'm like, what did you do? You used to
Really?
pay me to get rid of these things. Well, it's just changing crop prices, and it made sense to actually grow sunflowers instead of growing the feed corn or whatever they did before, grain and feed corn.
Oh, that's
So,
funny. Yeah.
yeah. Like, you literally used to pay me to get rid of these, and now you just have an entire field intentionally filled.
So it goes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Looking.
There's a real quick question that I can answer real quick for
Go
us. Alan was asking, isn't the area around Stargate nature preserve? Yes, the area around Starbase is a nature preserve. So there are some there are some restrictions on exactly what they can do, but with the correct environmental impact assessments and the correct understanding of how they can change the landscape, but also help preserve part of it as well, you can build on nature preserves or wildlife refuges under certain conditions. And this is fairly common for spaceflight and space activities to choose wildlife refuges and preserves to build the launch complexes and to build the centers on, because they are sort of by definition isolated and limited access, which is exactly what you want in order to control who can and cannot be in particular areas, especially when you're doing hazardous operations. But there is a nice history of like cooperation between the space program and environmental protection concerns. You know, the Kennedy Space Center sits on a wildlife refuge, and yeah, and that's a huge part of the mandate for the Kennedy Space Center is to help preserve portions of the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge here. So spaceflight and environment have always kind of gone hand in hand in that regard.
And look at this. I've commandeered Danger Cam here, and you can see the table and the GSE tank right on the curve. This is one of the coolest things. Look, do you see the two transporters? And
One's
you see
way
how
lower, one's way higher.
one is extended and the other one's contracted, and that keeps the launch table mostly level. The operator can do that with a control box. And when you go around the S-curve here, I call it the S-curve, I mean, whatever. When you go around the curve, naturally the curve is banked, it's on camber, so that the cars sort of lean into the curve. They push into the curve when they take the turn. And to keep the table level, you actually have one of the SPMTs taller than the other so that you maintain that level. This is the coolest thing that you can see. This is the only angle you can really see that from, but those SPMTs are so cool.
Yeah, you gotta love how it's able to do that and do so independently, and each little module can do its own thing. It's just an astounding way of transporting all of this heavy equipment. And clearly, the operators at this point in Boca Chica are just, yep. And then you take it this way, and it self levels, and you take it that way, and you're done. And then you go have a sandwich, and it's just another day for them.
Exactly.
The only question is what kind of sandwich.
Starship.
Well, a Starship sandwich?
Yes. Sorry. Not sorry.
So I have the question that I think is on everyone's mind. And this is from Turtlefire. How many cranes do you think it will take to lift the launch table?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I do wonder if they can lift it with Franken-crane or if it's going to take multiple smaller cranes, like working in tandem. We did see yesterday all of those biggie cranes. There was like 4 of them or something that all went to the launch site all at once. It could be that was in preparation to getting ready to lift this thing all together. Who knows?
It's like a fleet of cranes that went out there.
Yeah. A flock of cranes. Look at this.
It's a lift of cranes, Jack. A group of cranes is called a lift.
There you go. Oh, hey, looks like we're joined again by Chris B. What's up, Chris B? You're back?
Hello, yeah. It's a not very busy day at work, but don't tell anybody because this isn't my day job. So, but I thought you guys are. I mean, the funny thing is, you guys have been up all hours, even when we're not live. And that's the thing. People don't appreciate how much work's going on in the background here. But most of all, I feel sorry for Mary because I can pop in and give you guys a bit of a break. But I can't just pop to Starbase in South Texas and give Mary a break. For one thing, I don't know how to operate a camera. So the second thing is I'm like 4,000, 5,000 miles away. So, I mean, all praise to Mary, because she's out there all day, every day, regardless, and has no one to sort of like say, okay, you know, take an hour off, I'll take over the camera for a bit. But I can on the comms at least, so I thought, you know, I'll pop in for another hour or so and
Look at him carrying.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Carrying the starships on that telehandler there. In the background.
That is crazy.
Little
I mean, that is a parade. We were talking about the potential of parade. That is a parade. It's getting real, isn't it? I mean, this is where we're getting that surge where Elon said he wants Brewster 4 and Ship 20 integrated by X date. I mean, again, I'm skeptical about the date, but it's not... when you start seeing things like this, they are going hell to the leather for it, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. It's just pedal to the metal. And look at that shot of the launch tower. Super beautiful. Finally getting put down in place there. And I bet they'll undo the flag and drop it down through the hole like Das was saying.
Now, I've got questions. People have been asking questions in Twitter replies, and I think I've seen a few in chat. That top end there is obviously extending outside of the tower itself.
Yep.
That is not far enough away to be the hoist for a Starship being integrated onto a Super Heavy. Are we thinking there's going to be some kind of extension further, so it raises out towards the launch tower? I mean, the launch table, because two things there. It'll have to swing if it does, because you'll have to go out of the way of a launch. But also, we're looking for structural engineers and mechanical engineers here, because that is some system. We've not seen any official renders of what it'll eventually look like. We're going to have to start guessing here a little bit. But that system, obviously, is some kind of pulley system integrated into the tower itself. I'm thinking there might be a swing arm extension that'll come out further.
Something like that seems like fairly likely, yeah. And look at that shot of the orbital launch table going under booster 3.
Look, briefly, the booster's going to be in the right position.
Let's screenshot it. Hang on. I'm on a laptop here.
3,
oh, God.
2, 1 and a half. Get it.
Got it. Right, I'm tweeting that for some real sort of like really crappy sort of like, oh, well done. Yeah, that's clever.
For the
That's
lulz.
funny.
Nice.
You guys are so funny. Sarcastic clap.
I love the guy walking behind it there. I mean, literally, you drive those big SPMTs, the modular. You can connect them together different ways, and you drive them by walking behind them with a cable and a control box. As the guy in green there is...
The control box looks so cool, too. It's like a bright yellow, just plastic looking with a joystick and all kinds of buttons. It's just so cool.
I think it's got like a neck harness, too. Like you hang it around your neck, you know?
Yep. Yeah,
oh, and he was up on the wall watching the clearance between the wall and the piece, the table.
That would just be a high pressure job. I do not envy those guys, and I imagine they get paid well for their work.
It always reminds me of that iconic picture of the steelworkers in New York, sat on the girders at like 50 stories high, sort of thing.
Yeah.
That is some kind of skill job. I mean, I could not do it. I'm not very good with heights. I would not be able to do this. But it's all safe. I mean, they go through all these rules and regulations, don't they? So they make it as safe as possible. But still, it takes a special kind of person to be. Look at that guy walking across the girder there on the back of the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes a special kind of person.
Could
I
not
would love
do
to
that.
go up there. I would probably be slightly terrified, but I feel like it's the kind of thing where if you don't have a phobia of heights, it's probably the kind of thing where you just sort of get used to it over time. Let's see.
I feel a little bit sorry for Boeing, by the way, because it's their Starliner events and they're doing the best they can to promote it, and we're all watching this launch. I mean, to be fair, we've got Chris G out there, so we are covering it, but we're concentrating on what's happening right now. And right now, it's the launch table, it's the launch tower, it's all that things. We've got to cover it live.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm sitting here in my car doing this, but also watching, and Atlas hasn't started the roll yet. So.
Cool. But we will. I mean, for people who think we're just concentrating on this, we're focusing on everything that's happening, and we will be going large with Starliner over the coming days, big time.
Oh yeah, like tomorrow there's the interview with the NASA administrator. Yeah, no, we've got some good stuff planned for Starliner. Definitely. Definite. A few super chats have come in that I can speed run and ask a few. Here, Greg saying, if SpaceX does a full stack with Frankencrane, how would they disconnect the crane from the top of Starship? I wouldn't want to be that guy. Well, that's a good question. And I think that kind of goes back to what you were talking about, Chris, about like we don't really know what the configuration of the tower is yet, so it's kind of hard to answer that question. But it is a really good question because that is something that would have to be a consideration if you're gonna, if you are going to need to connect a crane, you've got to have a way to disconnect it in some way. I mean, you could go with quick disconnects, you could go with some other options there to pop it off. Through an electronic command or things like that. But yeah, it's a good question. But I think that's really predicated on knowing what the final design of the tower is going to end up being. Any other thoughts on that?
I just always find it. Sorry, Jack. I always find it beautiful that there's obviously some planning that's gone into all of this. They know what they're doing. They know what they're going to have and how it's all before I even start building the sections for the launch tower. I mean, constructing it. And it's all in this sort of like secret vault of SpaceX's, and they're all on NDAs, so they can't say anything on Twitter or anything like that. There's a certain situation now. There's quite a few fake SpaceX's on like social media and Reddit and on Discords. So you got to be so careful about what people say because people are now they see the fame in it and they pretend to be SpaceX's. So you got to filter out a lot of the noise.
Yeah,
but I guarantee
you a couple of those.
Yeah, I know at least one of them keeps DMing me. And it's a funny. I mean, you're gonna have that in social media in all walks of life. People pretend to be whatever, but I do like the idea of the real SpaceXers knowing what the situation is, and probably maybe a few of them watching the stream thinking, "I know what they're doing. Will they guess it right or not?"
Indeed. Another one here from Jim C. Saying, in regard to the orbital tower, one, how deep is the base and will there be any other supports? And two, if a Starship launch fails and explodes close to the orbital tower, how resilient is the tower to withstand failures? Both excellent questions. I can take the second one. It would really, really depend on what kind of a failure it suffers. Like a blow up on the actual stand, or a blow up before it clears the tower, a potential pad fallback. I mean, those are like you build the pad from the ground up again. Because those, I mean, just the sheer amount of force and energy that would be released in that kind of an event would be crippling to the pad. If you think back to the Amos 6 on pad blow up conflagration technically, but if you think back to that one, I mean, Falcon hadn't left the pad, and it was basically a rebuild it from the ground up. It would be damaged significantly, if not outright destroyed, if it were to fail on the ground or close to the ground like that. In terms of how deep the pad is, I don't know if we have any information on that. Jack, do you remember if we got any on that, or Chris? And again, to your question about the supports on the tower, without knowing what their finalized design is, it's a little hard to say. Obviously, there'll be GSE and piping running up the tower because we've seen a fueling arm, we've seen attach points for a fueling thing on Ship 20 when it's stacked. So we know there are still things and additions coming to the tower, but the towers, generally launch towers, don't tend to have supports. They tend to just come right up out of the ground like this, and they don't tend to be braced or anything like that.
I don't remember how deep the foundations of it went. Someone could probably go back and do the math and see, they lowered this many rebar cages that were this long down into the hole. People in chat are saying 35 meters. Multiple people have said that. I don't know if that's accurate, but I'll believe it, which would be about 100 and something feet, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just remember that the first section, which was in the foundations in the rebar, that was one that took the longest, didn't it? That was there for quite a while. So they'd obviously taken a lot of effort to make sure that was all set and ready to go. I don't know anything about construction, so but I just know that it took a long time for them to then move on to stacking the rest of the sections. So they obviously made sure it was very securely in the ground, as you'd expect.
It looks like they have people climbing up on Section 9
Oh!
before Section 9 has been set down.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, it does. Look at that. Unless it's like an MC Escher. No, I see the
I
cow
don't
up
think
top,
so.
Yeah, yeah, I
God.
was only seeing the one toward the bottom, but now I see the guys up top. Yeah, they're definitely on it. How is it just hanging there?
Now I want to see
wonder-
an MC Escher drawing of the launch site. Someone, if you can
They're
do that.
hammering. Look, they're hammering on it.
Look at that.
I wonder if they have to remove one of those temporary braces people were talking about, or, I mean, the guy was using the old percussive maintenance on a bolt, it looked like.
Goodness.
No, I don't think I'd want to do that. That's not my dream job right there. I'm telling you right straight away. It's a great view. I always think back to running the site. I see people, just when I'm doing administrating thing, looking at STS-122 Flight Day 5 threads. I mean, literally like 12, 13 years after it's happened. They're looking back at those threads. And I just get the idea of people watching back these videos in 12, 13, 14 years' time of how it all started, right back to Starhopper, right through to the construction of the launch tower. I cannot find, there might be, but I just don't think there's any videos on YouTube of the construction of 39A's fixed service structure. Maybe some conversion to shuttle, but there's maybe some photographs from the Apollo days where they were constructing the mobile launch towers, which were used for Saturn V. Things like that, the construction, there's no in-depth live, because it wasn't back then, there wasn't such a thing. There's no videos like this where you could go back in 12 years' time and say, oh yeah, there's a live stream of when they were constructing the launch tower. That is so much value. If some kid who's not even born yet goes back on these videos to see how it all started, that's huge to me.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost in the forest and not see the trees or whatever the metaphor thing that actually is smart sounding. But no, really, like day to day, we see this piece moved, we see that piece moved, we see them get step by step closer to their end goal. But eventually, that they're gonna have reached that goal, and this is all gonna be ancient history. And even just like thinking back in the last 5 or 6 years, I mean, remember the first time they landed a Falcon 9? That was a big deal. And now it's just sort of routine. And right now we're still in the big deal phase, right? And eventually this will all be routine, and someone will be like, what would this look like before? And come back and look at these videos.
How about this for taking it a step further? Someone who's not yet born yet, who ends up working on Mars, launching on a Starship. Say 20 years' time. Imagine that. Well, maybe they might have to be a bit older to be working on Mars, but I can imagine someone who's not yet born yet, who will eventually fly on Starship and then looks back on how it all started, and that is surreal to me because they've not watched it live. They weren't even born, but they can get the chance to look back on the videos because I think we can be safe to say YouTube isn't going to go away anytime soon. So they'll get the opportunity to look back on it. And that, I mean, I've had those stories before where people have just gone into spaceflight and been looking back on shuttle and looking back on our coverage. And I always find that amazing.
Indeed. Let me grab a couple more questions here for us. So BTM Marine saying, thank you so much for all that you guys do. A merchandise plug. Have you ever thought of adding pet stuff to your store? My dogs are jealous of your awesome shorts. I will say stand by for that. Yeah, I'd say stand by. Shane here asking, how come no one's talking about the offer from Blue Origin to cover $2 billion toward the cost of the second HLS option? We actually did talk about this about an hour ago. Doss and I and Jack talked a little bit more in depth about this and in terms of what our opinions were. And basically, I think what we all boiled down to sort of the short of it was that it seemed like an offer that we should be really, really happy about. Saving $2 billion of federal taxpayer money and stuff like that. But it just seems really fishy the way it's been done. Not sure if it's legal, not sure if they can technically do it, all sorts of questions. But yeah, we did talk quite extensively about that a bit earlier on the stream, but that's the sort of brief roundup on where we sort of ended on that. Another one here saying #FleetCam fans, please don't neglect FleetCam. We miss Cam Ops visiting us. Well, yeah, FleetCam will get love again. Definitely when the fleets start going out for more flights, right, Das?
I mean, just yesterday there was it yesterday or the day before where the Inspiration 4 crew was training, and we were watching the Inspiration 4 crew in the water out near the North Docks. Definitely not neglecting it. Don't worry.
By the way, we do have a tweet just now from FleetCam, which was Gavin Cornwell, who runs it for us. He's SpaceX Fleet on Twitter. I'm going to put the tweet into chat now. It's basically a massive cruise ship doing a handbrake turn. So,
kidding?
You want to see a big passenger ship do a big turn? There you go. There's a tweet in the chat now.
Those things are crazy because the cruise ships don't actually get tugged in and out. They're so maneuverable they just drive themselves in and out of port.
It's got about 50. It's got about 25 decks. It's not.
Jeez. We don't dare show a cruise ship on the Tower Stack Extreme. Again, folks, a lot of stuff happening at Starbase today. Down there, or up here, I guess is the right way to say it. Down there in Texas. This is the Section 9 lift. You can see they haven't quite landed that last section with the big pulley system up on the very top of the big launch tower that they've been working. Workers crawling all over it like ants right now as they make the preparations to actually put this thing down, being supported by the big crane that we call Franken Crane right now. And also we saw the rollout of a GSE tank, another one of the ground support equipment tanks there for the orbital launch site, something that'll hold, there you go, cryogenic liquids, methane or oxygen. We've got water tanks there as well, but that one that has it, well, it's going in the gate right now behind the, or in front of the big Buckner crane. So that is rolling out. We saw the orbital launch table roll out. They're working on the flipping yard as well, flipping things over. They're modifying GSE, work happening in the high bay as well. I'm like talking so fast. We're not going to try to change the camera to all these, but it is a busy day, and we're glad that it all sort of lined up so we could do the commentary on the lift, which we normally try to cover, especially this one. It's the last big lift they're doing for building the first tower, and we got lucky because it ran right into this rollout parade of the GSE tank and the launch table. Whew. How's that for a recap?
Pretty good.
Very good recap. I'm going to dive through a few of these questions or what have you. Treasury, thank you for your support. Steve, thank you for your support as well. Terry Heaton asks, is the main purpose of the launch table to provide a giant circular waterfall to cool the air underneath all of those Raptors? If it's like any other launch table, which it isn't, it is basically a very clever structure. That's why it's taking so long to build, because it's very complex. We know that Elon was mulling over the fact of water suppression, and I think that is something we've got to consider with the question of water cooling. So we don't know. I've got ideas, but I hate saying what my ideas are because 9 out of 10 times I'll be wrong. But also it's because we've not yet heard officially, so I don't want to start making statements on this stream and sort of like sound like I know what I'm talking about. I think we need to see it integrated onto the actual mount itself to see how it'll work, but it will act as something that Super Heavy will sit on, and then we've got to take into account the likes of the hold down clamps because that's what it'll need for the booster, and then we'll see what the inners are like as far as a GSC style kind of like situation where we might have some kind of like water system underneath it, which will then fire out and remember, it's not about cooling. Sound suppression is mostly about sound suppression. It's about, as you can see on 39A and 39B during the shuttle, when the water suppression started up, that was to dampen out the acoustic effects of the boosters and the SSMEs firing up, not to cool anything. I mean, it worked as cooling. It kept the launch table, the mobile launch platform, away from burning itself or melting itself out, but it was about sound suppression. So that's the key thing we've got to take out of here, is what amount of sound suppression does a Super Heavy booster with 33 eventually engines firing up will require. Quick thanks to Frederick. Very much appreciated. FX Financial, I'm trying to image the amount of effort and resources needed to move this amount of material off the planet to the moon and Mars. Amazing. Yeah, you know what? This is the thing about why he wants so much capability. It's not just a massive booster and a massive vehicle that they're using here. It's the fact that it can also do refilling on orbit. So you have to get off the planet with this system. Then you take Starship in orbit and refuel it. You have all that capability of Starship back again because it's got all its propellant back. It's literally like refilling your tank and taking the journey on further. And then you can use your Raptors to get to destinations in short amount of time. But it's really impressive how you have not just this very powerful rocket, but the refilling capability. That's key. That's the game changer. And I'm pausing as I'm talking because I'm still trying to work out when the refilling test will take place. I think that any time within the next 1-2 years would be amazing. That would be a real game changer as far as technology goes, because if you compare with SLS, and I don't like doing that, SLS is going to launch in a full configuration this year, all being well, in November. They keep saying they're on track for November still, and that's both publicly and the SLS guys are now feeling very optimistic about it. That is a very powerful vehicle, but it is literally on empty by the time it gets into orbit, apart from the upper stage. And the upper stage is a Delta 4 converted ICPS. That's only got one engine, an RL10. Eventually it'll go to an EUS, which is exploration upper stage, which is 4 engines. That's going to be capable. But it's carrying all that fuel to orbit and then using that fuel once it gets there. Where Starship refills, that's where it all changes. And that's where you get all that capability to answer the question, to get all that amount of material onto Mars. That's where your capability is. Doc Watson, thank you for your £5. Chris B, Yorkshire Tea, go Tower McTower face. I agree with both of those statements, wholeheartedly.
It looks like the LR 11,000, the big yellow Bucky crane, has been disconnected from the GSE tank it was connected to. Maybe they're getting ready to hook that up to the new tank that just arrived and get it lifted into place.
Oh yeah, good catch.
I was looking at the 24/7 stream.
Where are they even gonna put this one? I mean,
it's a good question, and I'm wondering where they're gonna put it, and if they're gonna start actually putting the shells around them finally.
Yeah, it can't come in this direction because they have the Chia berm in the way there. So it's gotta. I think there's another mount up behind it. I think. Good
That's
grief.
an idea for the NSF store. A Chia berm.
I figured I'd toss that one out there.
Oh, I love it. It's crazy how fast all that grew there.
Yeah.
I know they seeded it. They sprayed some like green fertilizer and seed mixture on there, but that was fast.
Yep.
Got an off-topic question here, but it's an interesting one. Jan Moss, a little late and off-topic as you preempt it. What do you think is the reason for the VG Virgin Galactic VSS Unity nozzle being chanted and missing some of the top? I asked Scott Manley and Tim Dodd and stumped them. Well, I guarantee if you stump them, they're going to stump me. I have no idea. I really don't. I'm trying to reference what the missing some of the top is about. I do know that Virgin Galactic did change, remember? They changed their engine from the SNC engine to their own. I think it was Scale Composites were involved with it, their own engine. And it's been working pretty fine apart from that, but which our own Jack Bayer caught, didn't you, Jack? During that drop,
I do wonder why that nozzle looks that way. And really quickly here, Chris G is going to step off. Thank you, Chris G, for joining us. And hopefully you'll be back soon, or if you can be. But do your Starliner thing.
I will indeed, yeah. Hopefully I can be back. But yeah, I got to go get a few things done for the Starliner campaign. But it was great. It was great hanging out with all of you, and hopefully I can be back a bit later.
Cool. Thanks, bud.
Ryan asks, I can't wait for NSF to make a 3-hour documentary using all your footage. It'd be more than 3 hours then. And interviewing people like Mary who are actually there watching. Yeah, you know what? I mean, this is the thing. I'm going to bring this up. People know we bring this up all the time, but we do get new people all the time. So it's worth repeating, even for the sake of it, because it's so important. We would not be doing this without Mary. Simple as, because we didn't even start the YouTube channel if it wasn't for Mary. The reason why we started the YouTube channel back in the day was Mary was uploading her clips to the forum. And if anyone knows how SMS forums and PHP forums work, when you upload large amounts of data to a forum post and forum thread, and you have lots and lots of people downloading it and viewing it, that's bandwidth, and it all adds up. And then the hosting company goes, your invoice for this month is $4,350. And you're thinking, why? Why is it costing so much? And it's because these videos have been uploaded to the forum. So we thought, right, let's put them on YouTube because they'll host it and it saves us money on the site. And we didn't think that the YouTube channel would grow at all. We just thought it was the best way of hosting it. We could embed the videos into the forum threads. Problem solved. And of course, the channel grew. The amount of people watching the videos grew, and then we just went from there. And we're now, within what, 2 years, we're at 450,000 subscribers, which is crazy to me because that's in a very short amount of time. But it's all because of Mary, and it's not just because Mary's video started the idea of the channel. It's Mary's content's improved all the time as well. We've got amazing content from Mary every single day. Which is not my idea. If it was my perfect world, Mary would not be working every day. But she's unstoppable. She's incredible. And I know people appreciate her. I know they do because I see it every time in replies and in the chat rooms and what have you. But I still don't think people really appreciate how much work she does. And that's why I like making the point, because it is an incredible amount of work. Incredible amount of work in very tough conditions as well. I mean, it's 86 degrees there right now. It's been a lot hotter. And it's dusty, it's windy, it's sandy, it's a construction site. This is not some, like, you know, you put up like a beach towel and just sort of like watch things. This is a construction site in South Texas. It's not easy work at all. So if you spam the chat with thanks Mary, please do, because I don't care what the moderators say. Spam it.
Yeah, sure enough. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. And there, chat goes.
And the hour as well. So look at that. Look at chat. Look at chat.
I love it. Yep, there. And it's unreadable. It's going so fast.
Well deserved.
Well deserved indeed. I mean, like you said, Chris, it's an insane amount of work.
Yeah. But it is funny how it all started. It's literally, it was my idea of trying to save the forum from bankrupting me.
I gotta be honest, every time I post something on the forums, I'm a little bit nervous. You're gonna DM me and be like, why did you post this giant file on the forums?
Yeah. Oh, remember the big photographs you did?
Yes.
You moved them to that. So I was like, you can't put a 50 megabyte attachment to a forum thread where 5,000 people are going to download it.
Oh, it makes me nervous every time.
Oh, no. I mean, the funny thing about the site is, when I first started the site, it was going to be a new site. I mean, I thought it'd be a very specialist news site as well. That's why it's called NASASpaceflight, guys. I mean, it was because I was only covering shuttle and NASA. So I had two options, shuttle spaceflight or NASA spaceflight, I thought. And there's no spaceflight.com, that had gone. So I had the two options, and if I'd gone for shuttlespaceflight.com, we'd look really weird right now. It's like, we go to shuttlespaceflight.com for live coverage of GSE rollout down Highway 4. And it's nothing to do with shuttle at all. But that's why it's called that. I mean, people say rebrand, but rebranding is so dangerous. I mean, you can end up being, killing the site that way, because you lose a lot of people by rebranding. It's a tricky situation, it really is. So if you explain it, why our history is there, I think it's important as well, because when people know you for 16 years, which we've been running for with the site, it's just one of those things. NASA know who we are. We're fully NASA accredited. It's not like NASA, like, you can't use our name. They know about us completely, so that's all fine. And there's NASA Watch. There's other sites with NASA in the name. It's just one of those things. Oh, we're going to do a Simpsons reference here. Bjorn asks, for Moon and Mars bases, do you think roads or rails will make more sense? Monorails? That's a good question, actually. We've seen that amazing render which Elon did when it was called BFR. He did a Mars base alpha render where it showed the build-up of the base and the city, which is... I always look back to it because it's incredible. It really is. And I see roads I don't see rails or anything like that. I see roads. It's got like 5 Starship pads, and it leads to these dome structures. In fact, I'll find it. I'll put it into chat because it's an incredible thing. Mars Base Alpha. 1 second. I'm only on a 1 laptop here, so I can't do too much. Alpha. And it's here we go. I'm going to put this into chat. This is an official one from SpaceX, which Elon showed. Copy image address. There we go. Into chat right now. That is what they're aiming for. It's not going to be anytime soon, but that is what they're aiming for. And you can see the Starship pads, and they look like roads to me, but they could be rails. A rail system on Mars, how would that work? I mean, it might work. What do you think, guys?
Car bad, train good. Hopefully rails.
But yeah, monorail would be brilliant. Get Homer Simpson driving it. Eric,
No.
thank you for your support. I mean, again, it sounds very disingenuous when I say it, especially my Yorkshire accent, because I never sound genuine as in my life. But it really is. It means the world to us when people watch our streams, like our streams, comment in the streams, subscribe to the channel. All those things are just helping us. Seriously, that helps us. You don't have to give money. It helps us when you pass it on to a friend, you post it on a Discord forum, whatever like that. If you pass on what we're doing and people watch it, that helps us. Simple as that. So again, we're not begging for money or anything like that, but it does cost a lot of money. So when you do help us out financially, it allows us to do more because it all goes back into this, by the way. I'm not earning anything from this, trust me. That's why I'm taking an hour off work just to do this, talking right now. We put it all back into what we're doing, which means we can do more and more. If you've seen our growth over the 2 years of this channel, you've seen how we've reinvested it all into cameras, into all sorts of things Daz knows about, which I don't. I still like witchcraft to me. But it's just an amazing amount of effort to basically then resupply you guys with more and more coverage. So that's the important thing. That's why we do thank people for it, because it's appreciated, because it means we can do more. And trust me, I would not do this if I didn't enjoy it. We all do it because we enjoy it. It's an amazing thing to do, where you're covering rockets. That to me is like, my day job is sports.
I mean, I'll jump in on that. I've been covering rockets just about as long as I've been streaming, because I started off with playing Kerbal Space Program, and coming up on 6-7 years now, and going around to NASA launches and that sort of stuff. It didn't get into that to make money. I got into that because I loved sharing rockets with other people. It was really, really cool, and it's amazing here. This isn't about, we're going to make so much money doing this. It's we turn it back around and plow it right back into more cameras and more rocket coverage. Like we're all it's so good. It's so much fun working on this. I had to jump in.
No, I mean, from about 5 years ago, I had offers for the site. I could have easily just said, if I'm doing it for the money, I could have sold the site easily, straight away.
Cashed out.
And I wouldn't be working 7 days a week. But I would never sell the site. Seriously, simple as that. It's just too much fun and too important as well. I say too important, not in the grand scheme of things. This is not doctors and nurses. This is not like the military or anything like that. But it's important to what we like. And I'm sure everyone in this chat room they wouldn't be in here if they weren't interested in this. It's a real privilege to be able to cover what is technically our favourite hobby to a large amount of people who are probably very like-minded. So that's what makes it work, is where if we can afford to do this, thanks to the support, we'll do it until we're blue in the face. We'll work everyone works so many hours. It's not a chore. If there's such a thing where you didn't have to sleep, I wouldn't bother, and I'm sure the guys wouldn't as well. It's just an incredible privilege to be able to cover this historic. Sorry, Jackson, I want to go to sleep. It's a privilege to cover this because this is important to humanity.
Yep, I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, I feel like 2016, 17 was doing the same thing we're doing now. I was just shouting into an empty room, and then started working with NASASpaceflight, and NASASpaceflight started growing, and Starship started happening in earnest, and wasn't just a pile of dirt anymore, and it's just grown and grown and grown, and it's really cool that we get to do what we like to do as a job now. I mean, it's amazing. So thanks everybody for for caring so much.
Oh, and Pat O'Neill, he catches on to what I was asking about with the launch tower and swing arms. It appears the trolley system will double as a catch and a swivel arm lift. Guys, thoughts? Thanks for the coverage. Well, thanks for the support, but I'd love to see an official render. The funny thing about SpaceX and Elon is they don't need to do official renders because there's so many talented people out there on Twitter and various sites who are experts in creating renders, that Elon likes the ones and even comments on some of them to refine them, that we get to see what he's looking towards without an official render. So he's probably saving having to hire some contracting company in. But I'm sure the next presentation he does, which I'm sure is due soon, he has said he's going to do another one soon, unlikely from Starbase and likely in front of 15 and 16, I would say, as a fair assumption. We will then see some official graphics and renders and maybe videos of where he's taking the Starship program, and then we'll get to see a lot more information from an official standpoint, and that's what I'm looking forward to. The rest of it's fun to speculate, but it's speculation, let's be fair.
Yeah, for sure.
Andrew with a very timely thanks, Mary. Keep up the good work. Very much true. And another one from Ron. Thank you so much, Mary. Please stay cool. I was only recently, this is a bit embarrassing, but I've never experienced being in the same place as a mosquito. I've never ever been in that experience. And I'm looking forward, in inverted commas, to experiencing what the heck those things are like, because we saw the stunt plane with the bug spray just recently. With where they were
plane with the bug spray.
I tell you what, he was flying that low. That guy must be a stunt plane driver.
He was playing too much GTA.
All right, Chris, I'm gonna jump in on this. That crop duster pilot was way high for a crop duster pilot. He was giving the work area such a huge berth. I used to, there was another one of my summer jobs. I would move stuff around to one of the guys that flew a plane just like that. And he got in trouble because he flew under the power lines on more than one occasion. You're not supposed to do that. But that crop duster was, I'm like, what is that crop duster doing? It was like wide coverage spraying from way up high. I was amazed because if you think that guy was a stunt pilot, those crop duster guys are some ridiculously skilled pilots. Like from Independence Day, what was the guy's name? Randy or whatever. Whatever his name was. Yeah. I was watching that guy flying. And I was like, why is he so high up? You got to get down there. It's a normal thing. Like that crop duster, they defoliate cotton down there. They spray pesticides and stuff on the crops. I mean, whatever you might think about that, I'd rather not open up my, head of lettuce and have a bunch of bugs inside of it. I know there's all sorts of opinions there, but those crop dusters are all over the farmland down there in South Texas, and they. Oh, jeez. They are crazy stunt pilots. I'll definitely call them a stunt pilot.
Yeah, I'm all for protecting the environment, but let's get rid of all mosquitoes ever. They serve no purpose. They will harm nothing. Get rid of all mosquitoes ever.
The only good bug is a dead bug.
There you go.
The tower is finally going down.
All right. It's been a while.
Yeah, they took their time lowering it this time.
You know what's interesting here? I guess that's what the pulleys are on, so that's why it still needs the cross bracing and stuff like that. This section has the big horizontal beams that hold the pulleys themselves, and that's why it's still braced all the way across. I was gonna say for a minute, I was like, I wonder what they're going to put on top of this, but all of that internal bracing is probably specifically for the pulley system. You got to be able to spread that load around to the rest of the tower. Look at the tabs on the top, though. The tabs that are sticking off. I wonder what that's going to be.
Yeah, good question.
That's interesting.
And they are now pausing again.
There's that worker on the left-hand side that sort of, I mean, I guess you just don't look down.
Talking about rebranding, Avril says, I know rebranding will be very difficult at this point, but if you ever decide to change, may I suggest nascent spaceflight?
Nascent space flight. Nice. I think we may just have to reach out to the owner of Next Space Flight if we ever have to rebrand. I think.
Oh
we might
yeah,
know
yeah.
that
Well,
guy.
let's nick his URL. Michael
just
won't mind.
Nick his URL, right?
Yeah.
No,
NSF.
but if we were going to rebrand, I think that would be the no-brainer choice.
Yeah. Michael, I'm
Oh,
offering you
jeez.
$50. $50 for your URL and
$50.
site name. Shake my hand. Go on, shake my hand, Michael.
Wow.
Shake it.
If you
Spared
say-
no expense.
If you're gonna say that we'll rebrand, I'll pay it. I'll pay the $50 out of my
We'll
own
pay the
pocket.
$50.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Don't tempt me.
The thing is, we're mostly known as NSF now. I mean, that's kind of stuck. I like that because even though there is an NSF National Space Foundation or whatever, everyone knows when we're talking about rockets and stuff and say NSF, they know they mean us. So that's kind of where we're kind of edging towards mostly now, is that we're called NSF.
Every time I hear NSF, I think of NASA Spaceflight,
Yeah.
not National Science Foundation. Who are they, anyways?
They follow us on Twitter, by the way.
Do they really?
Yeah.
That has to be confusing.
Yeah.
We're gonna get into
No
a situation with like the WWE where it's like we're the world, or the WWF, where it's like
Oh.
we're the World Wildlife Federation, or we're the World Wrestling Federation. It's like it's our acronym. It's our acronym. Ah.
It's interesting that the Wildlife Federation came away with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think it's just who was using it first, et cetera, et cetera. But it's, I mean, gosh, if you're a spaceflight fan, I think that you know where to come to see some cool views sometimes, and people who will talk incessantly about what we think about what we see on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Let's fire through some more questions. Jan Moss, did my question stump you? Yes, it was the question about the nozzle. Yes, it did. We've also got Jim with what happened to the idea of a movable crane on top of the tower to pick up, translate, and drop Starship onto the booster at the Section 10. Well, we know we can't do a Section 10 now because, as Mary pointed out earlier, that crane is at its max capacity as far as lifting stuff that high because it's got no space left. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know if they could add another extension to it. I think they've got as far as they could with the extension. But it's just like, it's now a case of that is where they're going with the max height. There's still that lightning rod thing that's going to go on top, lightning protection system, which I think is not very tall, but it's tall enough to do the job.
10 feet.
So
It's supposed to be
that's-
like 10 feet or something like that. I
Yeah,
think
it's not
the
much, is it?
document
No.
said.
Because that would be very much like the old shuttle Pad 39, 39B, where they had that rod on top of the fixed service structure. That was lightning protection system, but also they had large wires which went down to the ground to ground it. So that's something where they know from experience that'll work.
Yep. They're just taking it slow and steady, unsurprisingly. But it does, I mean, it really does look like they're guiding it in for the final placement here.
And of course, the questions that come up before, which not recently, but I'm going to bring it back up again, is if they will clad the structure, not unlike what they've done with 39A, which I think they've done. I'll straight away. 39A is so important to a lot of people. It's an historic launch site. It's launched the Apollo 11 mission. It's launched shuttle missions. It's so historically important. When SpaceX took over 39A during the Space Florida lease, we didn't know what they were going to do apart from build a HIF, which they've built at the base of the ramp. We didn't know what they were going to do with the actual launch site itself, apart from the removal of the rotating service structure, which is the one which rotated the payloads in and out.
Yep.
That's what they were going to do anyway. But they cladded it and made it look wonderful with a new crew access arm, lots of changes to it, and it does look like a new pad now. I think they've done a fantastic job with it. And I would assume with SpaceX's mentality, they will do the same thing with this launch tower possibly, where they'll clad maybe 3 sides of it. Maybe it's some kind of like protection for workers who are going up and down and lift and things like that, and accessing the umbilicals. It might make sense from a structural point of view there. But also it will look a lot like 39A structure, but much larger, much taller.
Yeah.
I'm very eager to see what they do with it because I think it will become its own iconic launch tower in its own right. Quick thanks to Roger and Keith, both with support. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words as well. I mean, just saying it in chats, it means a lot to us, but to do it as a super chat is incredible. Same with Gene. Please accept my meager donation to help you with your outstanding coverage of SpaceX and whatever is left. There's a lot left. There's a lot to come yet. There's lots and lots to come. It's not just SpaceX. Remember, we cover everything, and there's so much going to be happening. I keep thinking about Relativity Space with Terran R. That vehicle is like a mini Starship. It's beautiful. It's an incredibly looking rocket, and that's fully reusable as well, both the booster and the second stage. So there's so much to come. The Firefly to come. Astra's running on its feet now. So many. I mean, I'll miss people out, but there's so much happening. Where hopefully Vulcan. Sorry, Michael's. Oh, the flag.
Oh yeah, they just unfurled the flag again.
Nice.
It looks like they're getting closer and closer to actually making touchdown.
America.
A quick word about that. As a non-American, every time I go to the States, and I usually stay in suburbs areas, what have you like that, especially when I went to Chicago, I was in the suburb area for about a few weeks. Everybody had flags on their lawns and yards. Everybody. There was no special event going on. They just had American flags on the lawns. And that's different to over the UK. And I just thought that was really nice. It's a beautiful flag to a non-American, by the way. It really is a very nice flag. But to see people just flying their flag from their yards and their roofs and their front gardens, it struck me. It really did. It struck me really hard when I first went there and saw it. And I thought that was a really nice thing.
So as a British person, you understand what that flag represents, right?
Yeah. Go on, Michael. You're going to say something.
You really have to go there?
The thing with us, we only fly our flags when the England team's playing or something.
It's like just inches to go.
I'm kind of hoping for fireworks when it finally does touch down. Like, hey,
yeah, right.
like trumpets, like some kind of fanfare.
Yeah.
Do. Then Mario will come and jump over it and advance on to the next level.
Oh my gosh. Which is the swimming level, right?
Yeah, that's exactly. Thanks.
You actually have to pull the U.S. flag down. That's what the beach is right there. You jump up to the top and you pull down the U.S. flag, then you run in the little castle, then you jump in the pipe. The end. Hashtag gaming.
Love it.
Yeah, again, y'all, if you're wondering what's going on here, we are hanging out. We've been live for hours now, almost 5 hours coming up here, and that is the very top of the tower, the 9th section. That is the cap that they're putting on the top of it. You can see the big pulley system there right above the stripes of the United States flag, and platforms. There's workers up there around it. You can see the worker on the lower left-hand corner sort of guiding that in for the final touchdown, but we've been watching this all morning. We watched it roll all the way out there, or not actually, we saw pieces of it come out on the 24/7 stream, and they assembled it right there at the launch site, hooked it up to the crane yesterday afternoon, tested it out, made sure it was all balanced and ready to go, and then first thing this morning, they were up with the sun bringing this tower section to the top, apparently knowing that it was going to take them a little bit of time and they didn't want to run into a wind situation, but wind, not a huge deal right now. You can see the flag just barely moving there in a very light breeze that's hardly even registering. So we also saw the rollout of the table, so we'll be watching that table construction, the orbital launch table, or not construction, I guess installation, over there at the orbital launch platform, and a big GSE tank that's hanging out as well. Got a little bit of a parade in Boca Chica this morning, but we're the NASA Spaceflight team. We've been live for hours here, and usually what we do in situations like this, we're waiting for that final touchdown for the tower segment to actually make contact, and then we will call it a day and switch back over to the 24/7 stream. That 24/7 stream continually going. That's why it's called the 24/7 stream. So even once this touchdown, you can still hang out. You can chat with like-minded space friends over on the other stream. Oof. Michael said it was like inches to go. You could see the sort of scale of the worker's head over there.
It looks like that worker is like kind of down on his knees or like squatting down or laying down on the beam and eyeballing that this piece goes in just right. And you can see a guy climbing across the beam back there. I mean,
wow.
Looking at the other side, standing on a little bit of a platform that's on the inside, it looks like.
yeah, exactly.
What a job.
I know, right?
Let's speed through these because we're close to this thing going down. So I'll get these out of the way quickly.
Yeah.
It was Fritz. How many refuelings would Starship need for Moon and Mars landings? People keep up the good work. Thank you for the kind words. We don't know for sure, but I tell you one thing, that Jeff Bezos open letter claimed that Starship for lunar HLS will need 10 plus launches. So that would include refillings. And I think that has not been denied by Elon, because I think Elon might have gone on Twitter and said, hang on a minute, that's not correct. If it wasn't, we just know that from the source selection document, it said many, without a number. Jeff has somehow worked out it's more than 10. So that gives you some indication. But remember that Elon is planning a fleet of these vehicles. So that's not a problem. I mean, that's what he's going for. He's going for mass production of this vehicle to allow for that fast cadence, even if it requires a large amount of vehicles to complete the requirements that will get Starship to the point of where the fleet will then head off to Mars. I'm talking past the moon now. And because they'll have the transfer window as well, so they'll be looking for an optimal point, an optimal window in the transfer window where they'll be able to say, okay, we're going to send up X amount of Starships, refill them, and get them all sent off to Mars, which I tell you what, I am super excited about, because a fleet of Starships all heading out at the same time towards Mars will be surreal. And that is going to be in the next decade, this decade coming. So, wow, I cannot wait for that.
Yep.
Cole, service guarantees citizenship. I was laughing halfway through that. That's another Starship Troopers reference. Thank you very much. Great movie. Paul Miller asking again, 1 year ago today, you were covering all the attempts for static fire for SM5. What do you predict you'll be covering 1 year from now? Oh, wow. That's a good question.
Ship 24 and Booster 10.
Yeah. Yeah, let's try and work this out. I mean, that's the thing with SpaceX and Starship especially, is that when you look back 1 year ago to the videos, it seems like a surreal different time of era. I mean, it's like, wow, really? That was just a year ago? I think in a perfect world with Elon's thoughts, let's work as Elon would hope. I think in a year's time, they'll be on to about Booster 10. I'm going to go for Booster 10. And let's say, well, we could work it out in order if we wanted to, but let's just say he does an evolution and changes the naming order. Let's say Booster 10 and Ship 28. There we go. Someone in a year's time, somebody timestamp this when I'm talking now and say, my goodness me, he was completely right. Because I won't be. I guarantee it'd be wrong. Skip, is that US flag in the middle of the structure? Which one will be unfurled when they don't? I think that came in 11 minutes ago. I think they've just literally unfurled it after he said that. Yes. So, and we got a new member from Jazer. Thank you very much for your support. Dimitri, good work. Love the coverage. Thanks to Mary, long-time follower. See, those things mean everything to us. I mean, that's brilliant and very much appreciated. Jan, I'm not reading that out. Very funny. Because you never know, their families might be watching. Kem asking about the name change. We're not going to change the name, but I appreciate the comment. Uber, new member. Joseph, thanks guys for the amazing job. You are the best news every day for the past 2 years. Well, I'll tell you what, everyone's doing news. I mean, the thing is we do our best. We concentrate on what we do, not what others are doing. And that's the important thing. I'm sure other sites and other people do the same thing themselves. And the end goal is that everybody gets the consumption of as much they want. And I guarantee you there's people who are hardcore followers of this program who will consume anything. So, I mean, there's always that option. But what we do is we try and dilute it down into what we think is a condensed version of what you're looking for. and we try and go for quality rather than quantity, and that's an important thing. It's like our 24/7 stream. We probably could have put it on several different channels and done that way, but we put it all in one screen so you could get the whole screen experience, and that will evolve, by the way. Yeah. That will evolve where Daz is training numpties like me into be able to direct cameras and direct what screens we're looking at, and where we can have like a show, and I can go on and talk out for an hour like this, which some people might think is a horrendous idea, but some people might like, where we can just direct around and look around with the camera and just point at things and take questions and just evolve it on that one screen, which it just helps people, because a lot of people have got busy days. I know that people have got multiple monitors and people have got multiple browsers, but if you're on your phone and you're in a park and you're just taking an hour off work or something like that, you can just pop it on and have a look and see where things are. I like that idea. It's quality over quantity.
Yeah, that was a big thing that we talked about. Should we do one stream for every single thing and make people watch ads constantly as they click between the streams, or should we just do one screen that has 4K, or we change the cameras around? We can change the camera angles and stuff like that. And then how do we do that with our hosted broadcast? And are we just going to go and talk on Starbase, or are we going to do a special stream so that we send out notifications, people know what's going on? And I think we found a good medium so far, and you can just watch one place. You're on a mobile device. You don't have to be constantly switching. You can see all of the cameras up, or whichever cameras we're sort of showing with the action right now. And you don't have to watch through, sit through incessant ads. Like, oh, we would have made a lot more money if we just made 5 different streams, one for each camera. Yeah. But we thought it was a little bit better experience for y'all. It's more work for us to have one stream where we're constantly changing the cameras around and stuff like that. It's more work for us. We make less money. But we want to help out with what we think is a good viewing experience more than, let's squeeze every dime out of this thing. Haha. But that is why I got to train up some more people. Chris, you're getting there. Yeah. You're on the list. You've got some of the tools in place. We'll get more camera operators and all that sort of stuff to stay on top of things.
I tell you, I had my first training session last night with Marscam and just basically pointing at things, and it was like Christmas. Here it was. It's like the best Christmas toy I've ever had. So trust me, if people are thinking, "Oh, has Chris got an hour to do this? Is he might be busy?" Trust me, I will make time. I will make time to play on that camera.
It is like,
yeah.
Would you ever have guessed that you would have the controls of a robotic camera that's installed in the middle of a field out at Starbase, like a rocket launch
miles
facility?
Away.
When you first started the forum to chat about shuttle a while ago, would that ever even be a thing,
No. I mean, the idea of me controlling a camera in the middle of South Texas from 5,000 miles away in real time, it blows my mind. I'm sure the technology is people go, yes, well, I know how that works. It's internet, it's connections and things like that.
Yeah,
but
to me, just connections.
Oh yeah, but trust me,
Syria tubes.
Oh, we're going to have a lot of fun. It'll be on the Starbase 24/7 feed, where I'll give people notice. I'll just pop in for an hour, take questions, and point the camera at things people want to point at. That's great, because chat can then say, "Oh, can you just point the camera a little bit enhance into the high bay to look at Booster 4?" And I can do that. I can literally just do that for you, and that's fun because that's interactive, and I like the idea of interactive.
Yep, it's literally going to be the Chris Bergen Starship and Pony show or something like that, where you constantly
Starship and Pony show.
I like it. We should brand it.
Raptor-side chats. I mean, I like the idea of me being people assuming I'm in a big leather high chair with a dressing gown on and a pipe in my mouth. So saying, "Welcome to Fireside Chats."
Oh, jeez.
How to do the tone thing or whatever, or the loud bird, whatever we settle on. So that we can.
Oh yeah, the alert tone.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, jeez.
We've just got Michael with for the American flag, the super chat. I'm sure the American flag will appreciate that. But
actually, the American flag.
Yeah, but it's a nice view. I mean, it's a nice touch where they put a flag on it. I think that's a tradition of topping off. Construction people were saying in chat earlier, that's what they do. I remember when the mobile launcher for SLS, which was really for Ares 1, the silly rocket, which we won't mention too much, that had an American flag on the final section. So that makes sense. They're copying that tradition of construction.
That worker just dangling his feet there, kicking him like a kid would, sitting on a chair. Oh man.
See, I bring it up every time, but that's something I could not do.
Oh yeah.
I'd love to do it, but I know I wouldn't be able to. If someone said, "Okay, then I invite you to the top of the tower," I'd be like, "Uh-oh, I've got to actually go through with it now."
I could imagine there's like an alternate universe version of me who's a tower inspector, like climbing up a 1,000-foot tall television mast. That'd be cool. It'd be a cool job.
Yeah. We'll take it. Chris, you can stay on the ground, stay on the live stream commentary. Jack and I will climb the towers and take the cameras up and stuff.
Yeah.
Just tell my wife that I'm going up there. I would do it.
I just want to go. I'm literally one of the last people not to go there now from the NSF core team. And like, obviously, I think I'll wait till winter. Not just for the fact that I'll have to save up for it, but the second thing is I won't melt.
Oh, jeez. I think you should have to go in the summer when we have to actually deploy this stuff, so you know what it's like.
No, you'd be saying there's 20 bags of concrete to move, and I'd be like, I'm standing still and I can't survive. Never mind moving anything. Because I did your play. I did Charlotte, North Carolina in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
On one of my trips to the States, and I was outside a hotel near the stadium, and I was stood. I remember laughing at myself because I was stood still, waiting for this taxi to arrive, and I was just dripping in sweat. I thought, this is surreal. I've never experienced anything like that in my life.
Yes. You get used to it. You get used to it eventually. You just give up on fighting it, I think, is what you're really doing.
I want you lot to come over to Yorkshire in the middle of winter when I'm in a t-shirt and you're like, I need 15 coats on me.
I wouldn't even say you get used to it. I think you just accept it at a certain.
You accept it.
Nobody walks into a sauna and goes, "Oh man, this sauna stinks. It's too hot in here." You just sort of learn to expect it to be incredibly hot because hey, you're in a sauna.
Hey, we've got a kayak reference here. Chris K with $20 for Jack's Hawaii fund for the orbital flight.
I don't want to miss the launch, though. I would love to see it coming in. I eventually would, if they do multiple of those flights, I would consider traveling, maybe. But seeing the launch, I gotta see the launch. I gotta see the launch.
Right, there's a question for you guys here, because I don't know my geography too well. When Starship launches, would I be able to hear it from Louisiana? That's
Louisiana?
Too far away, surely too far away, isn't it?
Yeah. Louisiana's going to be way too far up the coast, and we wouldn't launch in that direction because of Florida sticking down to the Gulf, or actually making the eastern border of the Gulf. We're not going to be launching directly east. We're not going to be launching to the northeast because that would go right up the Texas coast. You'd then overfly Florida and Georgia and the Gulf Coast states there. So I don't think there's really any chance that you'd see it all the way from Louisiana for a launch there.
Yeah, because Boca Chica's right on the southwest corner of Texas, isn't it, next to the Mexican border? So it's
the very southern tip. Yep.
Yeah.
And when they launch from there, they're going to be going to the southeast, trying to shoot past the Keys, like missing the Florida Keys because they don't want to overfly Florida. So they're not even going to be like hugging the coast. Like sometimes from Boston, you can see launches from the Cape because there's those northern high inclination launches that go right up the coast. They go off from the Cape and they literally follow the eastern seaboard all the way up, and so you can sort of look out. But that's because we don't have like a big jut of land like Florida sticking way out into the North Atlantic. They can sort of hug the coast there and still miss the land for the most part. And they have lots of room to get that velocity going for that stage that's going up north. But we don't have the same sort of thing because it's tucked back into the little cubby hole that is the Gulf of Mexico. And if they want to avoid Florida, they're going to have to launch to the southeast out of there. And you would not see it. I mean, maybe there's some crazy situation where high altitude, perfect timing, noctilucent plume, you get the sun effect, but it's still dark there. Like maybe you could see a contrail or an effect of some sort, but normally Starship would be a pixel in your eye if you could even see around the curvature of the Earth there.
To be fair, I think a lot of the questions are coming because of the fact that Super Heavy and Starship, I mean, they're massive vehicles, but in the context of when you're looking at them straight, from up close and personal. Oh, yeah. Whereas also with the amount of engines they've got as well, but that's not, when it gets to that height, it won't be relevant enough.
Yep. And the fact that the Earth is curved, like it's in the grand scheme of things, it's sort of hugging the Earth as it goes to orbit. And once it even gets into orbit, you can see the ISS rises and sets, and it's really not that high above the surface of the Earth compared to the diameter of the Earth, like the size of the Earth itself. So the curvature really does play a big part when you're trying to keep an eye on it from a distance like that.
Yeah, Moss, will you stop sending that super chat in about SpongeBob? Oh, see, you made me say it now. I'll end up singing the theme tune.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Michael, have your hand on the microphone button so we can cut that if we have to.
Sukramandi with thanks Mary and the team for the coverage. Can't wait to be able to head down and see Boca Chica for myself. Yeah, literally what I was saying myself earlier. It's a pilgrimage now, and it's not anything because it's always SpaceX with Elon, which to be fair is a big attraction, but it's because of what this really is looking to achieve here. Let's be sensible about this. NASA is looking to land a human crewed mission on Mars no earlier than 2039. That's official. That's in the plans. That plan hasn't changed. If anything, it will change to the right. The way rocket development and schedules go, that will move to the right. That is NASA and its budget, and an optimistic budget as well, looking to land on Mars in 2039. That's not a lot to get excited about. Elon, I can guarantee you, is looking for a date much, much sooner than that. At least 10 years earlier than that. At least 10 years earlier than that. So what we're looking at right now is Starbase being the gateway to Mars. Literally, humanity's gateway to Mars. We may see a push from the Chinese, but I always say the Chinese are making great progress, but they are still a long way behind. They've only just worked out recently, the last few years, how to rendezvous in orbit. They've got a long way to go. The Mars rover landing was a big deal. That probably set a few kind of like alert turns going off in Congress, but they have still got a long way to go. I honestly think SpaceX, Starship and Super Heavy are going to be the first vehicles to land humans on Mars. I honestly believe that. And that's been objective. I'm not being a fanboy there. I'm being objective about this by looking how the progress is going. So when people say they want to go to Boca Chica and Starbase, I understand it because it's not just an amazing place to see, but it's an important place to see. This is literally going to be the gateway to Mars. Oh, JLP TV. Wow, you guys, a long day. You know, finished fitting number 9. Great work, you guys. Love from Sheffield, South Yorkshire.
Nice.
Yep, down the road.
I've actually
Neil?
got, Michael, I don't know if we can hop to Mars cam real quick, but you can see the workers. Look at the silhouette of the workers on the top of the tower there.
That's a cool shot. That is so
Yeah.
cool.
It's a little shaky there at maximum zoom on Mars cam, but you can see them. Like, I mean, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in silhouette there. And you know there's probably more than that. That's just, God, all the way up there to be working on that. That takes some guts, I think. Oh, they're bringing a tool bag up. Look. Did you see them just pull that bag up?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Anyways, I've been watching that. I have the 24/7 stream up, and I've been watching that. What can we do, Chris?
I don't want to break anything. Can we zoom out on this shot? Just to get
sure.
the full height of the tower in and zoom back in again so we get some context.
I'm going to do the full zoom out, then I'll do the full zoom back in again. I'm not going to change the aiming of the camera, but here we go. And you can sort of see exactly how big this tower is.
Nice.
And how far away it is from Mars cam. I'll go to like just see if we can get the tower framed. This should be pretty close to that. Not quite. Aimed at the top. I mean, you go. It's hard to get a sense of scale. It's like, oh yeah, okay, there's people up there. They're like standing on the ground, but you zoom all the way in to see the people, and they are way up there.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Enhance.
Yeah, enhance. I just clicked. See, Chris, you could have done that. You know how to do that.
I know. I'm looking forward to it.
Just had to fight over Mars cam. Like,
Let's see what else we got here.
I just want to quickly say something. Someone reckons I said North Yorkshire for Sheffield. This is important to me. No, I definitely said South Yorkshire. Thank you. Sorry. About 99% of people won't care about that, but some people in the chat did.
Neil Clark, thanks for the support.
Hey, should we do that? Should we do that, Jack? By the way, should we annoy the moderators by asking where everyone's from?
Jeez.
I mean, sounds like you've already taken that cat out of the bag.
Too late. Yep. Where's everybody from? Put it into chat. Let's have a quick poll of where people are.
Belgium, Mars, France,
Mars. Who's from Mars
England,
watching this?
Japan, Australia, Minnesota, Sweden,
I saw York.
Greece, Kentucky, Ottawa, Pensacola, Mexico, New Jersey, Brazil.
We could definitely do a UK meetup, couldn't we? There's loads of UK.
Utah, Vancouver, Seattle, Quebec, Los Angeles,
Always lots of Netherlands as well. Always lots of Dutch in here.
Toledo, Arizona, Israel, London,
Alpha Centauri.
Tampa,
Belarus.
Latvia, wow, California, Philippines, Texas,
Yeah, we could definitely do a UK meetup at some point later this year because there's loads of UK. I always see them in chat. I mean, it'll end up being in a pub with about 3 people, but it's certainly an idea to start with, and then we'll do one in the States.
someone in chat claiming to be my roommate, and they are not. Interesting. I don't know why you would do that.
Check your room, Jack. You never know.
Oh God, they're inside the
the
house.
check the cupboards. Check the cupboards.
Coming from inside the house. Oh man. Let's see. Mr. Rap or M Rap. Thanks for the donation there for the flag, according to your text you typed in. Thanks for the super chat. JC Davis, thank you for the support. I'm going to Boca at the end of August and want to make sure I get the most out of my trip. Suggestions for housing sites, etc. I would stay on South Padre Island. I would go to Sea Turtle Inc. I would definitely spend some time on the beach. Maybe consider going on a dolphin boat or the pirate ship or something to get like a nautical sense of the area. You could always hit up our friends, Space Padre, Gene and Rachel, and get surf instructions. Definitely spend a bunch of time on Boca Chica Beach. Maybe have a bonfire out there. Yeah, spend a bunch of time at the launch site. Be safe. Don't go across the street. SpaceX security will shoo you away. Just stay on your side of the street. You don't need to get any closer anyways. But yeah, I hope you have a good trip. Well, I didn't click it, JC Davis. Well, thank you for the support, and hopefully that's a good answer for you there. Hope you have a good trip and you get to see some cool stuff happen while you're there. Ron Smith, thank you for the support. Which Starship clones will make it to flight, and will Falcon 9 clones make sense after Starship flies? Yes, I think they will. And I don't know, which Starship clones are you thinking of? I don't really know anyone else trying to do the same thing.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is that Relativity Space, where they're doing that Starship-like vehicle, but it's a very small version of it. It just looks like one. It's a beautiful-looking vehicle. But I don't think anybody's going to get close to what Super Heavy and Starship are going to try and achieve. So that's a fascinating thing. I always think to Jeff Bezos and New Glenn. New Glenn is a massive rocket. It really is. It's surprisingly large. People don't appreciate how big it is. It's much bigger than the Falcon 9, for a start. It's almost as tall as a Saturn V. It's a huge vehicle. But they did say, unofficially, there's a new Armstrong. And that has not seen the light of day because I think they're too busy trying to get New Glenn to work. But if they do a new Armstrong, that could be interesting. That could be a fully reusable Starship-like vehicle. It'd be very interesting to see where they go with that. Again, we've seen nothing about it because they are too busy trying to work there, make New Glenn work. But I'd keep an eye on them. Just if they do make it work and they do advance it to New Armstrong, that'll be something to watch.
Abdullah, thank you for the support. Tony Young, thank you. Miguel, thank you. We don't know if it'll really need 10 launches for the lunar lander. I think it'll be probably fewer than that. I know some people in chat saying Marcus House did the math and said 4. Seems way more likely than 10, but maybe it'll be somewhere in between. Stephen Cook, thank you for the support. Chris B, Google for UK Moises.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's our version of mosquitoes, which are basically just little flying ants.
Jan Moss again with the SpongeBob comment that I don't understand. Max Benbrinker. Asking what tech they'll be testing in a year. Yeah, probably orbital refueling, payload bays, that kind of stuff. I think that's all accurate. Thanks for the support there, buddy. Mountain Man, thank you for the support from Timmins, Ontario, Canada. And worked in the world's deepest base metal mine, aka Kid Creek Mine. Been on mine rescue and enjoy your channel. Mine rescue, huh? That's interesting. Well, glad you enjoy the channel, and thanks for the support. And Schlippery, thank you for the support there. Payday, Crane watching, Space Banter, what a day. Nice. And George with the super chat asking how to become a member. There should be a button. If you're on your phone right now, you might not see it, but in a browser, web browser, you can see the membership button. It's right there. Just hit that, and yeah, that's how you do it. Thank you to all of our members.
The way we stand right now is this final section is literally inserted into the top of the tower, but it's not fully down yet. I'm sure there's some construction workers screaming at the screen going, that's completely normal, that's what they do. They're waiting for X amount of work to be done before they can complete the lowering of it. But it's kind of like, why? Because I'm kind of, I mean, I cover rockets. I don't know about construction, but it's literally pretty much there, but not completely there yet.
Yeah, I don't remember any previous lift being paused at this stage for this long.
I mean, it's safe now. Even if they dropped it, it'd just fall into place, wouldn't it? But with workers there, you want to be so careful.
Yeah, you can see one right now walking around on that beam right there.
Yeah. I wonder if they need to get out of the way before they do that final lowering. I mean, maybe not, because it's going to be controlled by the load spreader.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point.
Because the elevator's up there, isn't it? So they'll pop into the elevator, pop back down a few sections, and then just complete it.
Here's Gus asking, do you think Starship will be SpaceX's final big ship? Or do you think they'll keep going even after, kind of like Blue Origin with the Armstrong? Yeah, I think they'll keep going. I mean, hasn't Elon said maybe they'll do an 18-meter diameter, a double diameter Starship instead of a 9-meter? I mean, there's...
How about like a super heavy?
Yeah, right? It seems
A
like
triple
this design
heavy.
could scale pretty well, so...
99 engines.
That would be wild.
That would be amazing.
Ultra heavy.
Actually, I tell you what, there was a fun render. It was a fun render of a triple core super heavy with a Starship, a beefy Starship on top. It looked beautiful. It really did. It looked absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna try and find it.
Yeah, please do.
It was just a fun render, by the way. There was no plans for it.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and find it.
Let's see, what else we got? Can't Europa Clipper be launched on Starship? I'd say in theory, yes, but Starship needs way more heritage in it, and it needs way more launches under its belt before it can be trusted with payloads that are that important.
Found it.
Our own Adrian Beale in chat says, seeing these workers work at about 100 meters on this tower alone gives me shivers. Too high for me. Nah, sign me up, Adrian. I'd go right up there right now.
Right, guys, have a look at this link in chat right now. That is a super heavy. That's Star Trek level. That is amazing. That's just a fun render, but wow.
I love it. I love the double wide Starship. That's great.
Yeah. The Trevor Starship,
wide,
isn't it? Trevor Malman.
Wide. Love it.
That's a fun thing I like about Twitter as well. Is there's a lot of nonsense on Twitter, especially if you've got open DMs like I have. Oh my goodness me! But there's some brilliant artists out there, and they put their stuff on Twitter, which is a big risk because that gets then used by different people in videos and stuff like that. And you know, that's how it works. It's public domain, so it's unfortunate. But it's the amount of talent I've seen since they've started doing renders is incredible. There's some amazing artists out there, and I try and RT as much as I can because they deserve the credit for it. And the amount of work that goes into it is superb. But there's also Daily Hopper who does the cartoons every day. And he does them in so fast time because some of the subjects he's covering are just basically just happened. And it's a lovely little community that's growing, which is the talent involved is really impressive.
Yeah, I've seen some really amazing renders, and I always enjoy seeing new ones come out and wrapping my head around what they've done. It's like getting to peek into the future, right? Because a lot of times the renders will be informed relatively well. And then they're not just making stuff up, you know, as much as they can. They're basing it off of reality. So you get to see things ahead of time before they exist in the real world, and it's always cool to see those come through. And like you said, people have gotten really skilled. There's been multiple different 3D artists in particular who are just absolutely crushing it.
Space and Dogs, new member. Abby, new member. Thank you very much. And George, new member. Various perks at various levels. I'm looking to actually improve that a little bit more as well, because what we got right now is obviously you got the lowest level, which is just basically like a chip, and that it gets you emojis and stuff like that, which is fun. But then the next level up is Red Team. You get like previews of various things. I've been recently trying to improve that by not just like a few clips or anything like that, but also we've got RL2 on the forum, which is an amazing thing, which has got lots of exclusive stuff and insider info and what have you, where our friend Gary Blair, in his plane, he commutes to the plane in near Waco in Texas, and he flies over McGregor at least once a week and takes a very good camera with him and takes amazing pictures of the test stand. So we see what Raptors are on there and what's going on. And there's a Raptor factory groundbreaking happening right now. I'll put the occasional photograph in the member section for Red Team and above in there as well. So that's a little perk, but I'm going to improve that even more. And then Capcom and above is like Discord access. That Discord's quite fun, actually, I must admit. I'm new to Discord, which is a bit embarrassing, but I'm an old guy. It's a real fun thing, actually. It's a nice way of having a community where you can just chat in there, and all the teams in there, so you can ask us questions and what have you. So we're trying to improve it as we go, but it's a nice little thing to sort of like be able to say, rather than just super chatting, you can become a member, and you can cancel any time as well, so it's not like you're committed to anything. And it just gets you extra things, and I like the Discord. We're all active in the Discord. It's like, you know, we all chatting there. We've got various things basically on channels like Starship, all the various rockets. We've got general chats. We've even got a sports ball place where we used to talk about sports, which is quite fun as well. So it's a single place. I really like our Discord. It's a real fun, chill community. We've not banned anyone yet. It's amazing. No one's been banned from the Discord. So that just shows the kind of community we've got.
Yeah, some people I know are cruising for a... No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Keith with hello from Kentucky. What are the chances that one of the mystery pieces will go on top of the tower as a base for the crane to rotate around? Yeah, that's what I was touching on earlier.
I think more likely on the side than on the top. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because that's what we were talking about earlier. The top will be for the lightning rod, which will be for the lightning protection system. So that's where the next thing will go on top. But on the side, you can see how it's protruding out of the side, the base of the tower now. That's what we're going to watch next. That's just something that's going to be used to be really interesting as far as the stacking of a Starship goes, because that will be the key thing for Booster 4 and Strip 20. And that might be attached real soon, because let's face it, if we're going to go on Elon's surge target, he's looking to get this thing ready to be able to stack. They may use Franken Crane for the interim, for the stacking process, but eventually that's what the launch tower will do. The launch tower will stack Starship on Super Heavy. So it's a wait and see. We don't know. We've seen no renders, official renders of it, but it's something exciting to follow with a tower. And the other thing I want to mention is there's going to be 2 towers. That's the environmental impact study that's going on right now. The eventual expansion of the OLS, which is the orbital launch site, will include 2 landing pads and 2 of these launch towers. So that's something to look forward to as well.
Yeah, seeing 1 alone is crazy enough. Seeing 2 is going to be nuts if they get to that point.
Yeah. Plush Vlad, Vader says, has there been any buildings put up in South Padre Island for watching rocket launches? 2, do you know if there was a topping out ceremony for the tower? Well, we're not really topped off yet, are we? We're going to wait till it's attached. As far as viewing areas in South Padre Island, Jack, you might know better than that. I certainly know better than me.
Park, yeah, they've built an amphitheater there. Isla Blanca Park is definitely the way to go. It's not like a full. I guess the amphitheater is a building, but I don't think it was necessarily just for watching rocket launches. But it definitely has been used for that. That's where SpaceX has had some of their viewing events. That's sort of out front of the amphitheater is where I've watched launches from. And Isla Blanca Park is much bigger than just a small area around the amphitheater too. Quite a large park. So I would say Isla Blanca Park is the best place to go there.
Nice.
And I don't know if there was a topping out ceremony other than the flag being on
Yeah.
there. I wonder if once it actually gets lowered down and attached, it'll be, they'll have some sort of. I don't even know what you do. You hit a bottle of champagne against the tower or something, or.
That'd be cool. And probably a bit dangerous as well. Make sure no one's below the tower at the time.
Oh yeah, I was thinking at the base. Definitely not up.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah, no, I was thinking at the top. Rubes, what is your take on Rocket Lab's Neutron vehicle? Similar to Starship? Well, no, but it's reusable. I mean, that's where Rocket Lab has basically decided they're going to go for a larger vehicle than their Electron. It will be reusable like they're trying to do with the Electron boosters. But I think it's targeted at constellations, or small constellations at least. It'd be a fast reuse vehicle where they can launch any kind of constellation which may contract. I reckon they must have some kind of pre-contract going because that's where the demand for it will be. But it's a much larger vehicle, and Mr. Beck is going to eat lots of hats because he basically also targeted the potential of human launches on it. So we'll wait and see on that one because he did say on NSF Live when he was interviewed by us that he was not really all that into human launches because he said on the NSF Live that he didn't want to be the person to knock on the family's door and say they lost a crew, which it struck me back. That's a very good point. It must be a terrible thing to have to do if your launch company lost a crew that you've got to deliver the news. That's horrendous, and that scared him, and I don't blame him for being scared of it. But obviously since then he's decided he can go for it, and that's maybe a future plan because we've seen nothing near term that's going to happen on that front. But for Neutron, its main target payload audience is constellations, so that's where he's going for that because he can't launch constellations on Electron. John asks, I can't wait until they roll out the first orbital booster with the engines installed. Remember, we've seen Booster 3 rollout, so we've had our first Super Heavy rollout, but that had no engines on it, obviously. And the engines have been taken off it since. They installed 3 engines at the pad, but they've taken them all off, and we don't think Booster 3 is going to be doing anything more. So Booster 4 will be the one to roll out as a configuration to launch Ship 20. I say that very carefully because the launch of Ship 20 on Booster 4 is probably still a long way off yet. I think the targets he's going for with this surge is just to see a full stacked Starship and Super Heavy configuration. Will it have engines on it when it rolls out? Will it be installed with engines when it's on the launch site? How many engines will be installed on it to start with? Those are things we've got to wait and see. So we've got to be careful about, sort of making claims that it will roll out with engines. We don't know yet. Peter Riley asked, would the booster need to be pressurized, stacked Starship on top when it's cargo on board? Well, 2 ways to answer that. First of all, the main thing is that they do pressurize them when they're on the pad, when they're not doing anything, because that's something to keep their structure intact. With the weight of a Starship on top is the interesting thing I'm trying to think of there. That will be structurally important to keep the thing pressurized. They use liquid nitrogen and things like that, gaseous, I should say. So it's a case of we'll wait and see. But when you see Mary videos of like boosters and starships out on the pad where they're not doing any testing, you'll hear them hissing away and things like that. That's because they keep pressurized. I think even ship 16 has a little pressurized unit next to it to keep its structural integrity. I do believe I've seen clips of that, so that's something where it points to the need of it.
15 and 16, both of them, yep.
Oh, right, yeah. I only saw the one next to 16, but obviously the next to each other aren't, so that makes sense.
Yeah, when they transport a Super Heavy or a Starship to the pad, the modular transporter usually has a little piece of GSE equipment riding along with it that is like a little pressurization kit type thing.
It looks like the tower's melting.
Oh, it got too hot. There we go.
There we go. That's the beauty of having multiple angles. Mario asks, is it possible for SpaceX to sell rights to other companies to build Starship in the far future? Purchased rights to build and operate Starship saving on R&D, allowing to stay competitive. As a launch service provider, SpaceX will sell Starships for launches to launch the payload. That's how it works. Would they sell the rights for another company to build a Starship themselves? Is probably a big no, because it'd be proprietary to SpaceX. I've never seen a situation where that's been allowed. The nearest I can think of is Lockheed Martin and the potential launches out of north of Scotland, where Skyora will be allowed to work with them on their vehicle, but I still believe Lockheed Martin will be building the vehicle, so I do not see any potential for that, especially other countries. That's where it gets even more complicated with export control. So I would assume the only selling of Starship will be for launch services. So Starship will still be built by SpaceX. I can't see any situation around that. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I cannot see a way around that. Simon, new member, thank you very much. And Adam, a new member, welcome to the team. I've got an invite to go to Devon for some coffee. I've got any tea? Mauricio asked, Section 9 has more attach points to a line than previous sections, thus more time required to lower. Love your coverage, thank you. Well, thank you for that comment. That makes sense, and that's why it's taking longer to lower this compared to the sections we've seen. Adrian says he's seen some hypothetical pictures of the tower which could catch with booster arm. Could this be one of the mystery objects located around the build site? We've seen those mystery structures and we've not been able to identify them properly. You got to be so careful to not name things you don't know, because we've seen those mistakes. Other people made mistakes as well, where you name things and it turns out they're not those things. It can be forgiven because we're all speculating, but there's every chance. But I would also say that the first boosters to launch from here will not be caught. Booster 4 is not going to be caught by the tower. It's going to land, it's going to be a splashdown. So that we know they don't need to catch arms for. When they do need to catch arms is a question, and how they will test them as well. Because the first booster to return to the launch site is going to be tricky. It's going to have to be, a very, very, very good return for it to be able to caught. I wonder if they'll bring the first one back to the launch site will be booster 5, because that's asking a lot. It really is a lot. I mean, they've got no landing legs, so they can't take the option of the landing pad. So it's going to be a catch or nothing. It's going to be a catch or a splashdown. So it really is. There's clever people working for SpaceX. There's Lars Blackmore, who's the landing guy. He's there. He's basically helped them refine from Falcon 9 to Starship to get these landings right, and he's had a lot of success. So I have every hope that it'll work out. I'm hastened to say the booster will be easier to land in Starship because there's no flip maneuver. So it may be something they feel very confident with already, with their experience with Falcon 9 boosters. I'm just pausing as I'm talking because I don't want to make claims without, preempting it that it's speculation. But we just know for a fact Booster 4 will not be caught because Booster 4 is a splashdown.
Yep. Yeah, and I think you're right. I think a booster landing is probably going to be relatively simple. Sort of like how a Falcon 9 booster
Yeah.
landing at this point is kind of routine, right?
It'll all come down to controllability, which they're masters of now, and the engines. The engines are the key thing here now. If you start losing engines during a landing burn, it's going to come down hard. So they don't want that. So I think the more experience they get with the Raptors, the better. And that will help them. And I think this test flight with Booster 4 will give them a lot of experience with the engines. So that's why I think they'll make a decision point on when they feel confident enough to bring it back to the launch site without crashing it into the launch tower.
Yeah, it'll
Or
surely
the
give
tank
them
farm.
a lot of experience with a lot of engines.
Yeah.
Big sample size.
I also wonder if they'll have some redundancy as well, because we've seen them implement redundancy with the recent Starship landings where Elon said they'd light all three and deselect on the least lever arm if all three lit. That was a redundancy thing. So having more engines gives you the more redundancy. So they may have the option of saying, okay, the booster's come back for a landing burn. We've lost an engine, but we could light another engine over here because they've got so many engines. So there's potential with the center ring of engines there where they could have options if they do lose an engine during a landing burn. Look at that. That's a great view.
Cool shot. You can really see the pulleys and that whole lifting area there now. Just in like a foot to go, tops. A couple inches. Come on, just lower it down, call it a day.
You see the size of the pulleys compared to the workers below them?
They're big. They're real
Those
big.
pulleys are taller than a person. It's so hard to get a sense of scale for exactly how big they are, but you see those people standing right below it from this angle, and you see the pulleys, and you're like, that is the size of like as tall as a door at least, if not a little bit taller.
James Bremen, another awesome stream. Love the passion you all have for everything space. Question for, well, thank you first and foremost. Question for Chris B. When the UK meetup? Yeah, you know what? That again, I've done it before where I've seen some of the UK in it, and when we did the location thing. There's certainly enough people from the UK who follow us quite religiously. I think it's a viable UK meetup. Where we'll do it, we could do it in York, we could do it in Leeds, or we could do it in London. I think London probably makes more sense for a lot more people. So I think we'll plan probably in the autumn meetup in London, and hope more than 3 people turn up.
I bet you'll have a good turnout.
I think from our Discord alone, we've got enough people. So we're definitely. I think the main meetup will be in the States. That makes more sense at a launch site. That obviously is the end goal of a meetup. But yeah, we could do a UK one to start with. I mean, it's tough times for travel right now for a lot of people. So a UK meetup to start with makes sense if you want to involve me. And yeah, I think it'd be a good laugh. Ron, on a previous question about off-sourcing Starship to other providers, SpaceX could be the builder, like Boeing and Airbus, selling to operators.
You can see that.
That's what they do. That's technically what they're selling. They're selling the vehicle to the payload to get the payload into space. But the question was more about giving the blueprints to Starship to another company, another country, to build their own Starships. That's where it gets difficult. Artie, new member, thank you very much. Cole Maldrell. By the way, when I read out names wrong, it's because our panel screen cuts the name up in half, so I kind of read it as a first name and a surname. Surely the ultimate goal is both Starship and Booster landing legs successful like Falcon 9. Elon doesn't like landing legs on the Booster now. He's removed landing legs from the consideration. It did originally start like that. So it wasn't originally going to be a landing with legs, but he's removed the legs now and has gone for this catching system. So that's where they're going with it.
Yeah,
Ghost Rider Ryan.
So close.
They're so close.
Oh yeah, please interrupt me if they do finish this. By the way, because I'm looking.
Yeah,
I'm looking. I've got one laptop and I've got one screen I can look at a time.
We're watching the gap seems to be closing very, very slowly. So
About to ask that. Does it seem like it's slowly going down? Because I think it might finally starting to be going down very slowly.
If it does, I need to clip it for a tweet, sir.
yeah.
if you look from any of the other like the other angles, the long range angles, there's no gap anymore because the interior part that sort of sleeves inside of the upper leg, it just sort of goes right up, like that part's in there. But you can see there's probably maybe a foot, probably less than a foot, like 8 inches or so of gap left right there. They're just going slowly but surely. But gosh, I think we're all ready for them to put that thing down. They're not going to put it down until they're ready to, though.
No one can. I mean, the funny thing about this is everything is fast. Everything is fast cadence. Everything is like so much happening and so much happening so fast. But you got to respect the fact that when they bring these tower sections down so slowly, they're being ultra careful. So it's a perfect mix of speed and safety, where they get so much done fast. But when it comes to the refinements like this, it's slow, very slow. I mean, we'd all like it being down by now, especially as we get Mary out of the heat. But it's a case of they're doing this very safely. So when someone goes on a YouTube comment and says, "Oh, they're not being very safe. They're doing everything so fast. It's so dangerous." Look at this. Look how long this is taking. They're being ultra careful. Ghost Rider Ryan. I love the streams where we sit back and listen to Chris B. Fireside chats with Chris B. I swear I did not give Ryan money to say that. I appreciate that because...
Sure you didn't.
Yeah. He's not a relative. Leon, thank you for your support. Duke Nukem, great name. 2 additional PCs protruding left and right corners may hold additional pulleys to support moving carriage, which will hold crane and catch mechanism. Now that sounds like a guy who knows what he's talking about, so that's interesting.
You can see them sticking off the side here. They're almost like little ears, right? It sort of looks like a sloth or a tiger or something like that, and it has these little ears sticking off the side. So are they? They're definitely not big enough for the big main pulleys. Could you route something through them or something like that? They're there for a reason, and I'm sure we'll figure out what the reason is here. Just running around on the beams in the background, no big deal.
It's been fun watching the sections grow and the tower grow and everything like that. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what they attach to it once the tower's complete, which will be the mechanisms which will allow for the mating of Starship and Super Heavy, and then the giant mechanical arms. I mean, who would have thought that 5-10 years ago, that Elon Musk would be building these huge towers in South Texas with large catchy arms?
Large catchy arms.
Yeah.
It's a scientific term, right? Catchy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, large catchy arms. Rusty Can says he'll turn up to the UK meet. So that's 2 of us.
I mean, heck, I'd go if I could. It'd be fun.
Well, I mean, people were talking in chat about where. We'll do a poll and we'll make sure we get it organised and see which wins the poll of where we'll have it. Yorkshire makes kind of sense because it's middle of everywhere. But it's London is obviously as well because it's easy to get to for a lot of people. So we'll work it out. We'll have a poll. We'll work out the best place for it. If it's popular, we'll do 2.
The left side looks like it's getting real close to touching. The right side kind of looks the same to me right now. So close.
Yorkshire Phase says Yorkshire better cheaper beer. True. And Aidan asks, is this last step of the tower? Yes, this is the final section now. The debate is over. There are no more sections to go on this now. Just the lightning rod.
Little bits and bobs, the lightning rod.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have equipment and conduit and other things that have to be installed, but no big section. This is the last big major structural segment that I think we're going to see, right?
Yep. I think you're right.
Yeah. In all the different angles here, y'all, I'm going to reiterate, remember, some of these, we work with SpaceX, right? We work with SpaceX officially on this, especially this camera. The angle that we're looking at right now is the one we call Danger Cam. And later today, we are going to be bringing Danger Cam offline for an extended period. We're actually going to pull it in at SpaceX's request as they do some construction there at the site. It's supposed to be a temporary move, but we will not have Danger Cam online for some amount of time, probably going to be weeks at the very least, as we move it to a different position, because like I said, we're not just kidding when we say we work with SpaceX. We do mean that we work with SpaceX, and we've been communicating with them. They are going to be doing some construction there. They don't want to run into our camera in our solar array with a bulldozer or anything like that, as they make more room out there for all the work that's going on. So we will be removing Danger Cam. It's not a surprise. It's not like, oh no, what happened? Somebody ran off with Danger Cam. That is us, and we are working with SpaceX. We will not expect to see that specific angle anymore on the 24/7 stream, but Danger Cam is getting a cool new home that you will learn about shortly. Just moving it to a different location, helping us keep up with what's going on. But this is such a cool view that we're getting right now, and it's almost fitting. It's sort of like the last view that we'll be getting from Danger Cam specifically here for a while. But like I said, we definitely work with SpaceX. They need some room. I don't want them running over our robot with a bulldozer or something like that. So we are going to get it out of their way so that they can do construction work over there. And we do hope to know when we'll be able to get that back into that position, a similar position. Either way you slice it, it's going to have a good view of the action. And it works out because Booster 3 is sort of donezo. I mean, they've deinstalled, they've removed all the Raptors from Booster 3, not seeing any imminent static fires or testing on Booster 3. I don't know exactly what they're going to do with it. Are they going to take it off Pad A and move it somewhere? Or what? We'll have to see what the deal is. But I just want to make sure if you're a fan of the 24/7 stream and you're used to seeing that Danger Cam angle right there against the booster, that is intentionally moving. We're working with SpaceX. We're going to move it to a new home. It's going to go offline for some amount of time, and when it comes back, it will not be in that same position, so SpaceX does not run it over with a bulldozer, which I appreciate. They've already almost dropped a Starship on it, and
it was so crazy.
I want to get it out of their way so that if it survived a Starship, I would hate for it to just be crushed by a bulldozer tread as they're doing construction in that area.
Yep, sure enough. But it'll be back, no worries.
Yep. And massive thanks to SpaceX for working with that on us. They're working with us on that as well. They didn't just, show up with, we're just going to remove this, get this junk out of the way. They've been working with us fantastically to make sure that we get that thing out of the way so that they can do their construction. Absolutely massive thanks to SpaceX for helping us out with that.
Sure enough.
That's also really important because it's very easy for someone to just turn up with a camera and point at things. When you work with them, you can get all this cooperation, and they acknowledge the fact that you're working with them as well. And I think that bodes very well for the future, because this is a massive subject matter now for a lot of people. And to be working with SpaceX on things like this just adds a lot of importance to everything, where they understand you and you understand them. So I could have worded that better.
Yeah. No, you're really not kidding about it. I mean, we don't just say that to say it. Like, it's very important for us. We know that tons of people, you just show up there and park across the road, right? I mean, it's a public road, but we don't just show up and park across the road. We communicate with SpaceX. Mary is in communication with SpaceX on basically a daily basis. On a daily basis, and whether it's construction that affects her ability to move around, where she can go, what's going on in the village. Mary has that sort of information that other people don't just get. You just drive in from Brownsville and set up a camera. Lots of people do that, but we do work directly with SpaceX. We're not just there like, well, too bad, it's a public road, can't stop me. That's not the thing at all. And if ever SpaceX says, we need you to move, this area is unsafe, could you back up? Could you go over to the side? As much as we love bringing these camera angles and the views and stuff like that, 100% we're always there cooperating with them to make sure that things are safe. And Mary absolutely safe. Village evacuations, road closures, whatever's going on. The safety of the SpaceX workers and the safety of Mary, and just making sure everything is good to go, is at the top of our list every time we do anything. So I just wanted to say that one more time. That's not going to be a surprise to us. We are working with them. They're actually helping us relocate or move it to a different position, and we will have that back online probably be a couple days before we bring it back up at its new temporary home, because that's one of the cool things about our little deployables. It is portable. You can carry it by hand. We don't require like a forklift or a massive truck or crane or anything like that to move it around. fit in the back of her van, and we'll just move it to a new home, and then when we can move it back, we'll go ahead and get it back. So
It goes to the top of the tower, isn't it? It does.
it is. That's definitely the top of the tower.
Top of
I'm
the tower.
waiting until the top of the tower actually touches the existing top of the
Yeah.
tower. Like the new top of the tower needs to touch down. This is the longest hover I've ever seen. How much Delta V are they expending to hold it at this?
How
Like,
many? I mean, maybe when they built it on the ground, it wasn't perfectly flat, and so now it's like sort of off kilter, and they got to loosen this bolt or loosen that bolt to get it wiggled in the right. I don't know. Who knows why it's taking them so long? But you're right. How much Delta V are they expending hovering it like this?
I think the problem is that it's not changing velocity. It's just keeping us a constant velocity. Fighting the force of gravity, the crane is whatever. Anyways, in this situation, the thrust is crane, I think.
I just saw the elevator go down.
That
Oh,
left
geez.
side is real close, really, really close.
Yeah, they've moved to the lower level.
Yep.
Oh, there's still one guy up there. No, is that a flag or a guy?
Oh, there's a few folks.
Oh, there's still a
guy
few up
just
there, yeah.
climbing on the beam. Oh my gosh, a leg hanging off of the beam. Exciting. It's like watching a single huge steel blade of grass grow very slowly. Takes months to get taller.
I've got work colleagues leaving work, knocking up window. All I can see is a picture of this big tower on my screen.
Oh, jeez.
Because when this is finished, I'm going to do 3 hours work to catch up, so I'm not getting home tonight.
Jeez. Well, Chris, thanks for hopping in and holding it down here. This is
It's fun,
power
though,
stacking.
yeah.
It is. It's interesting. It's interesting to hang out, and it's a cool venue to just talk about stuff. I mean, I've said it before. It's almost like we're all just hanging out on a couch, like in a lounge chair, talking about cool space stuff while we got something on the TV. That really is our vibe here, you know. No script.
It's like
no
we were talking about earlier, though. This is history. This is something people look back on in years to come. It's just an important thing. I love the idea of the historical context of all this. Not mind the live view. The live views are great. It's fun to watch it live. It's cool. It's happening now. But I always love the historical context of people looking back at this in years to come. I mentioned it earlier, but I really do find that value that we're recording this and it's getting recorded. It's not on a tape or we're gonna lose the tape. This is recorded now. This is set in stone. It's on a YouTube server.
And our own server. I mean, we have source copies of all the footage as well. I mean, terabytes and terabytes of data that we pay for in the cloud, like backed up and all that sort of stuff. What it needs to be organized is what it needs to be. Because we literally have just terabytes of video from years at this point, well over a year worth of Starbase activity, all the way back from the old concrete smoothers of yore. If you remember 24 hours of concrete smoothing, like we've got that footage.
Absolutely classic.
So, it's interesting. I just hadn't really thought about it before, but that is another one of the expenses that we have, keeping all that footage. It's literally terabytes of footage, and storing that. We really need to make sure that it goes off to multiple storage locations and stuff like that, because what a treasure trove of archive footage for one day somebody's coming back. It's, the year is 2050 and we're making the How We Got to Mars documentary, and we have probably more footage than, I don't know if I could say we have more footage than NASA. We have a lot of footage, let's put it that way. Probably more footage of the construction of the facilities than NASA has. I'm sure NASA has, I know NASA has just archives filled with all test footage and rocket footage and engineering cameras and that sort of stuff. But I definitely think that we may have more infrastructure build footage than NASA has ever taken. I don't know. You all agree with that? Yeah. I mean, who normally films this? Like, nobody usually films this unless it's just accidentally caught by a security camera or something. We're intentionally pointing a camera at the last few inches of space as they top this tower, you know?
But the funny thing is, during shuttle, there was live cameras. People didn't realize there were live cameras, but they're like 180p or whatever. It was real terrible quality. But there were cameras on the KSE website where you could follow the high bay, follow the launch pads and things like that. It was live all the time on Real Media Player. Remember that? Real Player.
Gross.
Yep.
Yeah, horrible. It was horrible, but it was live, and it turned them off. They turned them all off for SLS because of
What?
export control.
Oh, jeez.
And it was such a shame because they were great. You could literally just watch. They were horrible quality. They were static cameras. They often went down now and again, but they were live, and they turned them all off for SLS. I thought, what a lost opportunity there. Let's check one more questions while we're here.
Yeah, sure. We can
Yeah.
see a couple guys just standing on those platforms, guiding those two legs in. It's just wild. Imagine standing on a little platform bolted to the side of the top of this tower.
Philip suggests the new assembly building should be called Tiger Bay after Dame Shirley Bassey. I don't think that's Elon's first thought. Because if Elon's going to name it, which he probably will, he'll come up with something from the Ian Thompson novels, wouldn't he? Something like he did with the drone ships. It'll be a fun name, whatever he picks. I'm sure it will be. But right now, I mean, that's the consideration we got because we've got the windbreak, the mid bay, the high bay. So what do we call this next one? The higher bay,
Wide bay.
the
Wide
wide
bay.
bay. Yeah,
I really like wide bay. I'm gonna stick to my guns.
makes
on
sense,
wide
doesn't
bay.
it? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because he said it's not going to be that much taller, so you like Giga Bay and that sort of stuff. Like, no, it's not really a Giga Bay. It's going to be a larger footprint, but not much taller. You know, I like
Yep.
Wide Bay.
I
To
agree
be honest,
with you.
I like
Really
Thick
clear to
Bay
me.
and Michael
Team
Bay.
Wide
Thick Bay, Thick Bay, and Michael Bay. You, Chris, are how we end up with Bodie McBoatface. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just
sorry.
kidding.
That's true.
Thick Bay.
No, I'm definitely a full convert. I say wide bay for sure.
Yeah, wide bay makes more sense. Definitely.
I'm a huge fan of Wide Bay. Yeah, as y'all know.
Question here: any updates on the OLT movement? Sorry, is it near the tower yet? That's the table. Do we know if the table is anywhere near the mount yet?
They brought it in from the beach camera perspective, which I almost feel like we could zoom in beach cam. Like, you're not really going to see any more pixels change from beach cam. You know what I mean, Michael? I know we wanted the time lapse, but I feel like
mean, we're going to have to pull the recording, which is going to take forever on the time lapse. So
yeah, it is.
you can probably move it because I don't think we want to pull any longer, anyways.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. So I will work on that right now, and we'll look around and see if we can get eyes on the table from here.
Michael Lockwood, new member, thank you very much. And Philip, lovely comment here. Cannot thank the NSF team enough for the awesome coverage, and the best is still yet to come. That's true. The best is yet to come. There's so much. We're building the coverage as we go, but also the fact that what we're going to be covering will be massive. There's so much to look forward to. We're actually in a lull, would you believe? This is a lull because the last launch was the SM-15 Hop, wasn't it? We had the Static Fire Booster 3, fair enough, but the last launch was SM-15. And now it feels like a long time ago, which it wasn't, but it feels like it was a long time ago. But looking forward, we've got all these launches of Super Heavy and Starship to come. And that's where it gets real. That's where it gets really exciting. These massive rockets launching. So the best is yet to come.
Can't wait. Absolutely cannot wait.
Pickle Tripod. What a great name. Don't rule out a big overhead crane on top like the Saturn V towers. These extensions and pulleys could be exclusively for the catch mechanism. Interesting.
I
Yeah,
don't see this. I don't see the central structure to support that.
Yeah.
Is what we've been going with, you know? I don't know. Stranger things have happened.
I think we're going to see a lot of renders from people speculating on it, and Elon will like and maybe refine one of them in a reply, and then we'll get a good idea. I think that's how it's been working recently, where Elon has liked the renders he thinks are pretty accurate, and then he comments on the ones he likes but feel they're not totally accurate, and we get clues from his replies. So that's the key to look out for now, is where people bring out renders on Twitter and Elon replies to one of them. Anthony suggests, of course, I will stack you for the new wide bay.
He's
Right, yeah, good question. Is the launch tower the tallest thing in the area now?
Yes.
Love your streams, go SpaceX. It is, isn't it? Yeah.
100%.
What is the other? Is it the apartment tower block buildings? The
Yeah,
hotel?
the Sapphire Towers are pretty tall,
There you
but
go.
not anywhere close to this.
Lee Dan says NSF plushies. You could not possibly take my money any faster. Watch this space. It's a long, long process Mark's working with there because you got to get it right. That's the good thing about the store. We could fill it with anything just for fun, but we're not. We're going to fill it with good stuff. And that's one thing he's working on. And I've seen the test builds, shall we say, the hopper versions of what we plushies for Starship, and they look great. So I think it's getting close to having them in the store. Speaking of which, we have a store. Horrible segue into an advert there. I'll just put it into chat. You can buy merchandise and all profits go towards these streams, which I do.
Yeah, I actually need to go on another merch binge because I have ruined all of the shirts that I have. So I need to go spend some money over there and get me a new Corridor shirt, maybe a new Tank Watcher shirt, all the good stuff. All the classics.
And we have y'all, we've had Mary pack up the gear over there, so her camera's offline. She is actually going to go and work with SpaceX on Danger Cam. They're actually meeting her and going to help her bring some of that gear back in. And so we did shut down Mary's shot. So massive thanks to Mary for being out there in the heat. I mean, on some of these shots, you can see exactly how hot it is out there, right?
Yeah, extremely is the answer. It's extremely hot. I know it says 89 degrees. It's like, oh, it's not even 90, but no, it's super, super hot.
Yeah, it really is.
The humidity really does it. Let's see.
And I was using the, I don't know if anybody's also got the 24/7 stream up, but the beach cam moving around, that was me trying to get eyes on the orbital launch table. And from that perspective, we did not see any shot of exactly where that is right now. So I'm just going to set that up towards the top of the screen there. But the unfortunate thing is you can still see the gap from the beach right now. So the gap is big enough for the beach to actually see it. So we still have a little bit of ways to go, but that was me driving around trying to see if we couldn't get eyes on the table. I may try it from Mars or something as well too, just to see if we can see where it ended up.
Yeah, it's tricky the way the launch site's laid out and how it's grown. The orbital tank farm can hide a lot, and so can the berms. Richard asking, do you think several tanker refill missions for human landing system would still be cheaper than one mission that throws away the entire rocket? Yes, potentially. Well, all you're really paying for at that point is propellant. Thanks for the support there, buddy. And Dieter McPherson, thanks for the support. They say, okay, maybe this is more Sim Ant than Sim Tower. Now I want to play Sim Tower. Let's see.
I'm going to use Mars to see if I can't find the other table, Michael, if that's okay.
Go for it.
Do it.
They need to put this thing down, though. I'm just saying, like it's time to put this down.
Yes, please put it down, please. Please. How long does it take for Discord to sync for new Capcom members?
Oh, it can take a couple hours.
Yeah, but I've seen it. It's random. I've seen it take like 5 minutes and take 5 hours. So it will happen. It just depends on browsers and internet. I don't know, whatever. It can vary, basically.
Yeah.
John, thank you for the support. They say, would the tower crane need to reach the two pads they added next to the tower. Yellow pipes look like the structure of a crane. They kind of do. Yeah, it would seem like the tower would need to be able to reach over to the left and grab stuff off of those proof stands Michael was talking about earlier. How they accomplish that, I mean, I have no idea. It doesn't look like there's any kind of big swivel or bearing on there. Maybe the arms, it's part of the component of the arms or something like that. Good question, though, and thanks for the $25 super chat. Huge amount of support. We really appreciate it. It looks like they're checking alignment there. Both workers kind of looking at the rivets or holes or bolt holes or whatever you want to call them. Rivet holes. Come on, lower it down. You're so close. Just put it down. It'll slot into place.
It's now Thursday at 9 p.m. It's so close. Just lower it.
Oof. Deepu asking, are they going to repaint the tower?
Repaint
or is
it?
this, yeah, repaint it, or is this its final look? I think this is its final look. But, I mean, we've been talking about putting cladding on it. Maybe they would paint it black and clad it with some kind of fancy, you know, metal.
I mean, look, they've got people at all four corners, and they're looking at all the alignment and stuff like that. It's amazing to even think that that crane can point that accurately.
Yep, that's pretty wild. So yeah, I mean, we saw the 9th tower section lifted and slowly being lowered into place. We saw a GSC tank roll out. We saw the orbital launch table finally roll out. Pretty busy day, and it's just now hitting noon local time. This is just so cool. Seeing the pulleys, or whatever you want to call them, up there at the top of the tower, it's just really like, this thing is going from a construction site to an operational piece of material here, where it's actually like, you know, this thing's gonna get ready to do some work here soon. Pretty neat. Joel, thanks for the super chat. Fusion F9, thank you for the super chat and saying the word crane. Just crane is all they say. Nice.
That's really nice from Mark. Thanks for the whole team for all your dedication. Because it's the end of a stream, really, basically. Now we're just waiting for this final thing to lower down. So for someone to recognise at the end of this, you know, long stream to do that, it's really nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Super appreciated, Mark.
This
Thank
is
you.
just one of those things where we come up with this, you know, sort of not really arbitrary. I mean, like, it's stacked, it's down. Like, that's when we say we're going to end, and then we're here for like 6 hours as they go to the very last part of the stacking. So we really do appreciate the support. I mean, y'all keep hanging out with us. We keep watching this just so that we can declare that it's stacked, you know?
interesting question there from Flick, who says, how easy do you think it would be to install a flame diverter at an orbital launch site? I think we'll definitely need one for the booster launch parameters. Elon famously made that... Elon's tweet, hang on. Someone just said Elon tweeted. I'll just double check what that is. Elon's just replying to Scott Manley about orbital parameters. Orbital precession takes a long time with Starship and Starlink V2.0. Hopefully we can direct inject to target orbit. That's what about Starlink's on Starship, isn't it? So that's interesting. But to the question, the flame diverter is ironically an Elon tweet where he didn't think he'd need one, and he kind of like prefaced it by saying it might be a mistake not to have one. So we'll wait and see, because we know from the 39A Starship pad, which has been mothballed after initially being constructed, started off looking like it had a flame deflector. Now that will completely change if you're going to redesign it to what's looking like Starbase. That is something we have to watch for. I think that the way Elon phrased it is he may have changed his mind since, and there is definitely space under the mount pins for a flame deflector. So there's potential for that to happen. What will happen, we'll have to wait and see, though, to see what he's decided on. Music Mango with something very close to my heart. Incredible coverage. Thank you. What would be amazing to see Starship in the UK, maybe near the coast near London, when Earth to Earth is ready. Point-to-point Starship is one of my favourite things. It really is. I bang on about it left, right and centre because I do think it'd be a game changer. I would assume that if they're going to do the first flight paths, it would be London to New York, just like Concorde. There's a precedence for it because Concorde was the high cost but slightly faster travel on a very luxury liner of a vehicle to New York, to London, London, New York. That was that route, main route. It did other routes, but that was his main one. So there's obviously going to be a demand for it. And to be able to travel to New York in 30 minutes or whatever it is, on a rocket launch into space, you're going to have a lot of rich people who have meetings in different transatlantic meetings who are going to snap up tickets. So there's definitely a custom case for it. Where it would be located is the question. I'm trying to think of London and the estuary. Maybe somewhere like Grays, somewhere out there where it's a little bit further away from population. That'd probably be a good area for it. But then you got to look at other flight areas. So maybe if they're going to do something from the south coast, maybe the channel is a bit busy, isn't it, for the shipping route? It's a good question. I'd love to see it happen. That's the main thing there, and it would be off the coast. So that's probably something where London would be off the coast. It'd be away from the Thames. I don't know where they'd locate it. I just want to see it happen because I honestly think that would be just a huge thing for the planet to be able to travel anywhere in the world within an hour. It'd just change everything.
Yeah, that'd be really great.
Be huge, yeah.
I would love to see that too, and I'd love to ride on one of those. I mean, I never got to ride on the Concorde, but you better believe if I had the opportunity, I would have.
The funny thing about Concorde is I said it wasn't really a luxury because it was
tiny.
very noisy.
Yeah.
And cramped, but it's Concorde, so you go on it.
Yeah, but you go fast, right?
Yeah. Mark II.
Lower the tower. Just lower it. Just lower it. Just lower it. So
Safety
close.
first, Jack. Safety first.
Lower it safely. Just lower it safely, please. Safely lower it now.
I do really wish we knew what they were doing. You know what I mean? Like, I wish we knew that, oh, well, they're having trouble doing this, or they're having whatever it is. I just wish we had that information. But we do not, so...
Yeah, Joe forgot the crimper. We got to go back into town and grab a crimper. I have no idea.
All the way down the elevator, right? And then you get someone, "Whoa, whose truck is it in? Oh, it's in Bob's truck. All right.
Oh, his keys are up top. We got to go all the way back up top to get the... Oh, the elevator broke. I got to take the stairs.
All the way up to get the keys, and you're like hanging over the edge of the tower trying to unlock the truck from halfway up the tower. Like, is it open? Did it beep? Trying to see if
hold the
lights
thing under
blink.
your chin. Hold it under your
Yeah.
chin. It works
Touch
better.
it
It's
to
like
your chin.
that's a superstition.
What do we do if they raise it?
Oh, jeez.
It's going back up.
Well, next time on NASA Spaceflight.
Tori asks, I've got to quickly get this one out of the way, Jack.
Yeah,
Tori
go ahead.
asked, you think some SpaceX employees watch your daily videos?
Yes.
We know they do. We know they do. And
yes.
not just that, the fact that we see the raw clips before they're edited into the daily videos, the amount of times SpaceX workers go by saying, "Hi, Mary," it's incredible. It's we could make a video out of that if we, we don't like showing people's faces and stuff like that. It's not the right thing to do, but we know for a fact they watch the videos.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at the sun glinting off of that part of the rigging right there on the left side.
That little
Super cool.
adjustment plate or something.
Yeah, whatever you want to call that. Cheese plate, something. I don't know.
It almost looks like you could put the big shackles, I
Yep.
guess. What are
Yep.
these? Yeah, the big shackles through various holes there. I guess it would be a pin or a bolt that goes through that, and the shackles on the other side maybe. But it looks like you could change the exact length of that leg by moving that. I wonder if that's what they're not adjusting. When they put that thing down on the ground and they work on it on the ground, then they raise it up again and they connect it and they test the balance and they take it off and they put it down on the ground again. I almost wonder if they're not like just changing the bolt holes that's in. Because as you move the bolt holes around, if you have one connected in this hole, one connected in that hole, you have some control over exactly how long that specific lead is, that specific strap. It's like a little adjustable. I like cheese plate. Clearly not made of cheese.
That's a film term, I think. Is it,
Yeah, like
you call that a
for the
cheese plate.
camera. Yeah.
Exactly. But now I'm hungry for cheese.
I want to believe that the gap is getting smaller.
Here, I'll do the old AB.
I want to believe,
It's
Jack.
not. It's not.
Ugh.
It's not at all.
It has not moved in 20 minutes.
Correct.
Oh, wow. This is where they really test the patience of the host because, 1 hour in, we're all about, safety first. Oh, yeah, they're definitely going to do it. Slow and steady wins the race. Like, we keep repeating that. In here, in hour 6 or whatever, we're like, put the tower down. Come on. You can pick it back up and align it later. Yeah.
Just put it down. Yeah, 20 minutes hasn't moved an inch.
The true test of the host, like, how much do you actually mean safety first?
All right, I need to grab a drink. I'm going to grab a drink. I'll be back.
Good deal, Jack. Hey, Robert, thank you for the new membership. And Benjamin Toro, thank you as well. I'm just going to clear those out as they come in here. I mean, what are we supposed to do at this point?
I don't know. I'm getting a bit worried because I've got to work 3 hours to catch up, and I'm now at 6:15
Yeah.
p.m.
Chris, you've been holding it down for a while. If you need to go and get that.
I know that Ian's coming on, and Thomas is due to come on out, so I was kind of trying to hold out until they come on.
We'll just turn it over to them. We're like, all right, Ian, Thomas, you do
Yeah.
it. We're going to go. No, but for real, like you've been holding it down for a while here, and I can certainly hang on.
And you haven't.
Oh, no, you were doing a lot more talking than me. You were definitely holding it down while I was working on robot stuff, so.
All right, well, I'm not gonna refuse the offer.
Yeah,
we know Thomas and Ian are due to come on very shortly, aren't they? So we've got cover.
Yeah. In fact, I'll ping them and just see what we're looking like. But
Yeah.
I know I want you to also get home and get some rest tonight too. So go ahead and take off. I think would be the right plan there.
Well, I shall speak to you all listening, watching, probably very soon because we're planning that little 1 hour fireside Raptorside chat, aren't we? So hopefully later this week we'll start the first one. And I'll give you plenty of notice before I do that, rather than do the caw alarm call before on the live stream.
Suddenly, the 24/7, the ambient ocean noises, the relaxing noises of the wind and waves. And
Evening, everybody.
Chris is caw.
Yeah. Like, what the heck? But
yeah.
Thanks for everyone who's been joining, and we're continuing on.
Yep. folks, that's the voice of Chris Bergen. He is going to take off for now. He was actually taking a little bit of time out of his day and needs to finish up the day job, making sure everybody's time card gets punched correctly. But he's the managing editor for NASA Spaceflight at NASASpaceflight on Twitter, the actual Twitter account that we use. Fantastic follow there if you want to make sure that you don't miss what's going on, tweets and clips that he puts out and all that sort of stuff. So anyways, massive thanks to Chris for holding it down there over the course of this now marathon tower stacking stream. Michael, how long have we been live?
Too long.
Too long. Because you rolled out at like 3 a.m. or something, right? What time was it?
Yes, it looks like we're just hitting 6 hours right now. So
Just hitting 6 hours.
6 a.m. I was up at 4 a.m.
I thought I said 3 a.m.
Oh, maybe you said 3 a.m.
Because it was 6 a.m. and you were 2 hours behind. I was doing my math 3 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours ahead. Okay. You've been up since way too early. So.
I've almost fallen asleep just sitting here watching nothing happen.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
All right, I'm back. Yes, I agree with Michael. Come on. Do we lose Crispy?
Yeah, he had to take off. He does want to get home at some point this evening, so we told him we would batten it down, and we should get the relief team tapping in here in a minute. I'm actually trying to see what time they were going to be here.
Excellent. Well, thanks to Crispy for stopping by and holding things down. The tuba man.
We have movement, and it's the wrong way.
No.
If you look on the left-hand side, you can see there's now air between that pillar. That pillar was flush to the upper section.
Why?
Oh, but the right-hand side looks like it's going down. Is it? Or am I crazy? I think
the right-hand side is maintaining the same gap, I think.
That's interesting. It's like seeing a mirage in the desert and hoping that there's water there. Like,
so it's like they're making an adjustment or something. Maybe it was not quite aligned properly.
maybe so. I almost wonder if it's not something like the left-hand side was touching first. Like the little skinny pillar was touching first for some reason, just because the way it was tilted. And they could not let it down all the way because it would have damaged that side or not been sturdy. Like that little skinny pillar could have failed or something like that and caused a big problem.
Yeah, that
I
makes
wonder
sense.
if that's what they were running into, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't think of that, but you're right.
Yeah, if that left side with that little teeny tiny structure was touching and the big main pillars were not touching. Again, that's just a logical guess on my part. That's not official news or anything like that, but just trying to think what exactly they're doing here, trying to observe the video pixels that we're getting and make a guess.
It's gonna be fun when it turns out the load spreader, or whatever it's called, at the top was not aligned correctly, so they have to take the entire thing down again.
Oh, jeez.
Please no.
Like I said, next time on NASA Spaceflight.
You know how Law and Order has like the doink doink.
Dung dung. Yeah.
Yeah, we need something like that. We need a NASA Spaceflight version of that.
But it's definitely tilted more.
It does look like that right side is going down closer.
Elevator came back up again.
Just absolute equivalent of watching paint dry at this point.
I mean, they're still up there looking around. Somebody said it looks like they've gone to lunch. They clearly haven't gone to lunch. Tuba man. There are workers there actively on the tower. In fact, we just saw the elevator go back up again. Appreciate the support there, but they are definitely not at lunch. I need to be at lunch. I need to go grab some chips or something like that is what I need to do. But they're up there actively working, and I really do wonder, like, are they bringing something up the elevator that they needed? Is like the manager's coming up the elevator. We need somebody to sign off on this. paper waving
it's
in the
tilting
breeze.
back down. It's rocking now.
The gap on the right-hand side definitely looks bigger.
Yes, it grew.
You can see the crane moving too.
Oh, you're right. Look at that.
Wow.
That's something. Not what the tower is made out of. Do we know? Is it steel? Iron?
I mean, steel, I would guess. I can't tell you that it's, this alloy steel or whatever, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
I figure steel, but
maybe I'm dumb, but if I had to guess, I'd imagine it's some sort of galvanized or coated steel. You wouldn't just leave raw steel out there. And I imagine that it's some sort of, I want to say galvanized because that's a really, it's a really obvious, or sorry, it's widely used method, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know for sure that is galvanized steel. That's just what I would guess. I don't even know if you can galvanize things that big. I mean, like fence posts and I-beams and stuff like that you can. But I guess at some point it exists in a smaller state and you could dip all those first. But I just don't know. I've never done that scale of construction in any capacity.
ooh, new voice. What's up, Thomas?
Hopefully.
Hey, hey.
Get Thomas in. How you doing, Thomas?
Doing well. How's it going?
Oh man, there's only like 1 foot left. We're almost done, it looks like.
I like to come in for the exciting things on stream.
I guess we don't have Thomas. Oh, there he is.
Oh wait,
Yeah, we got him.
you got me? We're good?
Wait, we hear
Chat?
Thomas, right? Chat, we hear Thomas, don't we?
Chat, please tell me you hear me. This would be real awkward if I started talking and you can't hear me yet.
I think we got you.
I think you got me. Alright, sounds good. But yeah, now that I joined, they'll finish in 10 minutes and then we'll be done. So, that's generally speaking how that works.
Well, thank you for joining then.
Yeah, I got you. No problem.
Am I seeing some sparks on that right pillar? Looks like maybe they're doing like some angle grinding or some welding or something over by that right pillar. I keep seeing sparks every now and then. Keep your eyes open.
Huh.
Unless I'm just hallucinating at this point. Oh no, see, I just saw something.
I saw something. I gotta keep staring at it. So, give me a quick recap, because I know this is like, the final section that's being lifted, but we saw some other stuff like roll out today, didn't we?
Yep. The launch table rolled out. That was a real treat to see, because, we've been waiting for that to happen forever. And one of the GSE tanks also rolled out during the road closure they had there. So I think the road is open again, and we're just waiting for this tower piece to finally get stacked here. Just so close. So very close. But yeah, that's about it. We haven't had eyes on the table. The GSE tank's just over by the GSE farm. Looks like they might hook a crane up to it. But yeah, just hanging out, answering questions. If you see any questions on the panel that tickle your fancy, by all means, go for it.
Let me take a look. Alright, Chad, what kind of questions do you have? Let's see.
Why are we here?
Why are we watching a giant steel tower get constructed on a spaceflight channel? Questions that we still ask ourselves every day. What does galvanized mean? I guess we were talking about metal things earlier. That usually means that it's kind of protected against erosion and things like that, which is important for stuff that's, structures that are going to be outside in the elements. galvanized metal is used for situations where you want to resist, for example, saltwater erosion, such as near the coast of Texas. Um, assuming that's what we were talking about earlier.
Or galvanizing is the process of applying a protective zinc coating to steel or iron to prevent rusting. The most common method is hot dip galvanizing. That's a hot dip. Most common method is hot dip galvanizing. Where did that go? In which parts are submerged in a bath of molten hot zinc. Neat.
Well, there you go.
A hot dip or is that cold dip? Oh, that's cold dip? Yeah, that's no big deal. Come back when you're doing a hot dip. We'll talk. Good question though.
Let's see. Got a couple super chats that have come through. We can speed run those real quick. That one, thanks for the support. I was saying it might be taking longer due to more contact points that need to be checked. It's possible. That last section, it definitely has some more like things that have to line up with one another and stuff. And yeah. And we've got Jacob, who donates 450 Czech koruna, I think is how you pronounce that, to say congrats for 450,000 subscribers. So there you go. Thanks, Jacob, for the support there. And thank you to all the new subscribers. That's a really, I mean, it is mind-blowing how many subscribers and how many people are watching these things and how many people are excited about all this spaceflight stuff. So thank you all for tuning in for all our coverage of everything that's going on. It's really, really cool. Juan says the tower is made out of scrapped starships. There you go. Appreciate it.
That's basically, I mean, recycle, reuse.
Yeah. We all know SpaceX likes their reuse, right?
Oh my gosh. Mark with a super chat asking, would you live trapped on the tower for a year for a chance to ride on the first crewed Starship? For a chance to ride?
No, I don't know
live
about
stream
that.
it?
Yeah, can I live stream it? There you go.
How many cameras can I take with me?
Asking the real questions.
Yeah.
And is Starlink provided?
I mean, if internet's provided and I get to ride on a Starship, maybe not the first one. Can I choose to not ride on the first one? Then yeah, I would probably do that. That would be a lot though. That would be a real lot. This week on Space Tower Competition 5, even though it's the first one, Jack goes insane. DOS puts up more cameras.
Did you see
I'm okay
the
with it.
meme that was going around from NASASpaceflight? It was like Crispy talks about shuttle for 6 hours, DOS builds a robot army, and Jack kayaks to Starship 20's landing zone or something like that.
It's like the Top Gear intros.
Yeah,
like
the
on this
Top Gear
episode.
intro, but
yeah.
it's...
No, I must have missed that. That's hilarious.
Oh, it's so good.
Does that make me Hammond?
It must be. It's gotta be.
Darn it.
Alright, I'll keep going through questions, chat. If you've got questions, you know what to do. Tag us in chat, and I'll try and pull some out here. Has SpaceX ever requested raw footage from you guys or people like Tim? Well, you know, I don't know if they've ever requested footage from us from like Boca stuff, but once upon a time, way early days of Falcon 9 experimental landings, SpaceX actually put out a request for help to help repair some video footage from an experimental like water splashdown for Falcon 9, and a bunch of experts on the NASA Spaceflight forums did an awesome job, and Elon was like in a press conference was like, thank you to like the members on NASASpaceflight for helping us prepare this footage, and they got like really useful data out of it. So that was a really cool thing that, you know, the site was kind of involved in. That's always a cool story to talk about.
I sent my CRS-16 footage as well.
Oh yeah,
when-
the
yeah.
Falcon 9 splashdown.
16 came spiraling in, and it lost hydraulics in the grid fins and was not controlled, so it did not retarget LZ-1. It actually targeted just off the coast of the Cape there. That was the infamous feed that SpaceX actually cut. And I was also live there with my camera. I think I was running a P1000 back before we moved on to better cameras. And I had that video live on my Twitch channel, and I got a message from SpaceX asking me to provide a copy of literally my Twitch stream video, because I was not the only video of it, but that was the public video. And so I packaged it up and provided that to them. So, I mean, absolutely, we want to help out. Like, if we ever capture something that's useful, tell me where. Like, where do I upload it? How do I get it to you? Absolutely,
Right, exactly.
want to help them
Always
out
happy
for
to help like that.
Yeah. And just, I'm going to clarify with everybody real quick. We've been talking about it the course of the stream. As of right now, we have taken Danger Cam offline. We were talking about that earlier. We're working with SpaceX, and SpaceX is actually going to be running bulldozers in the area. They're going to be clearing out that plot, I think, and doing some construction there. And so they asked if we could temporarily move our Danger Cam out of the way. So Mary is there right now, pulling that Danger Cam. It is powered off. I got an alert saying that I've lost Danger Cam, and that was an intentional planned shutdown. It is a temporary thing. We are working directly with SpaceX on it, and we're just clearing it out so it doesn't get run over by a bulldozer while they're working there. It's going to get a new temporary home, and y'all will see where that is in the coming days, and it'll be back online to continue bringing us views from a different angle. But for now, we do not have Danger Cam online anymore. Again, working with SpaceX directly on that, making some room for them to do some construction there at that plot of land. That was always the plan and always the agreement. We didn't just sneak in. We didn't just put down our camera and thumb our nose at them. 100% done with their permission, and when they said they needed some room to work, we said no problem. That was the expectation. We'll clear out and let us know when we can put it back. So just to make sure everybody knows, that up-close camera that we had, that camera is now powered down and is being packed up into its component parts so that it can be relocated. So Mary doesn't just film things out there. She actually is packing up the camera right now with some SpaceX folks.
And in a normal situation, as we probably are going to have to go a few weeks here without Danger Cam at its normal spot, normally, like if they stack the Starship on top of the Super Heavy in the upcoming weeks, Mary would be out there with her camera, so we could still get a very up-close view. But right now, unfortunately, Mary is out there helping move Danger Cam, so we don't have Mary's camera either, which is why we're now limited to a camera a mile away, but we still have a pretty good view, but not as good as we normally have.
Our longer range cameras here, we've got beach and I think that's highway there, it looks like. So that was an expected thing. It was not a surprise to us. 100% happy to work with SpaceX on that. And I don't know, do we rename Danger Cam in the meantime? Like, do we call it Safe Cam, or do we call it Less Dangerous Cam, or
Safer Cam for sure?
Safer Cam?
Safety Cam?
We'll call it Danger-esque Cam. In the meantime, we'll just change the name of it, because it is going to move to a different position, and that's not going to happen today. That may be a day or two. I know Michael wants it to go right now so we can turn it back on, but Mary is out there doing it herself. So
A question here in chat asking if they've delivered 3 vacuum engines to the build site yet. I think we've only seen one, or did we get a second?
I think we saw one.
Yeah, I think only one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure only the one vacuum has been spotted in Boca Chica so far. And also, keep in mind that there might be more than 3 vacuum engines that need to get delivered to Boca before they're like installed on Starship 20. You don't know if the ones being delivered are actually flight worthy. They could be like, okay, this one's not ready for flight, but we can use it for fit checks ahead of the flight engines arriving or something like that. So that's not the end all be all anyway, but I do not believe we've seen any more than 1 vacuum engine so far. In Boca Chica, to be specific. You could just change its name to Flat Cam.
Flat
Post
cam?
Post Bulldozer, you know?
Oh. Look, that's what I said earlier. It survived a Starship falling out of the sky on it. If SpaceX says, hey, there's going to be a bulldozer coming through, I'm going to take their word for it. So you can't survive a Starship explosion and vehicle-sized pieces of Starship falling out of the sky, raining down around you, and then stay in the way of a bulldozer. Like, we're not dumb.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to get it out of the way.
Abby asking, will they do regenerative braking on booster catching? So could you generate? I don't know. You could
What?
generate I guess the idea is whatever the catch arms. I'm assuming they'll have to descend down the tower a bit when they're catching the booster. Could you in braking that movement and slowing the booster down? Could you generate power for some purpose? I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know. I mean, you generate power for what? 2 seconds or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any benefit to that.
It's almost like trying to capture a lightning strike. Like, could we try to capture a lightning strike? Well, yeah, it's a ton of energy, but it happens instantaneously. It's not particularly useful for charging batteries or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, all this whatever equipment that you'd have to have in place to capture the energy of a Starship moving, the braking system for however many seconds it does that, I don't know that that would be worth the complexity of the infrastructure. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Adam says, appreciate all the time you put into these streams. Adam, we appreciate your support and thanks for tuning in.
I appreciate Thomas tapping in here to help us out.
Yeah, happy to. I mean, I was kind of surprised to find out you were still alive at this point, to be completely honest. But
So are we.
they need to put down this last section of the tower. And by the way, I think it's been more than 10 minutes, so I apologize that me joining has not ended the construction for the day, but hopefully soon. But I'll blabber my mouth in the meantime. Brad does ask, will the construction of Starbase and the rockets therein be the most well-documented major project in history? Oh,
I
man.
mean,
I'd like to think that we're doing a pretty good job. I mean, we've said this over and over again. Mary being out there from the early pre-Starhopper days has created this archive of photos and videos of what will be a truly historic project in hindsight, and I think at this point has already become historic, let alone what the effects of this program could be in a couple years. Mary being out there from the very beginning and then just the continued coverage ever since, I'd like to think we're doing a pretty good job at documenting history. As far as, is it the most well-documented major project in history? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's other big projects out there that are also hugely historic and have a lot of really cool coverage and documentation around them. But I hope that we are sufficiently covering what truly is a historic project for world history, I think.
yeah, for sure.
And it has gone down a bit.
You can tell by the pixels.
You can tell by the pixels and the way that they are.
Yeah, it's because it is. The way that it is, nice.
Alex with a super chat comment here asking, or talking about refueling. An idea is to send all the tanker starships up and have them dock together, so when the primary mission starship comes up, it only docks once for a full tank. And thanks guys, great work from Vancouver. Well, we appreciate the support, Alex, and believe it or not, SpaceX is kind of planning to do that. So when they talked about the human landing system project, so their bid to use Starship for moon landings for Artemis for NASA, they actually specified that there would be one tanker starship that would actually function as sort of a propellant depot starship. So that would be the first one that gets launched. And then second tanker starship would go up and start refueling that propellant depot starship. And the depot starship might be slightly different from the other tankers. It might have better insulation or thermal controls so that there's less boil off when the propellant is in those tanks. And that starship would stay on orbit, and a tanker or a couple tankers would go back and forth to fill it up. And then once you had a full propellant tanker on orbit, then you launch the moon lander to go up, retrieve all that fuel, and then head off to the moon and conduct your moon landing missions. So that you're actually not too far off from SpaceX's actual operational plans for the human landing system, and I think that that will likely hold true for Mars missions as well. Just because that seems like a really good way to handle the whole refueling process. Obviously, not all Starship missions will need refueling in the first place, because you'll have just missions to low Earth orbit or missions to, you know, geo satellites and stuff like that, which will probably not need their own refueling missions. But for missions requiring refueling, I think that you're not too far off from what might end up being the actual plan. Absolutely. And then the Tuba Man says, used to be in danger cam. That sounds good too. Appreciate it. Nomad cam, another good suggestion. And Wes, thank you for the support as well. Thank you everyone for tuning in and for all the support on the live coverage today. And Wagner asking, what is that pulley for? Is it for the catch mechanism? Jack, do we know for sure what that pulley is, or are we speculating at this point? I don't know if we have Jack on comms. We'll have to get Jack back maybe. I don't think it would be for the catch mechanism. If I had to guess, it would be for stacking operations, but I don't know if we have an official answer on that. And I don't know what our earlier speculation on the stream was, because I was off doing other work. So, chat, let me know if there was earlier speculation that I missed that I need to catch up on.
I think it's definitely to move the trolley up and down, which will be the trolley will have the arms on it that stack the vehicles.
For stacking,
so, yeah,
okay.
For stacking.
That makes more sense, yeah. Let's see. Again, if you've got questions, feel free to throw them in chat, and I'm taking a look, pulling some out. Oh geez, if you had to bet, what would be the best time to buy an overseas plane ticket to see the first Starship Orbital test? I would be in trouble if I gave you any sort of guess on that. It's just so uncertain. Traveling to see any rocket launch is always risky. Rocket launches are very subject to delays. Obviously, any small technical issue will cause a delay to make sure everything is good to go. And, you know, things like weather are always big criteria for rocket launches. And that's before you get into a test as, you know, experimental as will be the first Starship Orbital test flight. So it is hard for me to tell anyone to travel for that launch, to be honest. Obviously people will. I think some NSF team members will likely try to be in Boca Chica, but it is a big risk to try and coordinate a travel schedule around something like that. Right now, I can't even give you any reasonable estimate. It could be anywhere from a month or two from now to a year from now. I mean, there's a lot of factors that are still in play. Obviously, SpaceX wants it to happen pretty soon, but that's would rely on a lot of things going right. So I'm not gonna give you an estimated launch date just because we don't really have a reliable one. With the 100th Raptor engine recently completed, what were the other 99 used for? So not all Raptor engines would have been used on actual flights. Obviously, you had a few that powered Starhopper, SN5, SN6, and then the sort of the full-up prototypes SN8, 9, 10, and 11, and 15. All of those. So there are a bunch of Raptor engines that flew on those vehicles. You also had Raptor engines that would have just been doing work on test stands and helping them learn about design changes and ways to improve the Raptor engine design. and just give them more data that way. Not all of those engines would have been flight engines. There are a lot in an engine development program. You build lots of engines that will never fly when you're developing the engines. So a lot of those would have just had test stand time. Some of them might never have even been test fired. They would have built them and already knew that there was something either wrong with it or just something that they could already make better, so they didn't bother firing it. Sometimes that happens too. So could have had engines that were just used for fit checks. I know at one point a Raptor was spotted here in Florida at the Sitka Road facility in Cocoa, where they were building the Starship Mark II prototype, very early prototype. So that engine obviously wouldn't have been fired here in Florida, but was here for some fit checks of some kind probably. So there's a lot of different things that all of those engines would have been used for. Let's see. And Russell says, congrats on 450,000 subs. Keep up the excellent work. Much love from Australia. Russell, appreciate the support and thank you for the kind words. And Samsung, how about a petition for Mary to narrate the official webcast for the orbital flight test? You know, Mary likes to stay behind the camera for the most part. We appreciate her doing everything that she does out there, and we know she's going to be there on orbital launch day, doing what she does best. And yeah, she'll be doing whatever she wants to be doing that day. And I will bet strongly there will be a camera in her hand. Can you put a sticky note on a drone and let them know there's still a gap? Yeah, we'll get right on that, DJ. Appreciate the support there. Question here, will SpaceX maybe try to hover Booster 4 over the water to test its hover capability? I think though we'll probably try some sort of like experimental landing burn of some kind on that first orbital test flight again, which is currently slated to be Booster 4. I think that they'll probably do something. They won't just splash into the ocean at terminal velocity. They'll likely give it some sort of additional test objectives if it makes it that far. Potentially some sort of hover test or something like that. I could see them doing that, but don't know for sure, of course. Dan asks, can they send starships to Mars on less efficient orbits for the same amount of fuel? Wondering if they could send cargo when it's ready and only send people every 26 months. So Earth-Mars transfer windows, which is the kind of alignment of the two planets that produces an efficient trajectory to get between the two, happen about every 26 months. So that's what that's referencing for those who may not know. That does not affect, so that mostly affects your fuel efficiency. You can have other trajectories that are less fuel efficient but get there faster, but it is hard to send cargo outside of those transfer windows because it is an increase in propellant requirement. It would also take longer, but outside those transfer windows, it would not be for the same amount of fuel. You would have higher delta V requirements or more propellant required to do the maneuver to make that transfer. So you're kind of you're constrained to those transfer windows. Now, the transfer windows themselves get a little wider if you have extra vehicle performance, and Starship may be able to take a little bit of advantage of that, taking a slightly less efficient trajectory near those windows. But that means you would get there a little bit faster. Basically, you burn the engine a little longer, or engines longer, which is less fuel efficient but gets there faster. And it also, you could take that propellant reserve and use it to leave a little early in the transfer window or a little late in the transfer window, and you can make up the gap with a little extra propellant usage. So those transfer windows kind of work out that way. But you can't send it, in the middle of two transfer windows between the two. It's not really feasible to get something between the two planets. It's just not, unfortunately, how the physics works out.
Yeah, and Thomas, I've gotten up and stretched my legs and stuff like that and continue to watch what's going on. Do we see as many people? I guess we see people down on the lower level now around where the elevator's going up to. But I don't see as many outlines.
Yeah, it's hard to see exactly what they're up to right now. They've been kind of holding where they are for a while. Again, we're watching this final section being stacked on the launch tower, and ideally they would be finishing up very, very soon, but they've been kind of holding at this point for a while, and we're not sure how much longer this might be.
Yeah, we cannot tell you. We can't even tell you why they're holding. They are clearly trying to get it aligned or something like that. Something's in the way, something's off. Not exactly sure what they're doing, but we cannot tell you any sort of specific status or even when they're going to be done. So we are sort of looking at this, and part of the trick is we've got these cameras, but now we don't really have any cameras that aren't available on Starbase Live. Like, sure. We've got these three views. This is beach on the left-hand side, and then that's highway on the right-hand side, the skinny, wider shot. We've got a shot from river as well, but that's super long range. It's not really meant for detailed work like this. And then we're also watching some activity that may be happening in the high bay as well. But as of right now, we don't have a specific status update. We don't even know how long it's going to be before they may put this down all the way. So we're looking at this. I mean, we want there to be something interesting going on, and this has gotten into a point where we may sit for a very long time with no action. It's not like the road is closed, and it's not like, oh, the village is evacuated and there's a flight later today. Those are totally different things.
Yeah.
The road is open. Mary is actually over there working with SpaceX on moving our danger cam, and I don't know. Did we have a call one way or the other on that?
I think I think what we'll do, chat, because of course, thanks to Starbase Live, 24/7 live coverage of everything going on down in Boca Chica. So I think what we're going to do, just because we don't know, the excitement has kind of died down a little bit. So I think what we will yield to Starbase Live and allow you to see just how long this might take, and see the final steps of stacking this whenever that may happen over on Starbase Live. I think we will spool down our live commentary of this milestone. Regardless, worth mentioning that this should hopefully be the completion of the orbital launch tower, the final section stacked as SpaceX gets closer and closer to orbital launch readiness for Starship and Super Heavy down at Starbase, Texas. But let's go ahead and wrap up our special live coverage of this lift. And if you would like to see continued coverage of all of the progress down in Boca Chica, head on over to Starbase Live. If some mods could get the link to that maybe in chat, you can stay tuned with everything going down at Boca Chica, as well as, of course, our daily videos that Mary puts out for us every single day. We'll have that later today as well. So, but I think that's going to do it for our commentated coverage right now.
And I actually just went through and I set up Starbase Live to have the same sorts of views. So we still have the exact same big view of the beach camera there, so we can see the gap. You can obviously see on Starbase Live where the gap is. So not going to take any away from that for sure. And also I've got the other cameras in there. I'm going to sort some of those cameras around. Like I need to move Mars Cam up to the top. Yep, Michael's on it. Thank you, Michael. And so you'll be able to see the exact same views over there, but we are going to go ahead and spool down our commentary here. So I'll bet the cycle really quickly. Earlier today, you heard from Chris Bergen. He was here for a while. He is super keen on finishing his robot training, getting his robot white belt, I guess is where we'll start him, and doing some Raptor side chats we've talked about. So be on the lookout for Starbase Live for that as well. Probably not today, but that should be coming up this week sometimes later. Also, earlier we heard from Chris Gebhardt. He was over at the Cape, standing by for the rollout of the, I think that was Starliner, wasn't it? The rocket rolling from the vertical integration facility to the launch pad, if I'm not mistaken, because that launch is coming up Friday, Thomas?
Yes, Friday at, I should know the launch time, so considering I have to be there for it. I think it's right before 3 p.m. Eastern on Friday. And of course, NASASpaceflight will have live coverage of that all-important mission, so stay tuned for that.
Yep. Absolutely. So there's Chris's information. He was over there at the Cape today. I guess I said Chris, and there were two Chris's, but both Chris's are awesome. Also in the background, Jack. Jack, you still with us, dude?
Still exist.
All right. You need to get some lunch and some rest, I think, man, huh?
Yep, sure enough.
All right.
Thanks for hopping on, Jack.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Jack Beyer, at the Jack Beyer on Twitter. Make sure you toss a follow to him. Mods, get some of the links in chat. He's got a Patreon and stuff like that as well if you want to support some of his other endeavors, like the awesome aircraft photography and stuff that he chases. So make sure you click on those links that should be scrolling through chat. Who else? Who else? Michael? Michael Baylor's still there, right? Michael, you still alive?
I hope so.
Well, the scenes are still changing on occasion, so Michael Baylor running the stream here today, choosing the camera angles and stuff like that. Michael, at NextSpaceflight on Twitter. Massive thanks to that, to you, to everything. The end. And then also we had Thomas here. Thomas, thank you so much for tapping in at the end there and helping us out. We were all started getting like, oh my gosh, we've been here for a while, and we really appreciate you batting clean up there for us.
Hey, no problem. Always a pleasure to be on, and thanks everyone so much for watching. Also, should be thanking Das as well for supporting the stream today and pulling all the levers and offering some commentary as well. So Das, thank you for being on as well.
Yeah, for sure. Pointing some robots around. Also helping Mary. Remember, Mary is out there packing up Danger Cam. It will be moving to a new home that is expected. Working with SpaceX on that. But there's Mary's information as well. Boca Chica gal. She is done with the filming and she is still out there. So I hope we get Mary into the air conditioning sooner rather than later here. But across the board, everybody on the NASA Spaceflight team that makes these sorts of things possible, we all appreciate you, chat, for showing up. All the super chats and all the people that are just in chat or doing retweets or just whatever, however you participate. Maybe you just put this up in the break room at work. You know something? And you want to force feed some coworkers 6 hours of crane operations. Like whatever it is that you do, whether you're spreading the word or financial support or whatever, we do appreciate y'all showing up. But I believe, Thomas, that is going to bring us to an end here, right?
Yep, sounds good. Again, thank you everyone so much for watching. For continued Boca Chica coverage, head on over to Starbase Live. But for now, commentated coverage, the NASA Spaceflight team will be signing off, and we will see you all next time.
Later, nerds.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Echo Delta nominal.
Flighting outside, feed off. Bring in, feed off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.